awaken the power held inside of me. Harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Margaret to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? I haven't even gotten to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Hello, welcome back to another day at the Overwatch League APAC edition. I'm Vicky Kitty and I'm joined with the one and only Trid, and we're back to bring you guys some action here at the Countdown Cup because, Trid, I'm excited. We get to open up with El Clásico.
Yeah, we've been gifted a banger that I've stolen away from Avril after having that marathon of Shanghai versus Seoul matches in the last stage. But it's Countdown Cup, week number 1, and it's the second day of the tournament. We've only had 2 matches so far. Plenty of teams to show what they've got in a slight meta change, Vicky, because, of course, after the Summer Showdown, we had some balance changes, and that's changed the game quite a little bit. Let's take a look at those standings to kick things off, though, and see the state of play. And why we're so excited about this game, Vicky, the Dynasty versus the Dragons, is plain and simple. They're a cut above the rest right now. Look at the gap between them and the third place Hwangzhou Spark.
And if you want to know what's so important about the Countdown Cup, well, the top 3 in the East automatically qualify for the playoffs, while one other team gets to use the Countdown Cup to qualify for that last remaining spot for playoffs as the 4th team. So take a look at these overall standings, because these teams right here on that cusp, looking at the Fusion, looking at the Spark, the Hunters, a lot of these teams want to gun for that spot because there's a lot on the line here, Trid.
Absolutely. You know, we've had the announcement that we know Grand Finals are going to be happening in Anaheim. You can obviously go there yourself if you want to, on 3rd to 4th of November, I believe. You go and get some tickets. I know I'm going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. But these teams are all trying to book their way into that tournament so that they compete for glory against the West, or North America, if you would do. Because obviously that's always a hot button issue as the year goes on, Vicky, has APAC got it down or has North America got it down? There's only like one way to find out, and that's when they clash at the end of the season.
What they don't have down, Trid, is the drip that you got to show us all the time, all right? That's what everyone's going to be looking forward to. Okay, but it's fall colors. I saw what you were wearing before. It's a shame that the cropping doesn't do it justice. But if you guys want to see the drip in person, obviously you have to go. You have to go to visit Anaheim yourself. You have to take a picture with Trid and take a look at the teams that are going to be playing in person, because I'm excited. We highlighted these 2 top teams that are going to be opening up the broadcast for us, Trid. But there's a reason why we call it El Clásico, aside from the fact that they're both standing on the top end of the overall leaderboards in APAC. Both these teams had faced off against each other rather recently, with the Dragons actually taking care of the Summer Showdown themselves in a close, if you want to call it close, actually it was pretty Dragon dominated, 4-2 series between the Dynasty.
Yeah, and that was Dragon in the previous meta. They had a lot of players on Comfort Heroes. Who Are You got to show us why they're touted as one of, if not the best Genji in the world, because that was such a pivotal part of the composition. I mean, if we want to get more into a little bit more specific on these records, Vicky, I believe it's 16-9 in favor of Shanghai all-time record, maybe, and I believe it's 5-2 this season for Shanghai. So Shanghai have the advantage at the moment, particularly in this season. But I will double-check the numbers to make sure the all-time record is correct, but I know it's 5-2 to the Dragons this season so far.
Yeah, crazy. This team, I believe, only dropped like, what, 3 maps in total throughout the entirety of the Summer Showdown. One of those, by the way, was the Philly Fusion, just like Dynasty.
Well, you know, Dynasty did the same thing. Dynasty have done the same thing. Don't worry about it. They're just,
exactly. That's why I love it. Highlighting what we got in our lineup, though, Trid, look at this. Fate is making his way back meta as well, and I'm excited to see how this new meta is going to really kind of unveil what the Dragons have up their sleeve, because I'm excited to see some Lip Sombra on our hands.
Yeah, we've got Lip Sombra, Fate coming into the roster. Well, we've moved away from the Junker Queen a little bit more, so it doesn't surprise me. We've maybe moved away from someone who might be a little bit more specialized in that role. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Seoul Dynasty, because I'm expecting another change here. It's the same as what we had yesterday. We've removed Prophet from his short foray into being a support player. Prophet is back on damage. And Iris starts for the Seoul Dynasty. They debuted yesterday in their series against the Valiant.
You know, for anybody who watched that series yesterday, despite what the score says and it's saying 3-0, if you haven't seen that series, you have to watch it, because the Valiant looked like they were on another level. I don't know what happened. I don't know if No Hill just left a book for the rest of the team to read, but that was a close game, which is what brings to watching this series unfold, Trid. Are we going to have a close game? Is the Dynasty kind of going to figure out what happened in that first day to see what they have to iron out against a team like the Dragons that they constantly lose to?
Well, here's the question, right? You can, if you look at it purely from a results-based analysis perspective, you go a close series against Valiant. They're not doing too hot. Is this a weak Seoul Dynasty? I don't know. I think week 1 always throws a few spanners in the works, especially when we jump into a new meta in the stage. I'm not too concerned about this one. I think this series should still be competitive. Shanghai Dragons, they've obviously been figuring things out in the background. But hey, you know what? If the Seoul Dynasty absolutely demolished the Shanghai Dragons, then we can show that No Hill's parting gift to the Valiant was fantastic. And it was just the gift of them turning them into Giga Chad freaks for this last stage of the tournament. But you got the map selection up there on the screen. Ilios is our first destination. We're going to kick things off with a control map, as always.
I'm excited. You know what? Never too late, as I always say. Always run on my own time, Trid. I would absolutely love that for the Valiant to just make that sudden comeback, but they would have to start with by taking a map first, of course. And even though that didn't happen,
this is not the Valiant runback season. This is not the revenge tour of the LA Valiant.
I can't give it that much hopium, Trid. I have to be realistic here. Okay, I always love hyping up the underdog, but unfortunately, that is too far away from us to even see. Dragons in the Dynasty, though, we have this, and we are going to get started again here on Ilios. I'm excited to see how this new meta is going to be playing out for us.
As you notice, a lot of Winston didn't get a lot of playtime in the Summer Showdown, just got absolutely shredded. But if you look at the damage lineups, of course, we get a Tracer and the Sombra. Sombra returns, Lip already taking a little bit of damage, but we healed up. Pay attention to who gets hacked, who gets blown up early in these fights.
Smurf already getting hit with the anti though, but we've seen the survivability from Smurf time and time again. That's exactly who he's known for playing on the Monkey here. Dragon's going to be able to try to play Ring Around the Rosie around Dynasty, who have that positional control already over the point. And it's interesting to see, just being able to get that EMP first with the Sombra is going to be key here, but Fate falling incredibly low.
Going to be trying to pay attention to how the damage dealers are working in tandem here. A hack followed up by a burst from Tracer Pulse Pistols on a singular target. That can get rid of someone fast. So expect some eliminations if they can double up, because most teams are spreading their efforts, trying to harass the backline and keep the opposite DPS in check for the time being. Point control has gone over to the Soul, and yeah, they'll keep fighting around the point.
Prophet's been hacked a few times, but he's been able to get away from the trouble. He's got that pulse bomb ready. We see a few of those missed just yesterday, but today is a new day here. As he does miss that one too, but it's okay. Now, as Vince unfortunately actually goes down, they do trade that for Lijiang. Iris does have that nano boost now being put down here, as Vindame is going to be able to go around the corner. Fletta's not going to be able to get that pick just yet. Izayaki does go down, though, with a nano boost himself.
Big anti there onto the Dragons. Fake being taken out. Fletta nearly losing their life as well. Dynasty have managed to stabilize quite nicely. I mean, you got to think about how long that first fight went on, Vicky, before someone finally dropped. Fitz being the first blood. You had pulse bombs being accumulated, nano boost being accumulated before anyone was under the risk of actually dying. That's the exact opposite of what I expected to see. This is kind of Junker Queen strats where the fights go on for ages.
True. Actually, very true, especially with that survivability. See the nano boost getting put down here too. Nice anti though, it's a Fate and Lip. Lijiang goes away here without the rally in for this fight. The Dynasty not only keep this control over the point as the Dragons try to inch their way towards it, Prophet's not going to let them have it for free, and the Dynasty are looking fantastic.
A lot of stall available from Dynasty as well. They now have Smurf's Primal Rage online, so if things get a little bit difficult for them, they have a panic button to get them to 99% with the overtime tick down. Prophet, of course, will keep that harassment on the point as the Monkeys will trade out. Smurf unable to actually use that extension because he got hacked out. Can't use the Primal Rage, and so they're going to have to do it without their big source of health on the point.
Not going to be able to be there to also control some of that space here, but they still are going to be able to hold on to that point. So 96%, the Dragons finally flip it in their favor here, as Lijiang is going to be able to try to wrap up and at least clean up some of the point here while also trying to maintain, or rather get some of that ult control. Dynasty still have Smurf that's going to be coming out with the ult, so at least here in this situation for Dynasty, they're looking fantastic already at 96%. What a strong start.
Yeah, it's a fantastic position to be in now. You can just try and build up ultimates, try and trade up against the Shanghai Dragons, and then you can breach, win one fight, and you'll pretty much take the round as well. They've done all the legwork, but if Prophet goes down that early, you lose a bit of bite, and you're unable to assault the point like you'd want to. The point for them now is to try and get out and not feed the ult charge over the Dragons. Remember, they want to trade up, not down in these fights. Keep giving away a little bit too much, especially if anti-heals come in, and Iris is going to get himself found out as well.
Fletta and Lip, though, are popping off. I love that hack that Lip got onto Vindame originally. Also got that pick. Iris is going to go down, is going to have the nano boost for this next fight. Dynasty looking fantastic in terms of ult economy. The Dragons have that to match as well. Pay attention to the way that Lip and Fitz are going to use this EMP and the way that Iris is going to be able to deal with it.
Let's see where they drop down on this one. Easy hack. You can just go for the hover hand on the Smurf.
Oh,
just look how fast they get demolished. If you're left out there in the middle of nowhere, none of your tools available, you are going to get burnt every single time if they're set up. No, don't do it.
Oh, no way! There's no way!
Oh my god! I love our observers. I love our observers for that setup. Genius.
We came early for Lip. Here's Johnny as you waited for him. He said, you think you're so slick. Here comes the EMP. Izayaki got hacked in the middle of that. Here comes the rally coming in from the Dynasty. It's the cherry on top for this cake. And they just want to wrap up this point.
Lip will have to decloak on this one. He can't stay stealthy. He wants to contest the point and keep it alive. Dynasty have control of it. It's 99%. There's the recall. Someone else needs to take his spot. No one's in position to. And there you have it. Sol taking the first round. But just going back to that ridiculous scene we just saw, Vicky, like, that's some of the mind games that has to happen with the Sombra. Obviously, both of them are permanently stealth now. That was a change that came back a while ago. But if you have location on the translocator and one of your teammates can find the fight without the information that you have got their translocator found, that's a really easy position to pick up a free kill, because what does a Sombra do when they under threat? They just zip out of the fight to their safety net. So you've got so much confidence holding down that position because you're asking for your team to wait for the opportunity to basically force that recall. But then you obviously look in the opposite corner of the room, and actually they're just buying time right now because they're calling reinforcements in to spring a trap on the person setting a trap. It's like, I love it because it's so stupid that it's hilarious to me.
Taking pussies to another level. Can't trust nobody, not even yourself sometimes. You already know what the gameplay is going to be here as Dynasty wasting no time to already roll out here. Smurf does get hacked though ever so slightly. Lip has been on top of these hacks, and I actually really am enjoying the way that Fleta has been able to follow up, but I want to see more of that here from the Dragons. Fleta making the swap over to the Echo.
Yeah, you've got the beauty of having really an untapped skybox here to play around with the Echo. You might be able to get yourself out of those hack ranges as well a little bit faster. Does provide a good option. You've got Duplicate as well. Smurf hacked up. Bubble won't save them. Fleta flies in with a focusing beam. He'll pick up another kill.
Yeah, that's one of those examples where the cleanup from Fleta is fantastic to get that follow-up off of those hacks from Lip. Prioritizing Smurf as that target as the support lineup from the Dynasty get demolished. It's going to have to be a reset here for the Dynasty, but already a strong start here for the Dragons. A bit opposite to what we saw in that first round, Trid.
Prof is going to be taken out. It's a good thing they've stemmed the flow of that Pulse Bomb coming in. They're so close to getting 100%. Dragons just picking up a lot on the exit here. Trying to generate what ultimate advantage they can for themselves. Fitz gets a cheeky kill onto Lip right at the end there, so that sets the Dynasty up nicely. Looking for Prophet's Pulse Bomb. There's no real way to mitigate this one, so if he gets a good stick, chances are that's going to convert into a kill quite easily.
Fate gets hacked over to the other side. See where Prophet's going to be able to stake this Pulse Bomb, though. Been taking a look at his Pulse Bombs, how effective they've been so far. He sees the decloak real quick, but he sees the lineup, and he gets that stick here onto Izayaki. Huge pick off here as Izayaki was about to get that nano boost for this upcoming fight. This allows the Dragons now to have to back off a bit, maybe give some of that space over to the Dynasty. EMP coming in, though, finds Smurf and Dame. What an immediate turnaround the moment that they find that pick off of Prophet.
Yeah, they just found one so far. Fitz does have the EMP as well if they want to try and fight this and stay in the fight longer. Don't know if they want to commit it to this fight, though. We said they've just lost Vindame as well. They don't have a cohesive unit. They found Fleta naturally, not using those big resources, but you can see the recalls are coming in. They don't want to stay in this fight. Escapes are going to be pretty hard. Lip has the chase down. We're now getting into the final leg of this map. Just back on the Izayaki kill. Lip passed Prophet. Lip knew Prophet was there. He must have communicated that to Izayaki. Obviously, Pulse Bomb's pretty hard to deal with, but if the team wasn't there to support him, it just seems like Izayaki maybe could have been a little bit more heads up on that one.
This change-up from Fleta being on the Echo has just been so effective too, and just allowing the dive in immediately from Lip's hacks. Dynasty have not been able to put a toe on this point just yet, but they have the EMP, they have the nano boost. Dragons also have that to try to contest as Fitz was on their backline, got ready to actually dive in onto Izayaki. Amazing pickoff right now here. The Dragons now having to back off a bit. That hack also found Lip and Lijiang.
Yeah, Fitz just going straight to the backline, trying to get the effort there. Duplicated Pulse Bomb from Fleta takes out Ilios to try and level out the support indifference. Vindame is obviously using that rally as well to keep him topped up. They go back into the Echo, which is still lethal, but now they're hacked out of the sky.
Oh, and he is falling like a rock here too. Lijiang and Izayaki still have their ults, but Fleta has been alive for the longest time. They need to do something about him. He's been a problem. Prophet finally finds him, and so does Fitz. Dynasty finally can claim a flag on this point after they finally were able to not only turn it, but keep their ground on top of it. The defense looking fantastic from this team.
Finally, Dynasty have the point. They're able to accrue more percentage. Taking a look at how the ultimate economy is stressed out at the moment. Fitz is about to get that EMP back online. Lip's going to have to sneak into position. Hopefully hit the back line. You can see both the supports, but I think he wants a little bit more. Prophet just holding down the point. There's the hack. Oh, you can see the dive coming in there from Fate just to reinforce Lip and go for the immediate kill, but good reaction from Prophet, keep him alive.
A for effort, Fate falling a bit low here, having to back away though. Fitz also tries to get that nice EMP, finding Smurf and Fitz. It's going to cost Smurf's life as Fitz is going to try to answer right back in with his own EMP. Trade for trade, overtime ticking away with the Dragons having that advantage already. Without Smurf though from the Dynasty, I'm not too sure if they can have that space. He's going to be able to come right back in, and the Dragons are cleaning up the Dynasty, taking the second round.
Yeah, that was with a really unfortunate situation. I believe Fleta was getting a nano boost from Izayaki just to keep him alive as the hack came through. So they were grounded, effectively, as they got the nano boost, which cut down a lot of the sight lines. And you kind of look at that situation and go, Shanghai might not be walking away with this fight, but when you look at how they swing it back, pretty easy win for them. They claim the round, take us over to Ruins to seal off Ilios.
Echo really showing how useful it's been here for the Dragons on Ilios. Of course, you have a lot more of that open area to kind of fly around, reset if you need to, but the ability to just absolutely target down and follow up between Lip and Fate has been fantastic here for the Dragons. Starting things up again, looks like we got a little bit of a change up here from the Dragons with Izayaki on the Moira.
Not just that as well, you got Fleta on the Reaper,
On the Reaper,
as well.
yeah.
That's a
I mean,
big,
he also
that's a
found
big,
some buffs.
yeah, that is a big Smurf doesn't get to play Overwatch today game. You know, Fleta coming in with the Reaper, Lip on the Sombra. There's so much options here to shut down Smurf if he gets into the thick of it. They need to be really careful about how he positions in these fights. And they're giving up so much space because of it. Dragon's able to get control of the Mega. Great for the Sombra as well with the hack. Sets him up nicely for this first fight.
I actually really love this here too, Trey, with Leda also finding Iris first here. Of course, Reaper, those shotgun spread were reduced from 8 to 7 degrees, and you can remember how the alpha was for Overwatch 2. Reaper was scary, and I think this was around the same shotgun spread that we had in the alpha, so fantastic here for the Dragons to try this out. It's working out already for them, and they're already holding forward onto Dynasty.
Yeah, just holding so far away from the point as well, pushing him back into the Sport is a big advantage to have. I'd like to see some adaptations from Sol here. I don't know whether running this composition into a Reaper Sombra is going to keep working out for them. Of course, they have a little bit more mobility just because they have a Tracer running around and they've got the Lucio to speed boost. This is much more death-bally than what Seoul Dynasty is going to be pulling out. And Smurf just keeps getting hacked. He's perpetually the target of Lip, who's now worked up to that EMP as well. Next time Dynasty try to run in here, if Lip's in position, they're going to get everything shut down with a big EMP.
See where Lip is going to position. Fits as well with the EMP. Looking to trail from right behind. Finding 3. Finds Lip. So no EMP on the board for the Dragons now. The Dynasty need to capitalize off of the situation with Prophet also getting that sticky with the pulse bomb onto Fate. Dynasty coming out on top for this fight. 42% only on board for the Dragons. So a nice little turnaround from the Dynasty.
Nice of them to move into this place. You can obviously see Fitz getting the setup, able to pull away with the EMP first. It removes the option of Dragons pulling their own fight. What Seoul really need to be really careful of now is we're about to have an ultimate buffet on the side of the Shanghai Dragons. You're going to have that Death Blossom, Primal Ray, Sound Barrier, even the Cold as well. So a Cold may even catch a stray Fitz and decloak them. We don't even know. It's going to be really hard for them to maneuver around this fight.
Oh, the EMPs found Prophet and Fitz here, and here comes a Coalescence, a follow-up from Lip. Izayaki now gonna beam everybody down while Fleta unleashes the spin to win on the Death Blossom. It's found 3 here. Nice little 3K here for the Dragons and the cleanup from the Dynasty. That's what you were talking about before, though, Trid. The ult economy for the Dragons looked fantastic, and they didn't even need to use the sound barrier.
Sets them up with an incredible ultimate still in their back pocket. Very expensive fight for the Dragons to make that work. Let's not kid ourselves with that one, Vicky. But of course, it's more of a panic button. Just need to be very careful now about the interaction with Fitz, because obviously that EMP is going to be able to cut through the shields. You don't want that, of course, so you now have a chicken and egg game with Lijiang and Fitz, depending on who pulls the trigger on the ultimate first. And whether they get caught by it as well, you want to try and avoid it, but Lijiang's going to use it prematurely just to guarantee the fight win. Iris will lose their life. Dynasty actually get the flip. Bit of a misplay for Shanghai. Even if they lose this fight, they kept control of the point. They should have been able to force this up to like 83, 90% before eventually losing it. Bit of a misstep, but I think the Dynasty are going to be taking this fight anyway. They commit EMP, lots of resources thrown in, and we'll clean it up and get control.
The EMP was the nail in the coffin, but like you mentioned, it was pretty expensive. I mean, looking at the Dragons, they had the sound barrier to not only isolate Iris, who tried to get away desperately for their lives, but couldn't get healed quick enough and couldn't get out of the line of sight of Fleta in time. The Dragons still stepped off that point, allowed Dynasty not only to take advantage of that positioning, but also they unleashed a lot of their own ults. So Iris being the only one really close to that ult themselves with a nano boost. Now looking at where the Dragons are going to go with Lip having this EMP.
Obviously straight to the back line. Immediately on top of both of them. Vindame and Iris. Gone.
They're out of here, Trid. The backline of the Dynasty get taken out with Lip isolating that focus on the EMP, but they've lost out on 3 from the Dragons now, really leaving just Lip to really hold on to the point. Overtime ticking away in favor for the Dynasty, and their plan just disappeared before their eyes. Even without Iris, even without Vindame at the very end right there, the Dragons just fell apart. The Dynasty taking map number 1 in this first series.
You can also, one of the changes that I love Vicky, is that we have the ping system in the game, and
Oh, yeah.
we were watching that POV when we're going, oh, where are they going for the EMP here? Where do they want to drop it? Well, you saw the ping on the Ana. You're giving the information even more directly than it would have been done before. He was just following the waypoint that was set for him to get to the backline, find Vindame, find Iris with the EMP. Unfortunately, and I guess miraculously for the Dynasty, they were able to still win the fight despite losing 2 out of 5 of their members. So fantastic performance from them to level out this round and take the first map in this series.
I'm really excited to see how the rest of the series is going to play out, especially after that last fight. That's going to be on the other side of this break. We're going to have Paraiso. Welcome back, everyone. The Dynasty take map 1 in the series versus the Dragons, and we already have some pretty comical highlighted moments from that first game alone, Trid.
Yeah, it gets really interesting when the Sombras try to mind game each other, when you don't have all the information from a character that has infinite stealth. Can lead to a few assumptions that are incorrect, especially when it comes to camping the translocators for a quick kill off the back of your team. You don't know where the Sombra is to begin with. Maybe look over your shoulder first. They might be closer than you think, and they might not need to translocate to come back there and kill you. That's exactly what happened in an outplay that we saw on Lighthouse. But that's just one round of Ilios, which did go the way of Dynasty to take the lead in the series. We're now looking ahead to our second map. It's going to be a hybrid coming in.
And we saw some swaps from the Dragons in terms of the Echo, of course. We usually see that on Well, but then we also saw the Reaper coming out as well. So I'm looking at the Dragons, and it looks like we may be making some adjustments before jumping into the second map trade. But it's interesting to see some of these different characters that we're seeing highlighted going into a new meta overall.
Yeah, a little bit more variance than what we just saw from the damaged roster slot that we saw in the previous meta with Junker Queen. It was the big question, do you take the Sojourn? Do you take the Ashe? And beyond that, we didn't really see much variance apart from the occasional switch off the Tracer from the Genji as well. Hey, these things happen. Seem to be getting a lot more variation, especially in the tank lineups this meta, but also we saw some support changes in the last one. So it's exciting so far. Key to see how it develops over time and see how these comps get refined, because they tend to do that sometimes, Vicky. You start off very wide, and then as the season goes on, we start realizing what's being what's countering what. Eventually, it kind of becomes a little bit more homogenous towards the end with even less variance, but a higher proficiency at playing these comps.
And looking at Bebe actually stepping in for the Dragons, we could possibly expect the Zenyatta coming out from the Dragons. We're going to have to see. It looks like the Dragons didn't like the rollout that they had from their support lineup. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play going into Paraiso, which is, again, going to be our second map.
And, you know, Zenyatta being into the roster, what is Zenyatta going to bring? You got the Orb of Discord, you put that on a target, Lip comes round with a cheeky little hack as well. Someone's getting deleted if they do that correctly. It doesn't matter who you are, you will get burnt and melted if that combo lands on you. So if they do roll out with the Zenyatta, Vicky, and we do see them both targeting correctly, expect Seoul Dynasty members to be dropping like flies.
I'm laughing because I want to achieve the Zen state that Prophet is in. With the heating pad on his face, he looks like he's just here, another day at work, nothing here to see. He's excited, he's relaxed with the rest of Dynasty. They look like they're having a really good time. Jumping into the second map, though, it's nice to highlight some differences here. Now that we don't have to be sitting down and watching Jotes and expecting what we're going to expect from all these other teams, now we get to break down Paraiso even further. You know, when I was looking at this map, this was actually a map that I was thinking, hey, you know, actually, this could be a D.Va map. Like, I could totally see this being really good for D.Va, just being able to get onto the high ground real quick. But you know who else does that? Winston. And we've been seeing a lot of the monkey coming out from North America. We've been seeing it from Contenders Korea. And it's interesting to see how a lot of these teams have been able to deal with the Winston, with the Sombra, but we've also been seeing different variations from the DPS lineup.
Yeah, and how are they going to approach what could be one of the... I think it's pretty impressive anyway. The first kind of first defense line of point A. Got nice terrain. Lip obviously goes for the cheeky Widow. Hang on a minute. Is this... This is basically just Jotes. Shanghai Dragon are running Jotes sans Junker Queen at this point.
You know what? Try it out. Although, we did see before from the Dragons that it was Who Are You on that Genji that was going absolutely crazy. It was just, I'm interested to see how Fleta's going to try to approach this. Could be a map thing here too,
notes
Trip.
after the map, they'll have some notes for him.
Oh, man.
This is what you should have done.
Gonna touch up on the way that the Dragons are going to try to approach it slowly, though. Trying to take control of the underpass here, while also trying to give space to Fape, who's taking a nap real quick. Smurf is going to wake him up real quick before trying to find him as an isolated target. He tries to get away, but the Dynasty say no way, but they turn their back to Fleta, who slices and dices right through that back line.
Gone a little bit defensive. I think losing Iris so early in that fight to a Lip railgun headshot. Can't forget about the pick potential that comes in just from a Sojourn alone when the railgun is charged. So they'd rather take the L early so they can regroup and have a chance at contesting this point once more, and they're in position to do so. Smurf leaps out.
Bebe on the Ana. We're predicting the Zen here, but of course the Ana coming out being just as viable here as Izayaki is going to try to neighbor him on the Brig. So the Dragons still taking that second tick now and climbing, whereas the Dynasty are just trying to take their time. Prophet needs to get a big pick here from the Pulse Bomb. Isn't going to find the stick here. Izayaki still reigning with that flail. Prophet is now trying to isolate Fate, but he hasn't been able to. Unfortunately, Will Fitz going down from the Dynasty, put them at a deficit, but it's a one-on-one with Izayaki getting traded.
Yeah, able to find 2 before going down, so there's a great trade for Fitz. Ultimately, Sol, big factor in how they were able to stay in control of that round, of that point, and Prophet not quite getting a headshot, which also means that they don't die, but they do have pause for thought when chasing down Lip once more.
Lip on the high ground real quick. Smurf possibly looking for an opportunity, trying to shove him off. So the Nano Boost, though, getting put onto Smurf. He's also got Primal ready if he needs to pop it here. Gonna be able to back away, gonna be able to pull a lot of that attention away from the Dragons, but they have a plethora of ultimates of their own to answer right back. Smurf falling incredibly low, though, so that Primal's gonna try to be activated. Now he's gonna be on the high ground. Iris going incredibly low as Fleta's gonna be able to slice right through there. Dynasty now getting split up from their attention, though. You can see Fleta with that blade. He is going to be able to find Iris, but the rest of the Dynasty are playing incredibly spread out. Not allowing Fleta to get the actual advantage that he wanted to with that blade, but with Fitz going down without using that overclock, it actually is looking great here for the Dragons.
Fate tried to use the Primal Race to stay alive, but too many members have gone down with just a lone operator. Just going to use the extra HP pool and the jump resets to get out of that fight. I think that so many picks were coming in there for Dragons. They had ultimates to use, that they were just trying to use it to stall out for time and see if they could get a point in. But at the end of the day, they're attacking. They need the one and done. They can't play the drip feeding game because the whole Dynasty come back from the spawn. Fitz now using the overclock. They're already tucking behind corners, waiting for the time to strike.
They used it before in that last fight, but has the opportunity now and actually using it from behind his corridor. And he's found Flood, a huge pick for the Dynasty to force the Dragons off this point to prevent them from getting this payload moving. We've highlighted it before on the stream here, Trip, that it can be so difficult to get this point even controlled, to even get this payload moving. This is insane. And they just had an incredible fight where the Dynasty were playing incredibly spread out, but they weren't able to get those picks fast enough to prevent the staggering from the Dynasty for them to actually trickle right back onto that point.
Prophet's pulse bomb needs to be absolutely huge here, and I think he knows it. Look at the setup. He's going to go in for this and try and find a quick pick. He has to. I think that's the only option for
no way.
Dynasty to stay alive.
Oh, no. What is happening here as Prophet fights two? The DPS lineup for the Dragons are no more. Overtime ticking away, and the Dynasty are looking to sit at match point already. This isn't a speed run, Dynasty. What is happening here?
Playoffs Prophet without the playoffs right now. I know he got a huge assist from Fitz at the end there to find the second kill, chunked by the railgun. Still nice to see the Sojourn synergy coming into effect. But Prophet was just able to tuck away. He had the only ultimate on the board. He has great pick potential. So does Fitz. There's a lot of threat here from Seoul Dynasty. And as Shanghai Dragons are under the time pressure to go in, they can't be checking every corner. They can't be checking every angle. They can't be playing it safely because they need to get to the point and contest. What happens when you try to rush? You get caught out. Your mistakes get abused by the other team. Dynasty clean them up in a 30-second rush job. I consider this a full hell hold because they weren't able to capture point A, but it's still 92.4% on the clock, Vicky. That means there's a bit of a journey for the Dynasty to put in, but they are on the cusp of going to match point against a team that has given them so much trouble this season.
Absolutely correct, Dre. That's why I'm going to tell myself I'm going to reel back up a little bit here because the Dragons have been rolling out with some interesting choices here. Fate on the Doom, something we saw a little bit before. Smurf, wondering if Smurf is going to stick onto this D.Va. We talked about D.Va's utility on a map like this, especially the difference that it could bring versus the Winston. But it's going to be interesting with the way that the Dragons were just staggering onto that point. Nice little cheeky play there from Prophet at the very end.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see the rollout. Izayaki going on to a hero they are particularly well known for. Tank lineups all over the place today. At the moment, we had a D.Va that's now switched back to a Winston, but we do have Fate sticking on the Doomfist here. So, we talked about pick potential. You've got Fleta, you've got Lip, you've got Fate, you've got Izayaki, all in the mix here who can provide a nice chunk of burst damage to just take targets out. Seoul Dynasty need to be very conscious of where they step. Of course, they're going to focus Izayaki quite immobile. There's no real support there. They found both the backline already. This is huge for Dynasty.
Oh, that was disgusting. Smurf getting the follow-up immediately as Fitz was able to get that hack. They try to deal with Fitz with Bebe getting the anti, but Dynasty are looking like they're on another level. Enough practice after dealing with the Valiant, I must say, yesterday. Now look at this. Maybe a delayed hold here, but you have to have Fleta at least try to touch the point. Already using the recall, already using those blinks, and now you see them just desperately trying to hold on to the point.
There was nothing they could do.
Nope.
Where's Fate? Fate's spending so long getting back to it. That's one of the last members to go down. You want that high HP pool target to be on the point. You had Fleta go in. Well, they have 3 dashes and a recall. Once that's done, they're so vulnerable. You have a Sombra that comes in. They decloak. What are you going to do? Send the Arda to point? Are you mad? It's like there's nothing you can do at that point. Seoul Dynasty offered just a decisive first fight, able to immediately delete the backline. Not an option for the Dragons to go. And in a very dominant fashion, the Seoul Dynasty already at match point, and they're on the cusp of just sweeping the Dragons, which is just such a stark contrast from what we saw in the Summer Showdown just a few weeks ago.
Absolutely not what I was expecting for our El Clásico series here on our hands. And interestingly enough, while I was saying I'm going to reel it back in, well, Dynasty said no breaks. We are fully sending it here against the Shanghai Dragons. Now they're sitting here at match points. We're going to see where we're going to be going on to map number 3 at the other side of this break. You definitely don't want to miss this one. don't blink, because if you do, you may miss a series. Because, lo and behold, the Dynasty currently are sitting at match point versus the Dragons, and I feel like, Trid, we just started the series, like, not even 10 minutes ago, which is insane to be able to say that this is a series that is looking pretty quick on the side of the Dynasty, but it's not over yet.
Look, we've had some entertaining moments, but yeah, it's going a little bit quicker than we thought it would so far, but hey-ho. It's only map number 3 that we're coming up to. There is still a chance that we still go to distance. They're not out till they're out, Vicky. So we look towards map number 3, which is going to be an escort type. We'll get the selection up for you shortly. It's going to have more substitutions coming in from the Dragons. And I think you made a comment to me in the break. It's like you're unsure what Dragons are doing right now. And you think they're unsure as well because they just seem to be changing the script every couple of minutes. Like every different map, we've had a different substitution. We've now got once more in. Void is coming in for the mix. Now, we've had so many substitutions in this match so far. Dragons have changed a player every map. We've also seen the compositions change in the map between rounds and different attempts. Like, there's a lot of variance coming in here, which could be good. It just means they might have specialized strat for things, but it's currently not working against Dynasty, whatever they've been throwing out. So, as we look towards our third map, which I'm not going to spoil it, I'm not going to tease you anymore. It's Junkertown is what we're going to be going to. Void coming in. Not sure what that spells for them. The roster from Dynasty is going to remain unchanged, and I'm riding Dynasty stonks right now. I feel like they're going to be pretty good going into the third map. I'm expecting this to be a 3-0. I want to see what the change-up is going to be from Dragons, because, like you said, Vicky, they seem a little lost right now.
I was a little scared because at first I didn't see Lip stay on the Dragons for this third game, and I was like, okay, well then, if they're not going to try to run the Somber, what are they going to do? So they brought Lip back in. I like this idea. With them also bringing in Void, I'm expecting, are we going to see a Diva? Are we going to see the Zarya? Because they felt like Fate being on the Winston was not it. I mean, and I don't blame them. You're dealing with the Dynasty, specifically Smurf, who's been known for his Winston. His survivability on Junker Queen was already good. Now, expect that 10 times more from his Winston. So I think the Dragons understand that that's what they have to deal with right now. So they're bringing in Void to see what they could do differently to try to match that with the Dynasty. But at the moment, I mean, again, don't let that 3-0 against the Valiant deceive you, because they were popping off in this close series against the Dynasty, going a lot longer than what we're seeing right now between the Dragons, surprisingly.
Hey, if you would have told me going into the Countdown Cup that the LA Valiant looked more competitive against the Seoul Dynasty, I would have asked you to go in for a checkup of some description, because that shouldn't have been happening. But it hasn't looked that way so far. Let's hope that we have a change of tune as we head into Junkertown, as we've already mentioned. And the only way I think the Shanghai Dragons could truly be original, truly think outside the box at this point in the tank lineup, is bringing us out a Roadhog. But I don't think that's going to happen. Instead, could be having the Queen herself on native turf coming out for Void. And if you sub in Void, who was their dedicated Junker Queen player throughout the whole of the Summer Showdown, it's not too far removed in this selection that could be what he's rolling out and what the Dragons plan to roll out on Junkertown.
Oh, I think you just got baited, Trid. If we're going to see this...
I don't care, Vicky. I don't care. It allowed me to talk a little bit about what Void has historically played on the Dragons in the last stage. It still had value, okay?
You because I got excited real quick because I'm thinking to myself, you know, he did bring up the Roadhog. I think Hog is like the only tank we haven't seen. Like, we even saw Orisa, like, briefly, you know. I love the pasta I've been seeing with the Orisa and the horse emojis. The Orisa throw, Orisa spin, Orisa slam, and Orisa
the battle
win.
castle. Yeah.
Gotta love it, all right? But we haven't seen the Orisa here yet. We're seeing the Sigma come out, and I'm interested to see how this plays out, because it wasn't what we were thinking from the Dragons. Maybe we were expecting a Junker King to randomly come out here, but Void actually filling in with that shield.
Okay. They've got themselves in a good position. They've given themselves a lot of free space because Dynasty are opting to play very far back. Fitz keeping an eye for where Lip might appear on this Widowmaker. Got to be worried about the angles. Maybe Izayaki gets a few stray shots as well. A volley from that Zenyatta can be just as lethal as a headshot from a Widowmaker. So you need to be careful of that one as they're fighting around this first corner. Fitz keeping an eye, putting the traps down for the Tracer. He has to be conscious of where Fledder is going to come in, and he's already repositioned. If he's positioning again, Vicky, he's not ADSing, he's not finding targets. So they can keep him on his toes, should free up a little win for the fight, but Smurf finds Void to kick things off.
That Discord Orb is going to be absolutely lethal, especially with Smurf going to be able to have that help from Vindame. Fleta not really putting in a lot of that damage from that position, but could isolate Prophet on the high ground real quick. Prophet already found Izayaki though, so even without that, Fleta needs to figure out a way to cause this problem to just disappear before their eyes. Smurf does go down here, so the Dynasty having the 1v1 in the backline while Fitz makes his way right back. Fleta's just distracting two of those members away from the Dynasty.
Dragging him away. Payload still keeps on trucking at this point. Nice little tag there, takes out Iris. Does mean that now they have the advantage Dragons as they're getting onto the final stretch of this one. Lots of misposition, well, lots of forced position changes, and Dynasty don't really have a leg to stand on now, Vicky, so they're going to move into point B. Still keeping an eye on those windows, though. You know there might be a contest coming out from the Dynasties. So you want to pick up a stray target. Prophet showed himself. Luckily, Smurf becomes the distraction instead.
See Lip just trying to take a cheeky angle real quick, just in case Prophet decides to peek one more time. But taking that first point, the Dynasty are going to be able to get ready to actually put themselves on that high ground, so that way they could try to sandwich the Dragons. Fleta, though, is not going to let that happen real quick with the recall. Going to be able to get some of that extra health right back in. Fitz also going to get healed up, so Fleta actually taking a different route to see where he could go.
Huge detour from Fleta, spending a lot of time behind enemy lines right now. It is working. It's keeping Fitz guessing. Prophet, thankfully, will be more of a front line actor, but here we go. There's the Flux to trap one of them.
Dragons also to try to cut off their own way through. He comes the Immortality Field to try to help them out here as Prophet's going to be able to find Void. Nice little split up right there as that Flux was going to be able to come right in. Try to isolate some of the Dragons here too. Izayaki also goes down, but Prophet gets stuck. Fleta finally, patience wears off as he's been in the back lines for what feels like ages here. He's found one pick. Can he find another?
Soldier.
He has to back away. There's too much help coming in from the Dynasty.
Mission accomplished there. You saw a nice little combo coming in as well. Izayaki and Void using an accretion into a volley to take out members of Dynasty. It's a nice setup. It's a good play to combo like that. You can see the Zenyatta and Sigma's playing very well together. Nice shot attempt. Vindane gets taken out before that Transcendence can be used. Dragons finding 2 kills. The Smurf, despite using the Flux, will get picked off here, and now they can get it in motion without having to worry about the tank. Fitz just sniping Lip. Like, everyone's having their own little battles going on. It doesn't feel like a team game right now, Vicky. This feels like a 1v1, a 2v2, and another 2v2 happening all around at the same time.
What's super weird is that Paraiso felt very similar, except it was a split-up fight in different directions on that one point, and now we're kind of getting a taste of that same medicine, just in different points of this point B here. As Prophet goes down here too. Vindame does have that Transcendence if necessary. Void stays alive in that Immortality. Here comes that Transcendence from Vindame, also going to match that with Izayaki, so it's going to be a quick reset for both of these teams. But look at the respect here as Fitz finds a nice shot onto Bebe, but Izayaki gets revenge, puts Vindame down.
Did the bulk of the work with a fully charged shot there to get Bebe down, then follows it up with a partially charged shot knowing they can get away with it. Prophet's changed over to the Genji, so we have that happening now against the Izayaki, gets shut down by Lip. This is such a jarring series of events, Vicky. There doesn't seem to be like cohesive skirmishes. It's all just like individual picks in their own little battles around the map, and this fragmented match, if you would do, appears to be working quite well for the Dragons when they're just picking them off in these little like skirmishes instead of full-on fights.
It's so strange because what we saw in terms of the pacing with the Sombra, obviously you wanted to get that EMP, you want to isolate the backline here. In this sort of situation, it's Fleta who's been hanging out in your backline the whole time, trying to be a little sneaky, also trying to get into better positions to not only harass a DPS from the Dynasty, pulling a lot of that attention to him. He's the one that's escorting the payload right now on the low ground, while the rest of the Dragons are trying to get into the position to try to match that with the Dynasty closer to the high ground.
Starts moving around the turnstile. That's a pivotal point where they can get onto the home stretch. Accretion misses out. 2 ults available for the Dragons. They got the Flux and the Pulse Bomb. No defensive options available for the Seoul Dynasty. They should be able to have quite a definitive fight win if the Dynasty group up at any point in this match. Lips now revealed their position. I expect them to have a Genji in their face very quickly because of that.
Oh, Lip knows. I mean, Lip could see him too with that ult. Gonna be able to pull away just in time. Now, Prophet gonna be able to try to take advantage, and it has found Lip. Had the opportunity, the patience paying off. Immortality Field saves Iris and Smurf at the same time. There's survivability as they're trying to escort their way right outside that room. The same thing coming in from the Dragons. Void stays alive, but not for very long. Fleta with that pulse bomb also could get some revenge right back onto Fitz, but it's a trade for trade between the Dynasty and the Dragons for Void Izayaki as well as Vindame and Fitz.
That is such a difficult position to assault, especially when the window comes up. You've got Immortality Fields that can be tucked around corners. It doesn't matter that you use the Flux. They were both able to be saved out by the Baptiste. Like I said, the window just being an oppressive damage tool to send Smurf back down to get some healing. Couldn't contest it. Prophet's got a blade. He's going to drop on Izayaki.
Oh, what a shutdown from Void, and the aggression saying, none of that, Blade, please, sitting him down, but Smurf still gonna be able to come out on top through being able to get that pick. Vindame coming through with the Discord orbs, putting in so much damage. The Dynasty just shrugging that off, saying, all right, that's fine, you can get that shutdown here, but we're gonna still be able to hold this corner.
Heals are being dug in now, Vicky. 1 minute remaining. Transcendence is online for both teams. It's a race to find some kind of damage ultimate from either side. I think Smurf's currently the closest in the way they've been playing in the latter stage of this map. I think they're going to be able to get their Flux up online for a next fight. Izayaki will have to save that as an answer. If they can get a pick, it might spell disaster for the Dragons.
We have the opportunity as the Transcendence is popped, and so is the Transcendence from Vindame, but the only difference here is, Crid, the Dragons are out from Bebe, so the number advantage is still in favor for Dynasty. You have less than 25 seconds on the clock, and Prophet is cleaning up the rest of the Dragons, so they are in last fight territory. They have to go for this reset, and the Dynasty are looking to hold them fully back here.
There's no reset to be had, Vicky. They've got no time. This is not a coordinated thing. They're going to have to sprint to the point. They're probably going to have to send Fleta to do it. I think they're the only person who could reasonably touch the point in time.
I don't think he can.
There you go. That's the dash in.
Oh,
no!
Just barely. Just barely. Just barely. I mean, he was exiting out of the side door at like, what, 4 seconds? It was right there, but...
That's just
unfortunately.
Like, I tell you what the problem was there, Vicky. He didn't do the cricket move where you have to save yourself from getting like bowled out, where you have to like basically like hold and extend your bat as far forward as you can as you run back to the wicket. He needed to do that with his sword. If the sword was in, the sword was touching, we could allow it. But of course, they keep the sword retracted in their hilt on their back. There was no extension there for them to be able to get into range. An unfortunate timing error there by the Shanghai Dragons. But of course, they were under a lot of pressure to be able to achieve that. Still, good distance in point C. Nice benchmark set. Very defendable for the Dragons. But that small timing error from the team, the inability to capitalize on that final fight, may mean that they've just spelt disaster. Because if the Seoul Dynasty are able to meet that point on this map, it does mean that that's a 3-0 sweep for the Seoul Dynasty, and they will start to recover some of the win-loss record that they have been suffering against the Dragons this season, and of course, the all-time record.
And they're looking to claim that #1 spot overall in the East here, too. They're still on top of the Dragons, despite the Dragons having their number recently here, too. So, Dynasty looking fantastic here in the Countdown Cup. Even with that pretty close match against the Valiant, despite it being a 3-0, each game was close. Again, we always reiterate it for a reason, because we are seeing something completely different right now between the Dragons. So it takes some time for Fleta to decide to stick onto this Tracer here too. So some decision-making coming in from the Dragons before actually trying to roll out with the comp they currently have.
Yep, ball. Yep, wrecking ball for Smurf. Hey, you know what? Smurf's been playing fantastically this series. Let him do what he wants at this point. I think he's earned a free pass to bring out the wrecking ball and see how he gets on with it.
Hey, we've seen attempts. We've seen attempts from Ball already here. A bit. Smurf already being able to roll away after taking care of that Immortality Field. That's Immortality Field already forced out, by the way, from the Dragons. They've also got...
This is also the difference, Vicky. We had Prophet being behind enemy lines by themselves. When the Seoul Dynasty do it, they send 3 people behind enemy lines. They send the Tracer, the Sombra, and the Wrecking Ball to go and get the job done, and that they do. Just Void left on the point. Easy pickup here, and whereas Dragons were able to kind of walk their payload in on point A. Seoul Dynasty have just like snuck in like some ancient siege monsters who have snuck into this city through the sewer gates and then suddenly come in, taken a bunch of the frontline guards out and just opened the doors for it to be walked in. That was just how you sack a city, demonstrated by Seoul Dynasty.
Got a taste of Sonic Heroes real quick, coming in different directions. They were trying to pull away all the attention away from them, while the rest of the Dynasty were able to essentially sandwich the Dragons. Like, look at this position from Fitz right now. He's going to be able to get on the high ground. He's going to be able to isolate Izayaki. He's waiting for the opportunity. He knows that Beba's right there, but they can at least force out the Immortality field, and it's intel for Fitz to relay to the rest of Dynasty. Oh, no.
On top of Izayaki. Nice hack there from Lip to interrupt the slam. They have to take out the Immortality field. It was there as a safety net for Bebe. They'll stay up on this high ground. It's the safest place they can be, but they have to keep an eye out where that ball is, and hopefully they get some hack support when it comes in. Pulse bomb thrown into the mix, finds Vindame. Fleta gets back to the point.
Beautiful pick here. Fitz also hacked. Can't use that EMP just yet. Hack is going to wear off just in time here as the Dynasty are looking to reset. With Fleta also going to be able to get that pick originally onto Vindame. It was a nice little momentum shifter in favor for the Dragons here. Saw Lip used up that EMP already. Iris being the one low warrior in the back, though. Fitz cannot utilize the EMP themselves to that same degree. It does find two from the Dragons between both supports, but no utilization for the rest of the Dynasty to really dive in and capitalize.
Izayaki being Izayaki right now, finding a bunch of kills, weathering the storm against the EMP. Fitz, like you said, dropped the EMP, didn't find any value in themselves, but it's also their team wasn't able to convert it either, so it becomes a bit of a wasted ultimate at that point and just thrown into the ultimate pit. Backline ultimates online for Seoul Dynasty moving into this next fight. They got the rally, they got the minefield as well. That's a good space taker for the Seoul Dynasty, especially if they can force some movement from Dragons in the next conflict.
So got a good amount of time. You see Fitz just passing by. It's kind of like the Spider-Man memes pointing at each other, but Lip gets called out. Nice intel, though, from Fitz to let Smurf know exactly where Lip was trying to rotate through right there. Here comes the minefield to block out that doorway, try to prevent any utilization with the window here. Diva Bomb coming in from the skies from Void as Bebe gets hacked. Double hacked at that here, too. Now you see the Transcendence coming in from Iris, going to be able to restabilize the rest of the Dynasty, but the Immortality field has other plans here. Lip somehow still alive with quite literally 1 HP. Not for long, though, as Iris is going to be able to clean that up, as well as Fitz. And it's a trade for trade between the both backlines of the Dynasty getting cleaned up, but the Dragons don't have the numbers on their side.
So sad to play a Diva when you've got a Sombra on the field, and now Void is starting to understand that you get hacked up, you are basically a walking ultimate battery for the entire team. Converting a lot of ultimate charge over to Fitz, who have that EMP online, hopefully looking for their redemption arc with the next usage. Still, tactics are all that are kind of available here for the Shanghai Dragons. Point B should clearly be going over right now. They don't have a Diva mech, so they don't have that big HP pool target to go and contest. Means that point C falls over to Seoul Dynasty, and they're picking up kills on the exit as well. They're going to buy so much free space in this final section, and that benchmark within 3 minutes and 30 seconds is very achievable. We are on the cusp of the 3-0 Seoul Dynasty sweep.
I love that turnaround immediately here, too. Let's take a look at this replay from Fitz to use that EMP right on top of Izayaki. And Izayaki said no, trying to make sure that he has nothing out of that, shutting him down almost immediately. But I like the EMP at the very end before getting that second point from Fitz, because they had to utilize that because they didn't like the way that Fleta and Lip were rolling in. Here comes another EMP, finding Vindame and Iris. Vindame's going to have to cost his own life here from Dynasty, trying to slow them down ever so slightly, but the Dragons also lose out on their supports here too, so it's kind of a stall real quick before the Dragons have to reset too.
Smurf's going to roll away to safety. Thankfully, still has minefield on top of the point. It's going to make it so hard to contest. They might have to soak up damage just to go into it. Fleta tries to sneak through, hacked up, antied as well. There's no survivability for them.
The Dynasty are looking to roll their way to finish off this series so quick! Are you serious? The Dragons were right there, but the Dynasty and the minefield shred was too much to handle for the Dragons. The Dynasty with a clean 3-0 over the Dragons for this first series. I mean, I said it. Is this going to be a speed run? I mean, this was the last series on my mind that I would expect such a quick game from the Dynasty, having a recent losing record against the Dragons.
Right, not once, but twice has it felt like the payload has been using Satoru Gojo's curse technique and using Infinity, because the second that it seems that they get as closer to the payload, they get slower and unable to make contact with it. That's twice on Junkertown. Point C, where they've been unable to contest the point because they've just been millimeters away. So close, yet so far from the Dragons. And the Seoul Dynasty, like you said, Vicky, they're taking the 3-0. Just going to throw it out there so we can move on from it very quickly. Valiant better than Dragons? Keck W? I don't know. They put up more of a fight against the Seoul Dynasty in what appeared to be quite... I'm going to use it, especially for the Dragons, that felt quite scrimmy. That felt quite, let's figure out what's working. And not a lot of it was.
And to test that out against the Dynasty as your first series, I mean... Yeah, you're sitting in the top 2 spots. We talked about it before, time and time again, Trid, but these two teams are literally on a different level if you compare them to the rest of APAC. But that last series was on another level from the Dynasty. We're going to highlight Prophet here as our player of the match because Prophet popped off. I want to say equally though, Smurf was also on my mind. Smurf playing absolutely all out of his. I mean, I'm not surprised. Again, his Winston's so good. His Junker Queen displayed amazing survivability, but it's Prophet that we got to highlight here because I want to say that this was a nice turnaround from Prophet, and yesterday looking like Prophet is pretty comfortable right now because he was missing a lot of those pulse bombs previously, but he was able to get a lot more of those stickies with the pulse bombs, and nice little follow-up between Prophet and Smurf to dive in.
Yeah, definitely a close, I imagine it's quite a close decision between Smurf and Prophet for this one. I think Smurf's return to form, being able to flex their muscles on tanks that aren't necessarily Junker Queen has been a fantastic display for us. But Prophet, especially earlier on in the series, immense value being back in the damage role, shows us why he's a king at Overwatch, one of the GOATs, and continues to perform as such. Iris doing well in the support role as expected. Big acquisition from the Seoul Dynasty in the latter half of this season. Nice to see them getting value as well.
Wow, that was honestly an insane series for the Dynasty. A lot to feed off of that. Dragons have a lot to look back onto to figure out where they feel comfortable. Looking at the stats here from Prophet, he did a good amount of damage out here. 18k here, 21 final blows, 48 total elims. Wish I had the live stats to see how the Dynasty did in comparison to the Dragons for those first 2 maps because that was absolutely insane. I like the cheeky angles that Prophet was trying to take. Let it also try to kind of replicate that onto Junkertown, but Prophet on top there, really showing off the rest of the strength that Dynasty have behind them. Really showing also that yesterday was a really good warm-up for them against the LA Valiant. Kind of figuring out where they sit in terms of this meta.
Yeah, there's a lot to still be discovered. I imagine the Seoul Dynasty are only going to be able to refine their abilities more, but the Dragons need to do a little bit more theory crafting, I feel. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a game break for you.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome back to APAC Lands. Yes, the score is not deceiving. What we just witnessed was the Dynasties rolling the Dragons in a clean 3-0 series. And we still were able to get some pretty interesting highlights from that entire quick series.
I know one that's definitely going to be in there on Ilios Lighthouse. So
my favorite.
Oh, they start with it. Fantastic choice. They decided to give us another angle of the chaos as well. Brilliant. This is Lip and Fitz just playing some four-dimensional chess with each other. Fitz definitely getting the better of them. And we called this series El Clasico. Vicky, this was a little bit of El Remako. It wasn't quite, it didn't hit the same. It just felt like it was lacking the usual quality we get from the performance of these two teams, but it's still ultimately a match between Dragons and Dynasty. We think that is not quite the correct read from the Dragons on what they need to be doing necessarily. They were very variable. You're going to notice how many different comps and substitutions the Dragons are making map to map. It's a little bit less stable than Seoul Dynasty, who just had a plan, they stick to it, and we're capturing moments of why Profit is goated back on damage as well, especially at the end of Paraiso.
I mean, imagine also having Smurf just not only flex his comfort pick, show us what he does best back on the Winston, but it really does highlight and light a fire under the Dragons to kind of show how much respect they need to give over to Smurf, making the amount of changes they had to make, making adjustments like bringing Bebe at one point and trying to bring in Void, and honestly trying to bring up a change-up that the Dragons didn't seem like they really knew what to do against the Dynasty.
Yeah, it's a rough showing on here. Hey, there's still moments of brilliance, alright? I love seeing the Izayaki Zenyatta, especially on Junkertown. That was a great performance from them. Still able, like, I think Junkertown felt like the weirdest map to me in this series, Vicky. It felt very decentralized. It felt like everyone was having these little skirmishes, continuously fighting with each other, particularly on the Dragons' offense. And that just left to just a continuation of action, which just felt everything was a little bit like muted and out of sync with each other. Both teams participating in that. That wasn't really full on one team. That's just both of them just going like, okay, I'll fight you over here. I'll fight you up on the stairs. Do you want to go down into the bunker? We'll scrap down there instead. Let's throw some fisticuffs. You across the map. Let's go. Like, everyone just getting really aggy with each other for no reason. But then second half of it seemed a little bit more coordinated when we came around to the Dynasty offense. All in all, very strong performance from Dynasty. I think that we have a very strong team that might actually be the point where they're able to finish first in a stage against the Dragons instead. That's the potential. This is only a week one Andy take though. We don't know what the Dragons will do over time, but first blood and the first impact and the most impressive team today or this week so far has to be the Seoul Dynasty. And also LA Valiant, because they put up more of a fight against than Dragons did.
That's still really crazy. We keep bringing that up, but that really should show you that you guys got to watch back on day one if you happen to miss day one of APAC for this starting week. But guys, that's not all the action we have. Even though, you may be tuning in right now expecting a longer series, no, it does not stop right there. We still have the Hunters versus the Guangzhou Charge coming up next. That's going to be Achilles and Avro taking you through the next two series. You definitely don't want to miss it because we got a whole lot of Overwatch League action for the day.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time to go into our second series of the evening on our stacked 3-match day. This is going to be the Chengdu Hunters going up against the Guangzhou Charge. I'm Ilios, that's Avril. We'll be guiding you through the next 2 matches.
And we already started out with a far quicker game than I probably thought was going to happen. I think we all agreed that that was an interestingly wild match, including a dominant full hold on Paraiso, a comedic Sombra versus Sombra moment on our opening map of Ilios Well. And Seoul Dynasty proved that they are currently the top team in the region, which means Valiant is the second best team in the region. That's how I'm going to look at it.
The transitive property, it all holds up. What I learned from watching that series was that just please, and I learned this forever ago, stop running Fleta on Reaper. I hate it. It sucks. It's not good. I hate seeing him play it. Put him on Tracer. Put him on Genji. These are the things that I want to see from that man. But anyway, enough about that series. That one's done with. Now we get down and dirty here with the Chengdu Hunters versus the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou still having a very much on struggle street season here with just the 5 victories that they've been able to pick up. Chengdu Hunters, on the other hand, looking pretty damn good yesterday. Let's see how they fare today. We'll take a look at the starting 5 here in just a moment, but we already can kind of anticipate what we're going to be seeing here, unless they do decide to, run Daisy, who we did get to see, but it will be Gaga starting first.
I'm actually going to tease something really quickly. I know we're here to talk about Chengdu, but is a Predator going to debut in the Overwatch League today? We're going to find out. I don't know. I haven't checked. I'm going to wait when Guangzhou comes up. Let's talk about Chengdu for now, though. Yeah, the standard 5. We already know how it is. Daisy might come in for map number 3 to play some Sigma. Actually looked phenomenal, the Sigma, yesterday. Surprisingly good. Not going to lie to you. He was outplaying Bernard on the other side, and I did not expect it. I thought Daisy was maybe just going to be a cut below Gaga, and generally speaking, especially on the dive heroes, especially on the really meta heroes for now, absolutely, because Gaga's the guy that played the Winston, etc. But as we move into some of the off-tank picks like Sigma, I think Chengdu have actually found a bit of a niche for Daisy to specialize him to be able to get wins on different game modes. So, I'm happy to see where Chengdu can take this, and currently I'm pretty pleased with how they've been playing, but the test will continue. They beat one of the Joe teams yesterday. Can they beat another Joe team today?
That we'll have to see. They can be the master of the Joes here, if they can do so. Let's start the Guangzhou Charge. Time to find out if you get what you're looking for, Avril, or if it's just going to be a little bit more standard from them. Obviously, have been some recent pickups, and there's one right there with Piggy starting as the tank.
So no Predator, but we do get Piggy. And, part of me did maybe assume this was going to happen on both sides, which is to say that, okay, well, you do have choice of one on the team. He is also a Tracer player, and so if you're a Predator, you're fighting for space in the team on that Tracer position against choice of one who's been phenomenal on that role. And beyond that as well, we're playing a decent amount of Sombra, especially on opening control. Right, control maps, pretty much guaranteed to see Sombra. Jimmy's the Sombra guy for this team currently. And then we look at tanks. Piggy is such an interesting pickup because Piggy and Krong essentially overlap entirely. I mean, yeah, they're both off-tank players, but they have almost the exact same strength in the hero pool. The Sigma is the specialist signature pick for both Krong and Piggy. They both play the Zarya, they both play the Divas. It's all identical in terms of the strengths, which means for you to play Piggy here, it's a belief that he is just, I guess, a one-to-one upgrade over the top of Krong. And with Krong gone, I believe that is the final member of, dare I say, original Guangzhou Charge gone. Was Krong actually in the original team? I can't remember. But certainly the old guy, the Guangzou Charge, right? I'm talking about, like, with Rio gone as well, Krong being a bit... Krong's not gone, but he's not in the lineup. You don't have that super veteran force from Charges of old left. It's I believe the longest serving member of the Charge remaining, it has to be, at least on the starting lineup, it has to be Choice One, and he joined last year. So this is a brand new team now.
Indeed. I mean, we've seen many different iterations of the Guangzhou Charge, even just in this year, so it's a completely different look now. I mean, we've been able to see what Piggy was able to get done during his tenure over on the Houston Outlaws. Now we'll see how he fares coming back over to the APAC side of things and see if he can help deliver a victory against the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu in particular, somebody to really keep our eyes trained on as we go through the series, because he has just shown that, even moving over to picks like the Tracer, he can continue to excel, so I'm looking forward to seeing if that is going to continue here today, going up against the likes of Jimmy and Choi Se-wan.
It's also Chengdu maybe looking for some revenge, because this is, in some ways, quite endearingly a internal Hunters game when you consider that Xerneas, Farway, and Jimmy, and also Pritter, used to be on the Chengdu Hunters, even though Pritter never got to play for the Chengdu Hunters.
Right.
That being said, he hasn't played for the Charge either, so really, I don't know what to make of him. As we head into Lijiang Tower here, remember that the last time Charge and Hunters met was a 3-0 for the Charge. There you go, you can see the stat line here. And,
Hey,
and
you're
that
aligned
was
as always.
You know, that was you know, Jimmy and Co. That was Jimmy and the ex-Chengdu members beating their old team. These are the members that got cut by the Chengdu Hunters. They said, no, we're going to place our bets on Monk and Nisha. We're going to place our bets on X, Y, and Z other player. For Jimmy, Xerneas, Farway, and even a Pritter getting cut in favor of Daisy. So all of these members got the revenge on Chengdu the last time they went 3-0. Super convincing. That was the Summer Shot and Junker Queen meta. We are now in the Countdown Cup dive meta. Yeah, we're going to see some Jimbu Sombra. Maybe I thought Jimmy could also play that, but he's actually going to come through on the Sojin. That's been his signature pick.
Okay, so Jinmu over onto the Sombra, leave back onto the Tracer here. Choisewan playing that Reaper guy that I so very much despise. See how he pilots.
It's anti-Winston. It's anti-Winston. I respect it.
Sure. As long as it
Combos
gets
well
results.
with Zarya as well.
But so far
It's
we
one of the
haven't
best
really
combos
seen
you
too
get
much
with
success.
Zarya. So you know, it's Zarya Reaper combo. Pick your choice. Let's see how they can coordinate together.
All right, well, a little skirmishing happening here over onto the point. Jimmy going to be taken down. Nisha with a whip shot. Able to find that kill. Gaga, however, going to be antied out. There's just no way to peel for him, so does end up falling down. Locked down to the first cap is there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but how long they can hold it for, we'll have to just wait and see. Xerneas got antied out. Jinmu able to pursue forward. Does find that pick. It's going to be a tank for a support thus far as Nisha down to 1 HP, and Jimmy's going to be able to find that kill in the end. He's looking for another one. The rail shot point blank going to whiff, but eventually gets the reload off. Manages to finish off Monk as well. So now supportless as Gaga rejoins the fray once more. Is going to be greeted by another bio grenade from far away. As they look to just go ahead and take him down. Looks like he grabs the mega pack off screen. Does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer. Jimmy again going for the chase. Flip is there. Guangzhou Charge now in control.
Leave getting deleted by Farway there as well, so Chengdu kind of reeling from that loss. They haven't been able to fully reset yet. Just kind of on the mega pack and extremities of the point in the courtyard as well. Jinmu has the EMP. That's going to be very important. Setting up that next fight, but which is rushing down Gaga. Bubble into choice of one running.
Oh, Gaga.
Gaga's low, but he's alive.
He's got the bubble to try to stay alive. EMP going to be coming through. Believe that catches on to 2 people. Jimmy going to be hacked out here at the moment. It was lower and lower, but they haven't been able to finish him off. Actually, Xerneas and Farway managed to keep him alive and in the fight. Choisewan as well, going to be under fire. Has the shift, goes ahead, takes a little walk out. And there's the Primal Rage. They said Choisewan sailing off the side. No, actually, he got the TP back onto the point to stay alive, but Jimmy and Xerneas will both end up getting taken down. And in the end, it will just be a nice little cleanup here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Pretty damn clean stuff. As they get a little bit of an extended team kill, we'll be able to regain control of the point. Guangzhou Charge sat now at 47%.
And that was a really tricky fight to navigate as well, because you can see that Piggy and Choi were looking for a play on the opposite side of the map, opposite the side of the point, I should probably say. Gaga ends up going towards the backside of the mini, gets a couple of primal boops and, you know, gets players off the map, etc. Does a decent amount of damage, and Charge forgo the grab play. They decide not to play for it at all, and now they set up a dive into Farway. 4v5, but Charge are committed. They might just have to pull the ultimates.
Yep, again, the race walk there from Choisewan takes him out to safety, but it's not receiving any healing right now. The sound barrier shielding will have to do the trick. Grab does get invested. There's going to be the Death Blossom in on top of it all, but the anti comes through. Jinmu's able to find Choisewan. They take him down. They also find Piggy. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, however, as it is a 3-for-2 for now. Pulse Bomb goes forward. Not going to be able to get the stick. Not going to be able to get the kill. Leave with a sliver of HP. Eventually will end up getting taken down here by Jimmy, who also finds Jinmu for his troubles. The cleanup is there. Guangzhou Charge have already flipped the point back into their favor. Now they're looking to take the lead.
How many kills was that for Jimmy? 3 or 4 is brilliant. Coming through from the overclock really saves the day. 3-man bayonet from Monk. But Guangzhou Charge down, despite the grab coming on through. The Charge holds strong off the back of their Sojin play. We're about to equalize 67 and 67, but the EMP is on board for the Chengdu Hunters. Where are we setting up the side? You can see Jinmu coming through now on the coast side. Sees a bunch of members, catches, I think, maybe just the one, but it's enough.
I think it was just one. Yep, single man, but Jimmy does end up getting taken down. Given how he was performing in that last fight, it's definitely going to be a prime target. Monk, however, taken out. Gaga, he was searching for a target. He was looking for Farway. Never managed to find him until he was already dead. Farway finds the kill. That's going to be the charge. Holding firmly. Now we go into final fight.
Got Nano, but no Gaga. That's the problem here. Monk really wants to play for this one. I think Leave and Jinmu can delay for long enough until Gaga gets to that. Nano is required to build up the primal. Once those 2 ultimates are online and underway, Hunters have a chance of still flipping this fight over. Charge will be looking for this grab. It is up and coming. Piggy needs to live and find it.
Okay, so Nano out from far away onto Piggy. He's looking for a target. He's got 100 energy and he's looking to use it. Far away going to be taken down at the cost of Jinmu, however. Still going to be a 1-for-1. Now it's going to be DPS-less on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga going to have to try to drag them across the finish line here to get this flip with this primal, but Piggy with the bubbles.
Piggy's going to go for it.
So much of this damage. He's got another grab.
He's going to die.
He's going to go ahead. He's going to die. He's going to hold on to it. I think the Guangzhou Charge, they know that they do have time on their side. They would rather come back in, throw the grab, win the fight, and close it from there.
Okay, well, that's the gamble that Charge is going to have to make. Could still work out for them. They do have 2 big ultimates to come in, but they have to kind of retake here. And it is off the back of the Zarya, so are they going to try and just go coastal, go straight towards the point? That would probably be the smart thing to do. You want to play the grab on the point if possible. Do they want to risk that play with Gaga, looking to intercept it? Pretty slow so far.
Instantly
We're
getting
into final
jumped
fight
out.
territory. Nisha also have beat as one other by
Yeah, Anti on the 2, and
oh,
oh boy,
Ajax.
he's gonna lose the beat. He gets forced into an Ajax. Piggy locks him in with a grab. He just cannot stay alive, and the gamble pays off here for the Guangzhou Charge. The grab is everything for them to be able to secure the first round. Night Market is theirs.
My god, Nisha disappeared. Evaporated. It even looked like Nisha was going to go for the sound barrier immediately as the grab came on through, so no lack of timing on Nisha's side, but he got focused down unbelievably quick. That was... He was gone in under half a second.
I was worried that he was going
to have to...
Yeah, I was going to say, I was worried that he was going to use it when he first got antied because there wasn't any follow-up damage. I thought that maybe that was going to force him to pull the trigger, and in hindsight, actually, that would have saved their lives potentially.
But yeah, at this stage, probably. Yeah. Charge played that one patiently. Like you said, they waited for the final fight, gave Hunters their 99, and then played for a very patient retake where, you know, they didn't want to just risk rotating around coastal, maybe getting booped off. Played through main slowly, found the grab they were looking for. Now, had Nisha managed to get that sound barrier off, could have been a different fight, but it did not happen. They drilled them down, and with that charge, will continue through. Choi now swapping over towards the Tracer, so no Reaper this time around. That might free up a bit of space for Gaga, a little bit less pressure on his shoulders.
Already. Skirmishing coming through, push around the flank. Jimmy, rather, trying to get on top of Jinmu. The rail shot ready, sends it over towards Leaf, not quite going to connect. Leaf's still going to be down quite low as far as the HP is concerned. Anti goes out 1 to 2, but they can't find the kills. Leaf is taken down, so there's no one to follow up with that damage. They try to get rid of Jimmy and Faraway. Eventually they will get the latter. As far as winning this fight seems, well, maybe a little bit more likely now. As Jinmu dashes in, finds Xerneas. Some nice movement from him. Guangzhou Charge will be able to get the first lockdown to the point. Choice they want, just trying to keep them occupied here. Trying to drag some attention away from this. Hunters definitely have a window of opportunity now to strike before the Guangzhou Charge can get all the reinforcements back together. They do, but the flip is there. Only 13% established.
Okay, that's a much quicker turnaround for the Chengdu Hunters this time around. Great execution by Jinmu. Unfortunately, Mega Pack and Dark was already stolen by Gaga, but that would healed up in either case as the Blade will come up the next fight now. First ultimate's nearly there, far away. A little bit further ahead of Monk. Gaga's in a bit of trouble, but should be okay.
Anti down to him, he immediately aggresses over towards Jimmy, who is currently down to about 1 HP. And just stay alive, the healing goes through. Actually, want to grab a pack there. As Gaga trying to make his way out of here.
Good pocketing.
Bogging himself on a lot of these walls. Blade now going to be pulled. Jinmu immediately antied out, taken care of. Faraway gives his life to set up for that kill. Grab thrown in, catches 2. Leaf and Nisha both don't stand a chance. The cleanup is there. Leaf can only find 1. The team kill comes through. The Guangzhou Charge will flip the point right back into their favor.
There's a good shut down onto the Jinmu Nano Blade as well. Like I said, the anti coming on through is always going to be difficult for the Genji to navigate around. And just finish them off with the grab. No further ultimates by the Chengdu Hunters. Nisha on 99 did not have the sound barrier. And Choice One will go on the hunt to find an opening frag as we walk on through. Overclock's about to be ready for the next fight as well.
Oh.
That one will go wide.
A bit wanting with that pulse bomb. Just lobbing it in, bit of a Hail Mary play. Doesn't find the stick that he was looking for. Gaga now going to be popping the Primal Rage. Beat out from Xerneas. Only finds 2. It does not find Piggy from the looks of things. So Piggy ends up getting taken down. Frontline broken down. Chengdu Hunters looking for a very fast flip back to their favor. They've got it. They're going to retake the lead here. So they look for some additional staggers. Looks like the supports will be able to retreat back to safety. For now, it is neck and neck between the two teams.
A good focus on the Jimmy as well, preventing Jimmy from finding the overclock, which could have been a turnaround for the charge. But that'll have to be the ultimate being played now. It's the only one on board going into this next fight. We're barely over, cresting the 60% mark now for one of our two teams, Chengdu Hunters, so it's been a very close affair between both teams, and really shouldn't be a delay here. Jimmy needs to pop this and go for this charge, and then start pushing on in. A lot of low HP though.
Jinwoo trying to threaten the kill, the dive is there. Gaga playing off the backup as soon as they hear that he's low. Gaga comes a calling.
Wow.
They find the kills, quick little wipe coming through. Colosseo the last one left. Trying to play out around the flanks, get himself back over towards the dropship. Continues to hover quite low on HP, but does barely manage to make it out.
That's impressive by the Hunters. I mean, they kind of just kept charge at bay. Raw neutral damage, I mean, no ultimates pop there. Half HP for pretty much everyone on charge. Jimmy held on to the overclock, and now we're into OT. Well, not the OT, but the final fight. 99% Nano Blade available again.
They're going for it.
Instant
Jimmy
kill.
instantly cut down. The dash is enough with the help of the Nano. He's chasing in, finds Xerneas. Monk, the only casualty thus far, as Jinwoo just continues to slice and dice. Piggy will find one for his troubles. They do have, Colosseo playing the point, but as he gets picked off, that is going to be the round going the way of the Chengdu Hunters. So neck and neck until it wasn't that final flip, and they held it to 100. Chengdu Hunters will be extending this to one final round as we head over to Gardens.
I mean, again, that second to last fight where, Jimmy had the only ultimate available on board during the overclock, and just too much damage on the charge. No ability for the charge to walk on forward, press their advantage, whatever minor advantage that may be. Hunters won a very convincing neutral fight there, and then came back with a Nano Blade in the next, and there was no counters available for the Guangzhou charge. And this time, Jinwoo doesn't eat a bio, he doesn't get shut down. In fact, the fact that he just kills Jimmy within, one dash combo is unbelievable, because that just takes away the overclock possibility for a comeback again. And I talk about the overclock comeback because we saw that on Night Market, where Jimmy just kind of popped off 3 to 4 kills on the overclock, allowed the
Huge
charge
pick.
to get a fight win. So just deleting Jimmy, I mean, that was really strong from Jimmy.
All right, now final round playing for the map victory. Gaga immediately under fire. Colosseo continues to come back out here with the Reaper, but it's actually going to be Piggy who falls first. Jimmy again finding value with a rail shot, takes out Nisha. The healing going to be cut down significantly, but very much the same here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. But as they lose a member, Jimmy manages to equalize. Leave going to be taken out of the equation now. Jimmy continues to play just around the outskirts here of the point. They need a little bit more of those. The Hunters for now occupying, looking for the first cap, and they will be able to take it for free. Nisha finds
kill.
That's one way to deal with him, I suppose. Just knock him into the koi pond. Sends him off the side of the map. Gaga is still going to be taken down, however. Far away finding that kill, so this is still going to be fightable here for the side of the Guangzhou charge. They're looking to take the fight and to take the point as well.
And that's a really important kill as well, because Monk is about to get the Nano, so if you don't kill Gaga then, Monk plays Nano in this fight, and then Hunters take control even further. But because he's down, Charge get the flip. That's despite Jimmy being booped off the map.
Yep.
There's EMP Nano. There's a lot of ultimates to play through for the Hunters, so they're already on point.
And Leave just solo ticking that one up. Gets decently close, but no cigar. Guangzhou charge. They turn their sights over towards the point. They force him back. Now going to be taking the lead. Okay, it's going to be Nano for Nano. Colosseo receiving one. Has that ult ready to go. So the possible can be pulled out. He's going to try to use it in the back line. And Monk shuts it down. Says absolutely not. The boop was there as well from Nisha. Great little combo play from the supports to keep themselves alive and in the fight. Now Xerneas is trying to make his exit. A couple tags into the back, and Monk just continuing to find value. I mean, him and Nisha filling the kill feed right now. Impeccable play.
That was a beautiful combo, and Monk was impressing me yesterday as well. He was so damn good on the Ana, and now just gets rid of Choi's one, sleep dart into a boop. Choi thought about playing something else. Nope. Back on towards the Reaper. They got to shut down Gaga. The Primal's nearly there. Nisha 97 towards the sound barrier as well. About to lock on 42 per side. Piggy looking for the grab, leaving the back line. Has to see if the bubbles are available. And it is. Okay, bubble.
Yep. Landed right on Piggy. He cleanses that one off. The grab nearly online for him. 11% left to go. The beat as well held by Xerneas, but Nisha does have a beat of his own to try to survive. Barrier going to be going through. Xerneas pulls the trigger first. Nisha matches. Now the grab going to be shorted a little bit, but no, it still gets hit from the Jinwoo. They find the elimination. Gaga has to make his exit. This overclock still being held by Jimmy. Dive in. Gaga looking to keep things contested, but there's going to be the pop. He's looking for the target. It's actually going to be Piggy scooping the kill. Jimmy now trying to get sights over to somebody else. He's trying to get rid of Monk. Takes him low. Continues to take a little bit of tags, and Monk does stay alive. Mana boost is going to be available for him now. The flip is there. Guangzhou charge back in control. Chengdu Hunter's going to have to reset and go again.
Yeah, that was good. You mean, it starts with the Piggy block of the pulse bomb from Leave with the bubble, then we get into the actual fight itself. Grab only catches one, but it gives him the 5v4. And the charge survive against the brunt of the Chengdu counterattack. You know, sound barriers expanded on both sides. The Byronade lands from Monk, but Piggy's still alive. They push forward and they're good. Now the EMP is up. The EMP can set up everything. There's going to be another nano with the Gaga.
Well, they're already looking for the dive here on a Farway. He's trying to stay alive, and his last dying breath goes ahead, throws out that nano boost onto Piggy, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He just doesn't have the energy. He doesn't have the damage throughput. Their leave is just cleaning house. 2 quick kills for him. The nano effectively wasted. That's going to be the Chengdu Hunters regaining control at this point.
Piggy's kind of self-staggering here. He's got to be a little bit careful. Okay, he's actually going to get alive. That's
all
a bit
right
of a
click
thought.
boost.
Thought maybe he didn't have a bubble available, but managed to save one in there. Never know sometimes, and it's going to have to be the bubble Death Blossom to save the day now, but we still do have this EMP from Jimmy.
Yeah.
They're doing a decent amount of scouting now. I don't know that Gaga can land on these targets, so this wouldn't be the... Oh, no, he's going to go for it anyway.
Okay, gets the hack
I want
on
to
a
bait
1.
Gaga, though. You kind of... So you have to make this play happen, otherwise Gaga's just baited.
Okay, well, Jimmy can just do that. This is going to be a struggle the whole time. Jimmy just does that, gets the headshot there on among the EMP, finds everybody, however. And that is just massive. Xerneas able to return 1. The Death Blossom goes through. They find Nisha as well, but it's enough time occupied off the point that they cannot get the contest, the force out OT. Piggy was trying his damnedest, but that's the biggest EMP we've seen so far here at APAC, actually hedging everybody. So full 5-man comes through. The cleanup is looking good. Chengdu Hunters able to take Lijiang, but Guangzhou Charge playing this tightly. This was not a very one-sided affair by any means.
Yeah, and honestly, that one's not even a C9 to me. It's just Piggy. What can Piggy do at that stage? Everyone gets caught by a EMP in the white room, plus Gaga's already primaling in there. That's a dream for somebody like Gaga, just to bash people around in a confined space with an EMP going at the same time. And, well, Piggy tries he might, not going to get to the point in time. I don't think it would have made a difference, even if he did manage to touch Chengdu Hunters, had the right ultimates at the end, in the final fight, and the Guangzhou Charge. Well, the Death Blossom wasn't going to be enough, so 1-0 start, but what a competitive game so far. I'm enjoying that.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of giving me, shades of Dynasty versus Valiant from just yesterday. So both teams, down around the bottom of the standings in the Charge and the Valiant, able to put up some serious fights. We'll see if that continues, however, as we get ready to move into good old Kings Row for our second map. And maybe we'll get a repeat appearance here from Dicey perhaps as well, where he made his debut. We'll have to just wait and see what happens, if there's any substitutions, if we get some potential debuts as well from the side of the Guangzhou Charge when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Kings Row is coming up in just a few. we are back. One map out of the way here in our second series of the evening. Chengdu Hunters able to take Lijiang Tower for themselves, but it was not easy. The Guangzhou Charge certainly put up a hell of a fight, taking one round themselves and taking a lot of them up towards 99% for themselves, but can't quite get that victory. Now we move over to King's Row for our escort map, rather our hybrid map. There we go. And we'll see if they can tie it up 1-1. I know this game. I've cast it for years.
It's 2-1 result on Lijiang as well. It's only like, what, 2,000 damage difference between both teams stacking up. Team versus team here, only 4 final blows difference. Like, in terms of close games, statistically it says that. Our results say that as well. We hit to, double 99s in some cases. It's been a tight affair. Everybody has had some really good moments, and I think really the difference for me is Chengdu playing more of a dive style, being able to lock down the backline as early as and far away. Gaga and Jimmu really just being able to coordinate those dives so well. Leave on a Tracer is always going to be so strong for the Chengdu Hunters. That was their strength last year, and they want to try and tap that strength again this year. But as we move over towards King's Row, a couple things do change here, as Leave will be on the Sojin this time, allowing Jimmu to be the one that plays the Tracer. Now, Jimmu's Tracer yesterday on Junkertown was actually pretty good. So if he repeats that performance again today versus the Charge, Hunters could lock down a 2-0.
Certainly could. That's what I wanted to see. Well, we got some good moments from Jinmu playing the Sombra instead on the first map. Now we get to see the Tracer once more. So first in the defense, we'll see how they fare. Surely Jimmy is going to be swapping over to something a bit more standard.
Might be Reaper again. I'm going to be real with you.
And
that's after the Widow, obviously. He'll go for his opening snipes, then probably Reaper. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Now, Reaper Sojin. It's a very defensive look in terms of compositions, right? It's super anti-dive. You have the Disruptor shot from Jimmy as well to make Gaga's job a little bit harder. Jimmu's job as well, to be honest with you. Lucio, Ana, Zarya, Bubbles. Have to be very sure of how to use those bubbles, because on Gardens, Piggy's 2 bubbles went away very quickly. He didn't have anything to cleanse himself when Mug nanoed him.
Oh,
died him,
okay.
Rather.
TP to the high ground. Choice A1 trying to get aggro, but instantly receives a boatload of damage, so has to make his exit rather quickly. Xerneas very low, but you can see Gaga, he doesn't want to drop down. He knows that would put him at risk. He's waiting for the leap to come back up. Now has it. Comes over the side, try to provide some cover. Gets the bubble there onto Piggy, but manages to make his way out. It's not going to be enough. The Bionade there from Monk will go ahead and finish the job so they find the kill. Sleep with the Gaga. Good sleep to make his way out of here. So if they do manage to pick up one with a faster respawn, they can certainly turn this as Jimmy finds another pick. Taking down Jinmo. Looks for a little bit more of the Guangzhou Charge. Going to have full 5-man squad ready to assault the point here in just a moment. The Chengdu Hunters, they're still waiting to reset.
They have to give up 2 ticks here, 100%. You have a situation where you have to wait for Gaga. Or actually, if Gaga goes in now, maybe they only give it 1 tick, but it seems like Charge are about to get this right now. Hunter's a little too slow here. Have to respect the Disruptor shot. Goes in. Pulse Bomb, though. This has to be the turnaround. Jimmu
being kept at an arm's length. Pulse Bomb goes in. He's trying to play it off the back of the bubble, but instead it actually ends up hitting the ground. Now it's going to be the Nano here. Onto Piggy. Gets the corner. Onto Gaga. The point currently not being occupied. You can see Nisha trying to tag in. Jinmu going to be doing much the same, but they just cannot stave them off. That is going to be the cap coming in. It's 4 minutes, 40 seconds now as the cart comes out. They can start pushing through the street space. Big time bank here for the Guangzhou Charge.
And it's just the difference of not having that Nano available earlier. Couldn't quite get the Primal online either. Gaga dying when he did was unfortunate because the timing is such that you've already got 2 kills. You force the Charge back because they turn around with the Sleep Dart. Even if Jimmy rather didn't kill the second player, killing Gaga alone forced the Hunters back and gives up 2 ticks. So Guangzhou Charge just had to survive the retake, make sure that Hunters couldn't play for the ultimates because they're too far behind, and that ends up being a cap. Now Choice A1 and Jimmu playing those Genjis. A lot of ultimates about to come online for the Charge.
Ow.
1 less.
Yeah. Great punish, great reaction there from Leave. Had the rail already built up. Choice A1 just trying to go on that flank to try to finish building up for the Dragon Blade, maybe get a cheeky pick, but instead just dies, as does Jimmy. And okay, Leave is activated.
He never left. They're all along,
yeah.
Right? Jimmy got to be a little bit careful. That's a reasonable slowdown for the Charge. 2 back-to-back plays down to wait for both respawns. Nano Blade's about to be online for the Charge, though. Hunter's very far away from that, given that Jimmu swapped to Genji a little bit later. They should still play the Nano, though. Gaga's nearly dead. They have to be careful about that. And they have to survive against the grab. It's a lot of work to do, and Nisha does not have the beat.
Jinmu's still getting poked and prodded here, and yeah, Nisha, I mean, he's just halfway there. Blade's going to be coming through. Choice A1 instantly finds both supports, gets Sleep to boot well into the back line. There's the site, sees Jinmu here for just a little moment. Look to play a little bit more elusively. Jinmu actually just going to int in over onto the cart, try to get an extra little bit of percentage for himself, but now the cart can start pushing. Only a minute and 40
2 players pushing
here
as well, so it's 3 moving up. This is going to be a very brief kind of exploration towards the Chengdu spawn as we get as much free push as possible on the charge side. There's still 3 reasonably big ultimates. I mean, you've got to respect the grab here, can do a lot. But now we're getting to Nano Blade time for the Hunters as well. On the back of a Primal also, how hard do the Hunters want to spend? I think they should spend pretty hard if they can.
Okay, overclock. Popped here. Choice A1 taking a bit of damage. The nade holding them back. Jimmy
Gaga sled.
widely. Not able to find too much there. Gaga, yeah, actually gets woken up, however. Not sure quite who pulled the trigger on that one, but either way, Gaga is right back into the mix of things. Jinmu into the back line, found Jimmy. Good pick, alleviates a lot of pressure. The cart can be halted now. Guangzhou charge, they can tell they need to go for a bit of a reset, so they're trying to disengage.
Hunters actually get that very cheaply then because they only spend the Primal. That was a forced Primal because Gaga went in, got slept, and as you mentioned, got woken up and instantly Primaled out of it. Hunters even got the extra sound barrier. That's a great economical win. Now they can play the Nano Blade with no counters on the charge.
Yeah, they're just going to have to try to nail the sleep here, so a lot of pressure now on Far Away. Or just lock him in place with the grab, so Piggy as well.
And Hunters can
have his
they can
wits
just be
about.
patient because charge have to be on to push in, so if you're Jinmu here, you wait for charge to commit and then you Nano Blade. Charge are currently looking for a bit of a flank. You see on the right side the silhouettes.
Okay, there's the aggression. Gaga trying to zap away here, and Piggy takes him down to about half HP. Joins in with the rest of the team. They look for some peel. So far, it's working a treat. Gaga actually overstepping. Didn't have the reinforcements, didn't have the heals to try to keep him alive. Suddenly, this is a little bit more winnable. The blade going to be pulled here by Jinmu. Goes down to half HP immediately, pops the deflect, and he is just pulling back. He's just retreating. The blade is a complete whiff. They're just going to cap
as well.
Oh,
No, not quite.
okay, the dash
Got to
hit.
force
There's
the
gonna be
grab.
Beat in response, the anti goes through, however, Jinmu taken down, Gaga rejoins the fight. Don't have too much more to work with, and now Choice A1 has a blade of his own. Gets pushed back by Nisha, but it's the dash back through. Manages to find the kill. Choice A1, however, slept, taken out. Bloody brawl. It's the Guangzhou charge holding their heads high just a bit more. And at the end of this all, as the cap is there. They now have just over 2 minutes to try to finish the map.
That is an unfortunate blunder from the Chengdu Hunters. They definitely overplayed their hand, and what happens there is you see the Guangzhou charge flank around the backside of the King's Row B point, and Gaga tries to intercept that. He tries to go on in, and I'm not too sure if he called for the nano or Monk just felt like Gaga needed it, but they burned the nano onto Gaga, which means you don't have the nano blade combo anymore. Jinmu tries to blade it, he actually forces a nano onto Xerneas, so gives up on the blade, but he just doesn't have the survivability to stay in the fight with the blade without the nano, so Hunters kind of misuse a couple of ultimates here, and they lose the fight because of it.
Anti on the 2, Gaga popped the primal in response. Jinmu taken down, ends up falling right back into the grenades, and Jimmy finds the kill. Now the beat from Xerneas. Just go ahead and shield up the entire squad. Gaga going to be eliminated. Choice A1 gets on top of him. They find the kill. The cart now pushing around the final corner. Jimmy with another kill. Gets a parting blow there. Finishes off Monk as well. I think he's got at least 3 in the fight, if not 4. And charge, yeah, there's no reason to stop. They're just spawn camping the doors right now. As the cart gets ready to glide in. Gaga around the corner, waiting for his moment to go in. He tries to jump in, they boop him away. He manages to get the touch, but the nade is there. Falls under the pressure. Ends up going down. The nano out onto Nisha just to try to keep them in this fight. Xerneas going on the aggressive. Starts pushing forward as well. Boops coming in. The kills are just not there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. As Jinmu falls, that will be the cap. They finish with just shy of a minute remaining. Guangzhou charge, they make it to the end.
It's, again, Chengdu, they had the game in their hands, and it slips through very, very quickly on B, and that's an entire snowball from the charge. Once they cap B, they continue pushing through C, unbridled, unchecked. Chengdu unable to stop them at all, and it's very staggered kills. You see Guangzhou's the last few kills before they got to the finishing straight before they capped were all staggered deaths. Monk was one of the last to die, and the problem there is the only way for Hunters to retake that point is for him to nano Gaga, but the respawns, they're not lined up. So Gaga respawns way sooner. He has to go for it because the point's there. The cap's about to go through. Monk respawns a bit later. You can see him on the silhouette on the left side if you have time to watch again. He comes out, and Gaga dies just as Monk peeks around the corner, and the timing was off by maybe 1 second. That's how tight the game was. So you know, a couple things to mention there. One is that Chengdu messed up their B defense, got snowballed. And the second point is they got staggered killed, and that affected their ability to retake C. So it all ends in a bit of a disaster for the Chengdu Hunters.
I mean, they messed up the B defense after playing it immaculately. They went from having one of the best economic wins you could possibly get, expending just one ultimate to be able to turn a fight and have 4 in the bank, to then just wasting them one after the other and finding 0 value. We need to tighten things up a bit if they want to be able to win this. We'll see how they fare on the attack now. As Anti instantly greets Leave and Nisha. They're not going to be too bothered by that, however. Choice they want, taking the sky for the Echo.
Yep, so this is a bit of a change around. And we'll see what the Hunter's response is. If anything, they might not have to change anything at all. Piggy somehow already did, and that's what I'm talking about, right? He has both his bubbles forced out so early.
I mean, just look at where he's at compared to the rest of the team. Everybody was basically pulling back, playing indoors. Piggy left out to dry, all on his lonesome, and that's already going to be 2 ticks surrendered.
It's the same deal as what we saw with Hunters. I mean, Hunters had to give up 2 ticks before the retake. Charge again have to give up 2 ticks for the retake, but look how slow Piggy is. He's trying to come back in.
Xerneas
and it's not happening.
A lot of pressure there. He survives with the Anti, finds Choice A1 far away, keeps him low. Jinmu does get eliminated here. The cap still hasn't come through, but as Piggy rejoins, he is sent right back into the respawn room. So ends up falling, and with that cleanup, that is going to be the cap. So it's 5.5 minutes here for the Chengdu Hunters on their push to the street space. It's just a little bit of an extra stagger here.
Which is better than what Charge had, I think.
Yes. They had about 4:43.
Right, so yeah, this is quite a margin better, like 40 seconds better as we head on through. Some decent snowballing to his ultimate, so Piggy's just died twice in a row early on as well, which means he's so far behind in a couple different regards. One is the ult charge. Secondly, he's just got no energy, right? Reset twice the energy. I don't know what it is, but you know, even with 2 bubbles, he just can't quite live. And now we're looking towards Nano online for Monk. Don't have to wait for the blade this time. I think you just play on Gargos. You need to push on forward and continue snowballing.
Just didn't have enough reinforcements from his team. If you're going to be running the Zarya, you can't really play super disconnected and far away from each other. Choice A1 going to snipe into the sky. Nice follow-up from Monk. Gets the tap. They find the kill. Far away under pressure. Throws at the Nano onto Xerneas, who's just going to be taking a nap. And yeah, he's completely surrounded. Ducks inside. Tries to grab the health pack to stay alive for a little bit longer, but it does inevitably fall. Choice A1 now going to be swapping back over onto the Genji off the Echo. The cart being brought forward.
Look at Chengdu's ults.
19 seconds here. Yeah, 5.
They haven't spent it. They haven't had to spend anything. This is ridiculous. And now we get the Nano fight coming on through.
Yep, that's going to be Jimmy gone. Bubble through from Piggy, just trying to keep far away alive. It does work a treat here. Rather, the Anti is also going to help them out quite a bit. Rally rolling from Xerneas, tries to keep everybody alive. Grab, gets lobbed in, gets a big catch. He finds multiple members, but Leave immediately shuts him down, so Piggy cannot play off the back of his own grab. It's 5:26 for this final stretch. And the Chengdu Hunters, I think they were a little bit pissed off as far as how that point B defense went and how the map ended. I think that, yeah, they're looking to turn it around and really excel.
What is this mystery here is happening? I've gone to a charge, got Xerneas coming through on his Zengarde. They already swapped Choi off from Echo onto a Genji, which I actually kind of respect that. That's good. We burned the grab in the last fight. Squanjo Charger down by 1 on that. Piggy died instantly as soon as he put out the grab. And Hunters continue pushing on through. This is so much pressure.
Yeah, Choice A1, yeah, cool. Swap back over the Genji. Love it. He's dead. He doesn't have the blade and maybe won't even get to build one up. We'll have to just wait and see how the rest of this one goes. Overclock popped here by Leave. Jimmy trying to stay alive so he can get one of his own. And a boost is used on the Piggy. Try to keep somebody alive in that front line. And he does nearly manage to find Nisha, but can't quite finish the kill. Cart just in front. The little white box of victory.
If that's credit to Charge. Great job surviving that onslaught from the Hunters. Nobody died from the Charge. Well, now they do. Leave just finds a pick. Now it's a 5v4. This is a problem now.
Yep. The healing throughput just that much more reduced. Overclock here from Jimmy. Needs to find some value. Does manage to take down Gaga, but Leave gets on top of him as well. Make that a 1-for-1 exchange. Then Leave immediately turns around, finds far away. The cleanup comes through as Jinmu dashes his way to 2 quick kills. And it's 4 minutes and 14 seconds for the finish here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. It took them just over a minute to make it to C.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was just better. I just outplayed the Choi Blade at the end there. To be fair, Charge had very few members alive, so probably shouldn't be too hard on Choi, but at the same time, yeah, that time bank difference is monstrous. Charge are just happy that they don't have to play for a draw scenario. I mean, that's the silver lining there. You take your crumbs, we can get them. For the Guangzhou charge, that entire defense, up until we got to about the C point, I felt bad for Piggy. He was on a constant... He was playing cooldowns... Respawn Simulator on Azaria of all heroes. That was unbelievable. Hunters came back with a vengeance on A and B. C was a bit of a minor slowdown, but when Leave got that one headshot to start things out, yeah, that was kind of the beginning of the end there. Basically.
Yeah, set the stage for how the rest of it was going to go. Well, a minute to play with. So yeah, we'll see how this fares.
So,
you know, how this goes.
They have to cap A, and then they have to snowball A. Well, Hunters would have to make a lot of mistakes. Guangzhou would have to snowball A into a B cap. Hunters would then eventually regain control, stop the payload around the first corner of C, and then Hunters would have to spend 4:14 plus 30 seconds on a cap to get to the end. That would have to be the only win condition for the charge. I don't see Guangzhou charge winning this unless they cap 2 points on 1 minute.
Interesting. They've decided to send Jimmy over to the Reapers. The choice they want can play Tracer. Even though Jimmy has been popping with that Sojourn, so we'll see how he fares here. Already Gaga taking a hell of a lot of damage, jumps up onto the high ground.
It shows you the priority, right? It shows you the priority of what they really want to counter here, which is Gaga.
Sure. I mean, I get that. I just need to see it in action, you know, kind of in action, I suppose. Nade goes down, Lead cuts off Jimmy's retreat, and the kills come piling in. I mean, with 19 seconds remaining, this is just going to be the hold. Chunky Hunters would have to
do something really impressive now. Jimmy would have to get some snipes out of spawn. And everyone knows that, okay, Jimmy's got to be a little bit careful.
Does get jumped on, but where's the touch?
He's on Doom, by the way.
Okay. Narrowly gets those blinks back up. Gets the tag. Piggy as well, as you say, onto the Doom Fist. Playing forward. Gaga
Choi needs the pulse. Choi has to get
aggressive. The pulse. So, I mean, he's got it, but he needs to find the stick. Pressure here. Jinu has one of his own. There it is. Zerny is dead. Piggy already taken care of. Choi Se-wan. The pulse bomb. It didn't find an elimination. Even if it had at that point, it was far too gone. That is going to be the full hold here in extra innings. And hey, I mean, Jimmy, he got a snipe at the end.
So Jinmu finds a sleep. So Jinmu finds the pulse, and then he just kills Choi Se-wan anyway. Like I said, Jinmu is just better currently, at least in this map. Contra charge, they needed A and B. They all get not even a tick on A, unfortunately. That is not a pretty sight considering how dominant both teams have been on the A attack. Well, this time around, Charge could not get that A attack underway. Hunters got the A attack done very quickly, and that's a concern. Charge need to really fix up what happened there, and part of it was Piggy dying early, and I want to recount how that kind of happened, because Piggy essentially, from what I gather, spent both his bubbles somewhere, and then he got hit by an anti-nade by Monk, could not cleanse himself, and he died from a Gaga dive. That was it. So, possibly what goes on there is maybe Zernius or Farway gets pressured by some diving members of Chengdu Hunters. Piggy expends his bubbles on his teammates, then he gets naded and can't save himself. I think that's probably what happened without being able to go back and check. So if Piggy wants to live now, that's, you know, Charge need to do somewhat of a good job of protecting their back line without Piggy having to spend both his bubbles too soon.
Well, 4 minutes, 14 seconds to chew through if they want to get the fuller hold. Guangzhou charge, if they can pull it off, it would be absolutely miraculous. Jimmy back onto the Sojourn. It's definitely a good shout. A good way to try to make it happen. There's Choi Se-wan already getting tagged low, playing around the hotel. Jimmy makes his way forward. First contact here with the point. You can see the charge. Very disconnected away from this. Piggy has to be the one that plays down and stops this from ticking up. Dive goes in. Gaga leaping up onto the high ground. They force the position, yet the bubble's now going to be expended. The point not quite being occupied, though. Rest of the charge. They rotate down, land on the backside of the hotel. Zernius finds that opening kill. Monk going to be taken down. Jinmu and Lee both low on HP. Misha trying to escape. Makes his way around the corner. The chase coming in. Jimmy trying to find that elimination. Can't quite make it happen. Slow and steady here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters for now. Just seeking stability with Monk rejoining.
Now 0 bubbles again. Every time that Piggy burns one, he's got none left because they don't burn. The cooldowns don't come back at the same time. That's what I'm trying to say. He only gets one bubble back at a time. Right. So he's currently just cycling through the one bubble that he has. Until he can hold on for like 20 seconds straight, so that's one gone again. No bubble
Point
once more.
occupied. Piggy, he's
You
being
need
dealt
display
with
from
right
Troy.
now. Needs to make his
Always
way
Nano.
over. He does so. The Piggy's going to be the focus here. Nano goes out. Piggy staying alive. Medium energy right now, so the damage output is not going to be huge. You can see Chengdu Hunter's more than happy to just go
Hunter's
ahead and
disengaged.
disconnect from the fight. Yep, they just wait out the Nano.
And
now
now-
they go again, but Jinmu
Okay.
gets picked.
Okay, so they wait for Jinmu, but they have to get this Nano Blade. Guangzhou Charge probably won't be able to get any more further members here. They don't want to overcommit. Piggy's very desperate for more damage and kills. He's trying to find the grab. He's 79 towards it. And when the Nano Blade comes on through,
Blades
it
up.
could be lights out. So Charge is going to really struggle once that happens.
Choice A1 with the blade. Could be huge. He's going to pull it. He goes into the back line. He's looking for the supports. Finds Leave actually first and foremost. That looks for a little bit more, but with the one pick, that's still going to be time bought. It's still very much valuable here for the side of the Charge.
And the time is important because Xerneas can get beat now. So this is where Monk and Jinmu need to pull the trigger. But they don't know what the sound barrier timing on Xerneas is. The longer they wait, the closer Xerneas gets. And if he's not the first one dead, Charge have got this. They have the defense and they have the grab. They can actually turn this around and force us to the final minute.
Okay, blade pulled. Jinmu finds Jimmy immediately. The beat only catching the supports on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Nisha still holding on to one of his own. And Xerneas has been taken out. Far away. Gonna get cleaned up. Jinmu finds him with the last little swipe there. And that will be the cleanup. It was so damn close. It was looking great from the side of the Charge, but the House of Cards comes tumbling down in the very last moments. Chengdu Hunters just willing to play that one out patiently. They drain the clock down by about, what, 3/4? And then they just go ahead, strike in one fell swoop. Jinmu comes up huge with the blade.
I mean, he kills Jimmy before the sound barrier reaches him, I believe, and that's a 5v4, and then we get to the actual blade itself. Spins a couple of slashes onto Xerneas, green HP helping him survive, but goes right to the backline, destroys Farway in that 1v1, even gets a deflect sleep onto Farway himself. I mean, that was just so damn clean. Jimmy
Very
is
clean stuff.
pounding. I mean, he was brilliant yesterday, and that has not changed today.
I mean, just the Genji in his hands. It's just immaculate from Jinmu. I mean, honestly, might just be the best Genji that we have right now. Is that fair to say?
Well, who I use not playing, so by default we'll give it to him, sure.
All right, who are you? Definitely a good shout. That's definitely a very good one. But yeah, incredible from Jinmu in particular and the rest of the Chengdu Hunters. They managed to get that win. Guangzhou Charge still, though, putting up a good fight when it came down to that overtime defense. But now it all comes down to one last map. They need to be able to pick up a victory here if they want to extend the series and want to have a hope of winning this one. Reverse sweep is what is necessary. We're going to be heading over to Circuit Royale. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can get it done when we come back from the break. And we are back. It's a 2-0 lead right now for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but again, they still have to fight for it. Huge time bank going into overtime there on Kings Row. Not much for Guangzhou Charge to do with the measly minute that they had, but they still put up a solid defense as they were looking for the draw, but unfortunately for them, did not happen. Now we get ready to go into Circuit Royale to see if the Guangzhou Charge can start to engineer a bit of a reverse sweep. Certainly what they need if they want to walk away victorious, add a 6th series win to their overall season scoreboard. Otherwise, the Chengdu Hunters looking to move up and find their 9th. It feels weird.
Well,
It feels like they should have more.
Right. What, who? Chengdu?
Chengdu, yes.
Well, I mean, they've had
Definitely
some,
talking about Chengdu.
They've had some, like, kind of shocking... Well, I would extend that to Charge a little bit, because I feel like them going 1-11, I believe, in the first 2 stages. Not pretty. Charge also kind of struggled, I believe. Their scoreline in the first 2 stages was not good. I think Chengdu got most of their wins in the Summer Showdown.
Right.
Both of these teams started to really come back strong in the Summer Showdown. Obviously, Charge did a lot more because Hunters fell apart on that last week, and that's still the struggle. You know, we're seeing Week 1 Hunters, which has typically been really, really strong. It's Week 2, Week 3 Hunters, especially that Week 3 Hunters that we have to keep our eye on. But switch our focus to Circuit Royale now, as you did see as well on the player rosters. We have a substitution. Daisy is coming in to play the Sigma.
Yes.
And I gotta say, if there is a map and a matchup that Charge should be able to win, that should be better than Hunters, it's got to be the Sigma matchup. You have
Piggy
the
on
Pigma
Sigma
himself. You got Pigma on your team. Like, you know, even before that, you had Krong. You have 2 very specific Sigma specialists. If this is not the comp that Charge win, then I guess they really have no business winning this matchup, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I just realized that we get treated when we swap sides to Jinmu playing the piano again. So that'll be fun.
Okay.
But hopefully the game itself is as well. So let's go ahead and get into it as the doors open up. Picky already with the barrier out, blocks the accretion from Daisy.
I want to mention one thing. Jinmu's not on a Genji. Typically when we've seen, even in non-Junker Queen metas of Ilios, when they play Sigma here and they play Circuit Royale, Jinmu... Okay, well, Jinmu gets a kill. Jinmu plays a bit of Genji. Remember the Jinmu Genji clutch versus Fusion, right? So he's actually going to be on the Hanzo to play up against the shield from Piggy. The initial kill to Nisha just means that Guangzhou are going to get a bit more free push, and Chengdu have to wait to play this hairpin. Obviously, we're not going to do any sort of spawn camping anymore. We're way out of Jote's meta.
Leave on the hunt. He knows the choice they want is positioned behind the statue for now. Just doesn't quite have an angle for it. Jimmy as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Not quite going to be able to get that shot to connect. So it's back over to Leap once more. Jinmu going to be able to find one, but Piggy quickly has the punish. 50 DPS for a DPS. This Daisy just hugging inside whatever luxury brand overpriced nonsense store this is.
Keep an eye on Xerneas. Because Nisha died, he's behind on the Matrix timing, and that is probably going to be what breaks the stalemate. Either one of Piggy's Flux or Xerneas' window coming online. Piggy is getting a lot of damage down here. Daisy needs to catch up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's a good shot.
Leave. Yeah, quick little shot across. Finds Jimmy. A lot of pressure alleviated. Daisy immediately looks to play off the back of that one. Rushes out of the shop. They take control of the corner. This gives Leave a nice sight line. Gets a quick tap there onto Piggy before the barrier can come back up.
Piggy's going to get the ultimate first, so he'll be the first one on the lobby. Might just pull the trigger early. I think if you're Piggy, this is... You kind of got to know this is the only thing on board. And when Xerneas pops a window, Jinmu doesn't quite have the dragon to counter. Daisy will soon have this Flux as well.
Okay, there's the window. Okay, dragon does come across. Xerneas tagged down low. Mortality Field's going to be cleaned up, and that's going to be the Flux first here. From the side of Daisy, drops him back down to the ground. Jimmy going to be dead. He found far away moments before, so 2 quick kills. Now rushing forward, they get the stun. Xerneas, a sliver of HP. It looks like Daisy thought that he initially had the kill, but he's able to get the follow-up all the same. So does get the punish. Piggy just offering himself up. Just go ahead and get taken down.
Good decision-making by Daisy, and great mechanics shown there as well. Just putting Xerneas into the grave there, pushing up onto Piggy, knowing they have a massive advantage. And some further stag as well. Don't let Piggy just get back to spawn.
Okay.
And now just an opening pick from Jinmu to choice. You want to slow things down further. I mean, Charge are going to be under 1 minute by the time they're ready to push.
Yeah.
And beyond that as well, we're looking towards major Chengdu ult advantage. I mean, we have great counters to Piggy's plays. Choi and Piggy need to make sure they spread their ultimates out. You cannot flux and play at the same time because one trance will counter both.
60 seconds.
Riverside still held. Trance ready to counter. Either the Flux or the Blade. They cannot stack these up. They need to layer these.
Leave Nisha for side here.
String these together, rather, I should say. So there's the window. Nisha just helping to force them back around the corner. It's just more time bought.
That's premature. I'm not a fan of that one. That is too easy for Charge to just disengage. And now it's one ultimate off the board for the Hunters. So that one's just kind of given away. You're only burning a bit of time. So Leave will now pop the Infrasight. I think that Infrasight should have just come through before instead of the window.
Either way, Choice A1 on that flank. Quick tap. Jinmu, he's got the alley-oop. Storm Arrow finding the kill. Tag on the far away. 1 HP. Dies. He finishes with the aggression.
This is last fight.
Well, I don't even know if he's going to be able to get to use this Flux. They find the stun. Daisy going to be hitting the ground there for just a moment. So many ults ready to be utilized here from the side of the Guangzhou charge, but first they need to get the touch. What's it going to be? There's the drop down. He hasn't touched it yet. There's the contest. Okay, now has it. Transcendence comes in. Monk just keeping everybody alive. Daisy going to be stunned up. Already has another Flux ready to go. He has lapped him just because of the patient play that was necessitated here.
Hunters out of bolts.
Just gonna have to shoot that one. Daisy taken down. Nisha at about half HP. The kill does come through, and it seems like the Guangzhou charge should be able to push through here as Choice A1 gets himself up on top to leave. And yeah, the recontest cannot come in. So an extra release on life with 2.5 minutes added to the time bank. Guangzhou charge barely scraped by.
Yeah, that was looking tricky. That was looking not doable for the Guangzhou charge. They were down on members. 15 seconds remaining. They still have to wait for respawns. But there was still ultimates available. You still had a Bloody, so double support ultimates. Monk got the Valley on the trance, but Guangzhou is still getting kills. Piggy surviving there, pushing forward, doing the most. The extra window from Xerneas, I think, was so valuable. And this is why I go back to the original Chengdu defense where Niche just pops this window willy-nilly, and that was, to me, again, not the right call. But on the retake now, using the Dragon, Piggy could be in trouble here. He's kind of in no man's land.
He's fairly split off from the rest of the team. It's going to be the Connect Grasp used, stunned, dead. There's no way to save him. Just poking and prodding, trying to build up for that next Flux, I suppose. Ends up falling. Cart only halfway. It sat here on the ramp. And I mean, Chengdu Hunters, they could take a fairly aggressive position if they want.
You wouldn't give up the high ground, though, I think. So the most aggressive position you take is kind of this overpass-looking area. And that's about it. Certainly no spawn camping. Right, again, we're way past the Junker Queen meta, so no one's rushing towards the spawn anymore. And Nisha gets to kind of redeem himself with that new opportunity for the window. This is where you kind of just want to wait for Charge to push up a little bit more, commit to the point, and... Alrighty. Well, Lee will get something done. Lee doesn't even have to use the window. No, he didn't. Yeah. He just played it. So again, Charge... To be fair, though, Charge don't have a lot of time. So this time the time pressure does matter a little bit more.
All right. Monk in a bit of danger. See the barrier coming out, just to try to keep him protected, but it's a nice pick here from Choice A1, who does nearly have that next blade available. Flux going to be used, picks up 2, Jinmu dead in the sky. Daisy drops down, has that immortality field waiting for him, but Monk does get picked in the end, and yeah, the Transcendence not going to be usable here. Push coming through, reset, Daisy goes down. See if they can buy enough time to try to get this contest going on B, but it just doesn't seem likely.
This is going to have to be a final read. I mean, Monk might just have to trans out of spawn to get there. Somebody's going to touch. It's going to have to be Jinmu. Infrasight's really deadly here. Can they touch in time? No, they got to give it up. No, okay, they have touched.
He's got it. He's got it. The trans comes in, but Nisha's going to be taken down. It's a great headshot from Jimmy. Just no way to try to out-heal that one. The Flux goes in, picks up, I believe, just one player. Drops Piggy down, but the immortality field preset from Xerneas keeps him alive. Now Jinmu, Monk, all falling. Daisy taken out, and that's going to be the cap. So a minute and a half for the final stretch.
The problem I have with the scuff retake is in those sort of situations, it's like almost better just to hold ultimates and play for C. Now you're just significantly down on ultimates, and the problem was we saw in the second to last fight there for B, Monk was at 99 as the Flux went up, but as members got dropped down, including Daisy, he actually managed to get the Transcendence in time. He had ample decision-making time to say, should I use Trans or not? We can save Daisy, play the 4vx, use the Flux and maybe counter the fight. I think that would have been the right call to make, but then going for the scuff retake where you barely touch and lose anyway, that ended up just being so awkward for the Chengdu Hunters.
Jinmu trying to go on a bit of a flank here, much like Choice A1 did before. He managed to find a kill, but Jinmu is not going to be coming up with anything here. Nisha, in fact, is going to be the one who falls. Nice shot from Jimmy, continuing to find value with the Widowmaker. Their opening pick, the cart gliding forward, 35 seconds remaining, ult still held. As Piggy has
by
the
the
better
way,
of Daisy right now towards that flux charge.
Chengdu both have pool control and actually don't, because the payload's already passed and they've not at all been able to use the pool control window to actually stop the payload, and Jimmy just gets rid of leaving the server.
He read him like a book. He knew exactly where he was going to peek from, instantly has the shot. The blade's going to be pulled. Transcendence is there from far away, and Nisha once more is dead. Flux built up by Piggy, drops him back down to the ground. Daisy dead, and the Guangzhou charge are not done yet. They are finishing this map. It's going to be an overtime, but they're at least going to be able to get here to the very end.
Wow.
And what a turnaround.
What a
from
turnaround.
nearly being full held.
Jinxers were on the same page, but it's like, it's the truth, right? Because we go from a situation where you have, what, 14, 15 seconds remaining, not even 5 members alive for the charge, versus 5 alive for the Hunters, into what is now a full map completion. So, you know, there's an alternate universe, there's a multiverse reality where this is actually a full hold, but it's not. Let's take a look at this Jinmu moment here. Oh, what is that? Whoo! Alright.
Alright. That was worth watching.
Someone check him PC, I suppose. As now we have to see Chengdu's ability to try and finish this map. I'm still not very happy with how the B was handled for Chengdu. I can understand. You know, some charge kind of held enough ultimates, didn't lose further members as they rotated backwards and came back just in time to initiate the touch and all the rest.
Okay.
You talk about Jinmu playing piano, but got a bit freestyle here between Daisy and Leaf.
Yeah. This isn't what I wanted.
Chaos is the way of the panda. That's how Chengdu operate. Pure chaos.
Well.
And more Sigma to come back through as well. So this, again, this early phase was very slow for the charge. It literally took until OT. And we'll see if Hunters can build up towards something that breaks the stalemate. That's what you have to look out for. What is there to break stalemate? Is it going to be a Widow pick? Is it going to be a Flux? Is it going to be a window? What is it?
Well, it could just be that we're destined for extra innings once more here on this map. Well, Chengdu Hunters looked impeccable on that attack on King's Row. We'll see if they can replicate that a bit here on Circuit Royale. Jump over the top. Leave not going to be able to get too much done with that one. There's Jimmy just playing right out in front. Bold positioning from him there. He's going to go ahead and relocate back around the back side of the statue, I believe.
All right, well, I mean, this first phase is just getting the payload around the corner to the hairpin, around the shop. That's when the real battle starts, and that trade, it's actually both players killing each other.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah, they killed each other. Well, poetic. Nicely done there from Monk, I guess, to make that a bit of a 1-for-1, but with Daisy falling, it's nothing but good stuff for here from the side of the Guangzhou charge. Choice A1 is dashing around, evading the shurikens, keeps himself safe. And in the fight, Guangzhou charge can continue to maintain this forward position on the corner.
I think it's actually kind of risky for Choi to be playing Tracer here, not just because you can just get one shot by a bunch of different things. It's also just the fact that I don't think you have the same pop-off potential when things really start to hit the fan with ultimates, right? Trust a blade to give you more value than a pulse bomb. Maybe Choi can get it done here. There's also just less angles for the Tracer player, right? I would actually prefer him on either the Hanzo or the Genji. Let's see what he does with the Pulse.
There for just a moment. Pulse goes out. Not going to find too much. Smattering of damage, but no kills to be found. Jimmy finds Jinmu, gets stunned up. Daisy does find that kill. Immortality Field keeping the rest of the Guangzhou charge alive, but the two members gone. Chengdu Hunters again pulling back around the corner.
You also notice that Hunters are not playing the BAP here as well, which I find quite interesting. Because they are playing the Brig version, and part of the reason why they're playing the Brig version is because they also have the Genji, right? Want to be able to support the Genji and Brawl. Hunters don't have the window to break the stalemate here. They kind of have to push forward to get aggressive and use the blade and rally together. And just generally support Daisy and getting much more aggressive in Piggy's face. With the window gone, I think they should feel a little bit more comfortable in doing so.
Okay, Flux for Flux. Huge pickup. Leave, snipes one. Piggy actually kills off Daisy, however. 1-for-1 thus far. Mortality dealt with. Leave finds another kill. Piggy going to be taken down. The first trance is there. Bit of a Zenyatta battle. Faraway now gonna have to pull away. Blade pulled out from Jinmu, gets himself into the back line, finds one of the supports, looks for a little bit more of the slash, not quite connecting onto Jimmy, but it's okay, as Nisha's there for the alley-oop. Gets the kill, Choi Se-won, not much to be done here, as Jinmu's just trying to drag him, can't quite make it happen, but the cap is there all the same. 3.5 minutes in the time bank now.
It's just one of those situations, like, what does Tracer even bring to the table here? That's what I'm, like, really not enjoying the Tracer pick. And it also, by the way, it gives Nisha more value. Nisha would have played the Brig anyway to support Jinmu's Genji, but then you play Tracer on top, it's like, cool, I'll just counter that also with the Brig, so... Yeah, Jinmu eventually pops. Great pressure by Hunters to force out Farway's trance, because otherwise I think Jinmu doesn't get the same value. So now we're making some steady progress, and it's just a slow push up for Chengdu. That's actually kind of big for Choi. That's been the most that the Choi Tracer's done so far on the defense, which is something.
Daisy playing up the staircase, rally out from Nisha, trying to keep everybody alive. Choi Se-won finds increased value. Pulse bomb on to leave, gets the kill. Faraway cleans up both the supports. The rally popped. Chengdu Hunters lose the fight. Charge now in control. 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Chengdu Hunters still have the cart resting on the ramp. Haven't been able to make it around that first corner, that final corner. I should say.
So this is going to come down to Piggy having a 79 versus Daisy 68 first and foremost. Faraway's also leading on the Transcendence. This is kind of what happens on that last fight win from the Guangzhou charge. And again, credit where credit is due, open up by Choi. Bit of supporting from Faraway. So good positioning now as both of the Sigmas will have Flux at the same time.
Leave dead.
So I see what happens now. So this is what happens as Hunters push up, Choi just goes to the back line and finds lead. That'll be his job from now on.
I mean, it's a good job to have, and he's doing a damn good job at it. Xerneas going to be taken down, but now Monk and Jinmu both falling. Nisha dead as well. Guangzhou charges have a complete stranglehold over this point right now. Chengdu Hunters cannot get themselves up this hill.
Well, they need stuff like the Blade to break through as well. We trade Flux for Flux. Transcendence came on through. The other part of the difference here at Ilios is that Monk didn't have the trance, right? So, yeah, I think the charge are going to get more value out of that. They already had a 5v4 due to Leave dying. Flux gets traded. Faraway counters, Monk can't. But now that the trance is gone, it's Jinmu's time to shine. So if Chengdu can't get a Blade value here, and I think they burn the trance as a tempo, if they can't burn both these ultimates and get a win, I don't know that they can Cat B anymore.
Close call for Nisha, stays alive, but Daisy just gets eliminated. Choi Se-won gets on top of him. The Discord Orb goes out. They find that kill. Immortality field cleared. Trance from Monk just to try to escort them forward here. He's keeping Jinmu alive during the Blade. Slicing and dicing, finds a couple kills here for themselves, and they finally have broken the position. Gets on top of Jinmi. Quick little kill. And will be the card moving forward. Choi Se-won now does get dealt with.
There's another respawn here. Charge can play for a retake. I think they can just make a retake. The issue with the retake is that Choi died. Choi needs to be the one to touch, so now that Choi's gone, if they can just stop Piggy from touching, they cap. Yeah, okay, there it is. So yes, Piggy, that chasing down Choi at the end was critical to capping.
Well, they managed to make it happen. Leave dead, but so is Jimmy, so now Widowmaker's going to be out of the fight. Choi Se-won, pulse bomb nearly built up, but never mind. Monk takes his head off. Great fragging being put on display here. Okay,
that's a desperate window
actually going to be used, but they just push right past it. Yeah, that was desperation, surely, from Xerneas, and he instantly pays the price. Jinmu dashes straight through the damn thing and manages to find that elimination. That's going to be a good deal of space now bought here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
2 fights in a row.
Not given the opportunity to get set up.
2 fights in a row now, so Hunters have a decent amount. Okay, Choi dropped off the map. Chengdu Hunters had a decent amount of forward pressure off the back of that. And okay, we do lose a player due to Jimmy finding a snipe. That's a slowdown. But if you look at the payload silhouette, it's already pushed to the final corner. At least Guangzhou Charge are doing a better job of playing window control here. You'll notice that the Chengdu defense, they had pull, but they did not have this kind of balcony and they couldn't shoot down. So this makes it now that Hunters pushing the payload the rest of the way is not going to be for free.
We're heading to OT for sure. They have. I mean, it certainly would feel that way unless the Guangzhou Charge can complete this defense. Choi Se-won on the hunt once more, gives his position away. Sight going to be expiring and push on the corner. Monk making use of that of his own. Flux comes down, Daisy managing to stay alive, but he gets taken out. Finding Choi Se-won 1-for-1, but now 1-for-2 as Monk falls. And with no supports and 30 seconds remaining, the Chengdu Hunters have to reset right now. Daisy needs to back away from this position.
Final opportunity
Stunned
here.
up.
And as Monk and Daisy have ultimates, Far Away also has one. So we're in the same exchange now. Daisy cannot die. If Daisy dies at this point, it's lights out.
He needs.
I believe he'll be okay.
Okay.
Desperately needs heals for sure. Jimmu can get Bladers. There's enough ultimates. We have 2 ultimates that can't be counted. Both you counted.
Jimmu's dead.
Okay.
Choi Se-won.
Well, one of them's gone now. One of them's gone.
Absolutely impeccable from Choi Se-won. Went from doing absolutely nothing to doing everything here for the side of the charge. Jinmu going to be respawning now, needs to join in with the rest of the team. That's going to be the Flux versus Flux right now. Jimmy under a little bit of fire. The Flux will finish him off. Daisy finds that opening kill. Needs a bit more though if they want to be able to complete this push. Blade online. Jinmu should be rejoined in with the rest of the team. Like you said, the counters are not there. Blade pulled. He's looking for Piggy. Takes him a bit low. Trying to play off the back of this Discord arm. Jinmu ends up falling, but it's going to be at the cost of Xerneas and Piggy. So 2 more kills here for the side of the for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They trade up in the fight. Choi Se-won keeps the card occupied for now. Has to dash away. A meter left to go. The pulse bomb goes in. He gets 2 kills.
Is that a cap?
Unbelievable.
No, it's not. It's not a cap.
They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. We're not done yet. The pulse bomb from Choi Se-won, finding 2 eliminations, made the difference. It got them off the cart. The OT bled down, and Guangzhou keep their heads above the water. This series is not ending in a 3-0.
That was unexpected. Chengdu Hunters looked like they won that fight, but Pulse Bomb saving the day was incredible coming through. Although, to be fair, Chengdu kind of looked like they just... I don't know, did they just eat that? I got questions about what Nisha was doing on the second part of this map as well. Way too many times. Choi got free value diving to the back line, and you have this Brig that doesn't do a good enough job preventing it. I don't know. Chengdu Hunters, I did say though, Ilios, if there was a map that Charge had to show that they were better than in terms of a matchup, it's got to be the Sigma matchup. Piggy, he's the Pigma. Sigma is his signature hero. He's like well known to be one of, if not one of the best Sigmas that we have in the entire league. So for the Charge, this was a must-win, obviously, because they're down 0-2, but I think just for pride, just for their own personal strength, Piggy wasn't going to lose a Sigma matchup, and he didn't.
No, he did not. Well done here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, keeping themselves in this series. That's 1 step taken towards the reverse sweep. They need to take another to take us into a Game 5 as we get ready to head over to push. It's going to be New Queen Street coming up next, and we'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can continue to perform, if Choi Se-won can continue to find an incredible amount of value and come up with just absolutely insane plays. So right now the Guangzhou Charge, this is the best that they have looked this entire season throughout. They're pushing Chengdu Hunters to the brink in all of these maps, but now they finally have one under their belt. Let's see if they can get a second when we come back, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. The second series of the evening, not done yet. Guangzhou Charge able to fight back on Circuit Royale. They pick up a win. Now we turn our sights over to New Queen Street to see if they can keep it going and try to pull off a reverse sweep, or if the Chengdu Hunters will be able to close this one 3-1 in the end. Either way, this has been a tight-knit series the whole way throughout. No one is picking up map wins for free, so see what happens as we get ready to go to push.
Look at his stats as well. You know, we talk about Piggy really carrying his way through the Sigma. Top damage dealer in the entire lobby there. Did 39% of his entire team's damage at 17,430 over the course of that map. So on a Sigma, 17,430. For context, that's about 7,000 more than Choi and about 11,000 more than Jimmy. And we don't need to talk about the supports there. So yeah, both the Sigma players, for context, well, Daisy also doing 34%, but Daisy was something like 3,000 below Piggy. So Piggy really pulled weight on that Sigma for Circuit Royale. So like I said, if there was going to be one matchup, one map, one game type, that the Charge were going to have an advantage over, it was going to be a Sigma matchup on an Escort.
Well,
we're back to
certainly
Zarya
worth the treat for him. But yeah, we're just going to have Gaga coming back through here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Daisy will make his leave. We'll see how they fare, what the comps exactly look like, because we have had a lot of fluidity, I suppose, here today in this series in particular. We'll see if that continues as we go into push.
Back to dive, though. I think with Gaga coming back into the lineup for Chengdu, that will be very helpful for them, given that the best looks for Chengdu so far have been on the dive compositions. And I'll be looking out to see what Jimmu plays here as well, because I think the capability of Sombra increases on these kind of more open maps, right? We see a lot of Sombra control, and push is no different. So it's either going to be that, or we're going to be seeing some more, possibly Tracer or Genji with the leave on the Sojin. This is most likely going to be Jimmu on, I would have to guess, a Tracer. Charge going to be moving back over towards their initial comps they played the first two maps, right? As I mentioned, Zarya. No more Sigma available for Piggy here. Choi back on a Reaper, Jimmy on a Sojin. They know Gaga's going to be coming out to play the Winston, so Choi understands the matchup. And the final lock-in for Jimmu is going to be the Genji, so not going to be the Tracer. They're going to trust in more of the Summer Showdown style composition of Genji and Sojin together.
All right, well, here we go. Everything to play for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Chengdu Hunters trying to close this series. We'll see if they can get it done. Has already bubbled up his choice they want here on the Reaper, just trying to put some damage down onto Gaga. Quickly bid to the sky, keeping himself protected for now. Choice one pulls back over with the rest of the squad.
Off the
Gaga's
map?
on this other map. I don't know exactly what had just happened. I don't know what I just saw. It
He might
wasn't a
have whipped
boop.
the shot. It didn't look like a boop to me either. He just didn't land on the map. He just went off the map, I think.
He just screwed it up. Well, that is going to be a good amount of space. Vault over here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, getting the push going. Gaga joining back in now, so they can keep it contested through this alleyway, but yeah, there you
know
go.
what the
Push
best
comes
stat
in.
line for that is? You have 4 members on Charge with 1 elimination, but nobody has a final blow, because Gaga killed himself. So you still get an elimination, but you don't get a final blow. That's
very funny. That's a really great interaction, actually. Well, let's look to Gaga to see if he stops doing things like that. For now, the bot control going to be wrestled away from them.
They're away from the edge of the map now, so I think this part of the map is okay.
True. But if you believe in
there's
him
a bug somewhere.
enough.
Unless Gaga falls through the map like Bernard's Grav and Mitzi's Madness.
Well, we can only hope that does not occur.
Piggy hopes it doesn't occur. He's on a Zarya. Nanos are available, by the way. Waiting for Nano Blade.
Yeah. That early death. I mean, Gaga, 42%. Piggy right now, 82. That's going to be the blade pulled here from Jinmu. Gets on top of Xerneas, finds that elimination. Looks for a little bit more. Choice they want is Nano, has the bubble. Does manage to stay alive. He's cutting back as long as he possibly can, but Leave around the corner, gets that rail shot across. Eventually finds the kill, and this is looking a lot more like the Chengdu Hunters that we know and love. Quick little turnaround on the fight, some good kills. Now they can try to go ahead and match distance.
I mean, Achilles, it turns out Nano Blade is better than just nanoing a Reaper. Who knew? Hunters will need to get a lot of value off the back of that.
A Reaper who just has nothing
here as well. Yeah, Choi didn't quite have a Death Blossom or anything just yet. Gaga jumping off the map prevents Choi from building up a Death Blossom
Piggy trying to stay alive. Final rail built up here. Leaf not going to be able to get any eliminations off the back of that one, but Chengdu Hunters will now take the lead. The contest is immediately right back in the side of the Charge, however. Chengdu Hunters say, okay, that's good enough. Gaga, however, dead. Couldn't quite make it out.
I respect that from Hunters as well. You know, they kind of get the flip over, then they just play more defensively. Have to be careful not to get staggered too hard here, because otherwise Charge are threatening to flip again. It's only like 6 meters to flip, right? So it's very easy to flip here for the Charge. So if Hunters are trying to play this very slow game where they just get a flip and back out, well, that's already going to be changed hands immediately. Now we're waiting for Nanos again, or actually Charge don't have to wait. They have everything else they need for now, minus the grab.
Okay, overclock coming through from Jimmy. It's a spot, just a shy over that hit there onto Jinmu. Choice A1 playing up front. Wraith Walk going to be popped. He goes so damn low. It's really just limit testing right there. Sound barrier and response from Xerneas, just trying to keep everybody alive. Now the Nano, TP into the back. There's the Death Blossom, and 3 people instantly disappear. Xerneas finds Gaga as well. And yeah, that's the way that we want to see the Reaper played.
With the Nano as well, so that was the biggest overkill of ultimates committed, but it works out for them to be getting a cap, and I think you do actually want to spend big to get the cap anyway.
Yeah.
And that is now a cleanup from Hunters the other way around, but Charge they got what they need. They got 61. They got the something mode. I don't know what it's called. You're not going to get it out of me. And Charge, I think they ultimately are happy with that.
All right. Well, lead established. 30 meters up right now here for the side of the Charge. The bot shipped back across. Chengdu Hunters trying to get this push moving. Piggy, 11% off for the next grab. Jinmu already going to be taken down. The Bionade just not able to be played off the backside of it. With that pick, instantly, all the efforts here of the Chengdu Hunters to try to get into a push position. It's undone.
Well, yeah. Well, now they might have to spend a Nano Blade just to take control of the. Yeah, they are.
Bot, yeah.
They're gonna have to spend a Nano Blade when Monk respawns just to get control of the bot. As Charge are probably gonna sneak like 5 to 10 meters here. So that's 2 kills that allows Charge to push the bot all the way back. And Hunters were about to spend a Nano Blade to potentially get their own cap, and now they can't do that.
They certainly cannot.
Oh my,
Really
how does this happen
it's
again?
It's just one after the other. The picks just keep flying. Barway finds Jinmu. This is a catastrophe for the side of the
They're
Chengdu
on
Hunters.
nearly 5 ults. Hunters are nearly on 5 ults, but they can't use anything because they never have 5 alive. 3 picks in a row.
Oh boy.
And now we're heading to 90 meters. Holy.
And the grab is potentially huge. Finds 2. Going to be locked in. The body block there from Gaga to help keep him alive. Leave in the meantime actually alleviates a hell of a lot of pressure by killing up Choice A1. Sleep dart across. The kill is found onto Jimmy. Chengdu Hunters finally being able to break through. That's just 2 of the ults committed to the fight. They have 3 more to try to get the actual, the bot actually pushing, but if they continue to get picked, then it's just not going to happen. Already, though, Guangzhou Charge set up at nearly 89 meters.
It's a 27 or 28 meter mistake there from the Hunters. 3 deaths in a row mean they go from
oopsie.
threatening to cap themselves to losing 28 meters. That's what 3 deaths does in a row. Because Charge had the cap as well, they had the force spawn, they get to play for mid now, which means we have to Nano Blade.
Okay, Blade does get pulled. Xerneas is going to be the first one to fall. Sleep dart, for a little bit there was on the Piggy, so not able to provide any peel. The cleanup will come through. Just
You'll notice, by the way,
Monk going to have a long run back.
That's number 1. So you already see Nisha going back for the taxi. So first of all, there's only 3 people at pushing so far. Well, you don't need more than 1 pushing, but the point is Guangzhou will definitely have another fight. You'll notice they didn't spend a single ultimate for that take. All they wanted to do was burn what Chengdu had, which is the Nano Blade. And now that the Nano Blade is off the table, Charge have all their economy under their back, so they can quite easily defend this cap.
They can. The bot makes it to 49. Again, the Chengdu Hunters just have to pull away. 4 ultimates in the bank here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, so economic pace is definitely very much in their hands. There's the Nano, there's the TP, there's the Death Blossom. Nisha's dead, as is Jinmu. Not quite as flashy as the last one, but it's still a hell of a lot done. There's 2 kills instantly get picked
Hunters
up.
are still here.
Just around the corner. Why are you still pushing
They're
this
not
man?
disengaging. They're not disengaging, and now they don't want to get cleaned up.
Okay.
So you know what, Killing? I'm gonna say it was.
I'm confused.
I'm gonna end up saying it was more flashy because Choice doesn't steal all the kills of the Death Blossom and allows everybody else to charge their ultimates. I respect that. That's generous. And now we're above 90 meters.
Fair point. Okay.
Oh, Jimmy save. Wow.
Overclock Jimmy. Oh my God, the sound barrier timing there from Xerneas was just on the edge. But he manages to keep him alive. The overclock, however, not going to find too much value, but he pushes up onto the high ground, takes lead down to a sliver of HP, but somehow the healing is enough there from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, just utilizing
106.
that Bionade, just trying to keep everybody boosted up. Gaga slept, anteed, woke it up, Piggy kills him. Then Jimmy finds Jinmu, and just like that, the Chengdu Hunters say, okay, we can start moving the bot. Nope, not at all. The bot is now pushing on the final stretch.
Yep, with further staggers here, no supports. Chengdu need to wait for 5 to come back in. They need to burn ultimates, and we're about to get a full cap. Charge, very much like they're taking us from map 5 here. I don't see Hunters bringing this one back. They need to burn ultimates.
It seems so damn impossible. The sound barrier will keep Jinmu alive through the graph. Gaga, again, going to be anteed up. He's got the primal to play off of, but he's trying to knock the members of the Guangzhou Charge forward towards the spawn room doors. Knocks him up here onto the bot. Now starts to cleave him down. 2 kills here for Gaga as he goes low, jumps up into the sky, and somehow actually stays alive. He doesn't even wait for healing. He just immediately re-aggresses, knows that they need to be able to close up this fight. They will finally do so, but it's 125 meters with 1 minute and 16 seconds left. The Guangzhou Charge can still intercept the bot at the midway point.
Oh, absolutely.
They have
75 meter gap. And at this point for Charge, you're looking to just defend the entire way through. You don't need to finish the map, obviously. Just keep shoving the payload back if you can. Force Hunters to burn ultimates, and Hunters are going to be desperate. They are definitely going to be burning ultimates. For Hunters to win this, they need to do to Charge what they had done to them earlier, which is just to get a single pick over and over and over.
Blade pulled, Jinmu anti, just trying to get him up far away, but far away is just so dead. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Might have killed himself off the right click or went off the side of the map. Either way, we'll have to wait for a replay to know exactly what happened. I didn't see it. Either way, the fight does get cleaned up there because of Piggy's absence. So, Chengdu Hunters will get the bot into a pushing position, but they still have to go to the checkpoint.
Yeah. No replay. Best I can do for you is some mild detective work, and honestly, I have no idea. Case not solved, but we are going to get some push now. That's what I'm talking about, right? So, single picks like that mean that Charge are not going to go for the play. So now you're going to get a cap because of it. So a little bit more of that from the Hunters, and they might threaten it. But we're into OT, so Hunters legitimately now cannot lose a single ball member. And I'm looking at Choi. If Choi gets another insane Death Blossom, map's over.
I mean, I'm looking at Leave with that overclock and Xerneas with the sound barrier. They need to be able to deny that one away, but they cannot. The sound barrier shielding will go through onto 4 members, and Jimmy instantly cuts Gaga down to size. He himself, however, does end up falling. Leave finding a kill, Jinmu getting another. He's going to be taken out of the fray here. It's just Monk and Leave now left alive, trying to fight out against Choice they wanted Piggy, and there's the Death Blossom. Leave manages to get the finish, but now it's him versus Azaria. He's got pretty decent energy right now. Slides up into the sky. It's just a matter of time here before Leave ends up dying, and he does. He'll take Piggy down with him, but there's no one there. He could have lasted a couple more seconds. Gaga and Nisha would have gotten back. They could have maybe kept this one alive, but it's not to be. Guangzhou Charge will win the map. New Queen Street is theirs, and that now takes us into a 5th and final.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm going to personally say that even if Gaga and Nisha touched, they wouldn't have kept it alive because Guangzhou Charge play for full wave respawns and Chengdu play 2v5 and lose anyway. That's the problem. That's why I said for Chengdu, they literally can't lose a single member and have to play 5 alive the rest of the way through to get to 125 because one player dead during OT or during any point, full respawn all the way back from wherever their spawn is, and that run back is far too punishing. So Guangzhou will infinitely have 5 alive on any sort of respawn wave, and Hunter's just too far behind me. The damage was done earlier. When we saw the Nano Blade being screwed up because Jinmu and Monk repeatedly died 3 times in a row, and Charge got 90 meters, to me that's when the map ended. So here we are, map 5 now.
All right, well, map 5 to decide it all. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can in fact pull off this reverse sweep. They would love to get that 6th series victory and add another loss to the tally of the Chengdu Hunters, but it all comes down to one last round of control. We are going to Oasis, and that's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, so do not go anywhere, guys. You do not want to miss the conclusion of this absolutely crazy series. And we are back, and we are going into a 5th and final map. The Guangzhou Charge currently trying to pull off a reverse sweep over the Chengdu Hunters. Such a decisive victory for them on New Queen Street. Chengdu Hunters just getting picked one after the other. Cannot afford to have that happen. We're going into one last round of control. It's going to be Oasis to decide it all.
I think Charge last stage actually reverse swept the Fusion as well, so it's something about them and reverse sweeping orange teams. You know, they got a specific flavor they like to stick to. Pretty sure I have to go back and check. Otherwise, I'm just throwing Fusion under the bus again. But no, the Fusion did get reverse swept by somebody recently, and I'm pretty sure it was the Charge. But let's talk about this game here. Good heroics shown by Leave at the end. Went back, he got a 4K in that fight. While he was dying, got a 4K. But again, the unfortunate issue with that situation is even Leave doing that level of heroics, as I mentioned, Hunters are forever at a player deficit because their respawn distance is too far away. And Charge can always just wait for 5 and just play 5v2. So, unfortunately, even when you get a 4K and nearly save the game, it doesn't actually save you the game. That's just how things can be on push. But moving towards our final map, our decider here on Oasis, things get really tricky. I actually believe that the correct call for Hunters to make is to put Jinmu back on Sombra. I think their dives were better with the Sombra. They had way more kill pressure with the Sombra. Guangzhou Charge are feeling much more comfortable in the matchup with, and this is where I think the Reaper's finding a lot more value. I'm not just talking about Death Blossoms here, I'm talking about the fact that Gaga his gameplay is affected heavily when he has to dive into bubbled players and bubbled Reapers and Annas and everything like that. We looked at Circuit and thought like that was a pretty close game, right? That seemed like a bit of a coin toss. Anyone could have wanted the end, but you look at New Queen Street, that was not close. That was 125 meters worth of domination from Charge.
That it was. Well, no more push, no more carts. We're straight up playing good old King of the Hill now as we go into control. We'll be city center to begin things here. We'll see who can draw first blood and also what the comps are going to look like. For now, Piggy flashing the Wrecking Ball.
Troy goes Tracer or Reaper. Piggy won't do Wrecking Ball here. I don't think it's within his wheelhouse. He would probably go Diva, if not Zarya. So, this is what city center. So if he was going to play Diva, he'd play it right here, and it is going to be the Tracer for choice if one as well. So, much more flexible on an open map like a Control. So you wouldn't want to play a Reaper here; it's too slow. Everything else is about what you'd expect. And Leave back, and that's the other reason you want Jinmu on the Sombra, because it allows Leave to play the Tracer.
All right, we'll see how they fare now. See opening skirmishes come through. Piggy just around the corner, looking to go aggressive. Jimmy going to be sliding over towards the street side. So Piggy pops a bubble, himself safe, joins in with the rest of the squad. Colosseo in the meantime, just look at his skirmish, looking to find some eliminations. It's going to be Jinmu finding that first blood as Xerneas does get taken down. It's going to give Nisha a nice little lead here towards that sound barrier, and he's already doubling up.
You can already see just how much more comfortable this is for Hunters, right? Gaga doesn't have to deal with the Reaper in his face. Late death at the far away, by the way, is just going to cost a bit of time. And the dive pressure from the hack and Jinmu's, he's already getting some decent damage in there. It's just so much cleaner. In fact, Chengdu haven't died yet. That's over the course of that fight. Everyone's still alive. Everyone's got a bunch of damage. Leaves on a pulse bomb nearly. Choi's not that far off either, to be fair. They're both pretty even. Guangzhou Charge immediately reset 30% now for the Hunters.
Alright, well, right back into it, but ult leads very much in the hands here of the Chengdu Hunters, with Jinmu not too far away from the EMP. Nisha nicely at 68% as well for the sound barrier. Jimmy desperately looking for a kill. Has to make his exit, slides back over. Gets some nice little TLC from the supports. EMP now at the ready. Pulse bump from Colosseo does manage to find one, but Piggy's going to be lost. It's going to be the front line broken down here for the side of the Charge. Need to fight back without having that Zarya in the mix. And without those bubbles, without that extra little bit of peel and protection, you can see that they are falling apart. Far away, dead. 10% shy from that nano boost. We'll have it for the next fight, but the next one very well might be the last.
Piggy's gone Doom now. And unfortunately, I think Doom is just going to have a worse time because you're playing up against Sombra and Anna at the same time. That is not a good matchup for the Doom. The Zarya is probably better here, but I don't know what it is. Maybe Piggy's feeling desperate. Maybe he feels like the Zarya isn't getting value anymore. Triple EMP.
Finds 3. Yeah, Colosseo does manage to stay alive with that one. But the dive comes through. Gaga going to be slept. Xerneas still, however, cannot make it out with his life intact. You see the follow-up hack there, just looking for far away. Monk manages to snipe him, and we're looking at a 100-0 closeout.
From from Pigria to Pigfist to Pigston now. We're getting the full gamut of tanks. It's Nano into Piggy, I guess.
Okay, the touch is
they're
there.
already down one.
Dead. Nisha finding the kill with the help of Jinmil. 3 ults still held from the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and this is just looking completely unassailable. Dash to the back, they're looking for Jimmy. He grabs the health pack, but he's got nowhere else to go. Lee finishes with a quick little bop on the nose. They see Piggy, they know that he's occupying the point, but they don't really care. They say, okay, you go ahead, you keep that thing contested, we'll kill the rest of your squad. Lee does turn around, finish them off, and Chengdu Hunters 100-0 on this first round of 2 City Center.
3 players did not get their ultimates. Jimmy, 96, Xerneas, 95. Piggy, he like 3 different tanks there. He was never going to see an ultimate doing that.
He was just consistently
3 players
losing.
did not get an ultimate. I got to speak to the Lucio here as well. My belief is that Lucio into Hunter's Comp, not good. You want to be on a Brig. Reason why? First of all, Brig anti-dive. Second of all, in terms of hack just eliminates all of Lucio's entire kit. It's just gone. He doesn't do anything. When you hack a Brig, Inspire still works. Inspire still gets to heal during a hack, by the way. Spire, one of the strongest abilities in the game, which is why it got nerfed. Yeah, just being on the loose. Because how many times did Jinmu just hack Xerneas? The guy was just, like, spent so much time dead, couldn't find an ultimate, no sound barrier. Not working out. Choi back on the Reaper. I think for University, this does make a lot more sense.
Okay. Thought he was going off the side of the map there for just a second. Stuck in the corner. Anti did connect on the 2. Piggy now going to be taking a nap. It's in a safe enough spot, though, surrounded by his teammates, so no follow-up to be found. But the skirmishing, you can tell Chengdu Hunters, they do not want to be reverse swept. They are hungry for the win.
4 members of Hunters haven't died yet. Monk is the only death on the Hunters, so that's only 1 frag out of a Guangzhou charge for an entire round, courtesy of Choi. So see that change. That should change now, as this is a much better matchup for charge. Gaga low and dead.
Quite a bit of damage out. Yeah, Gaga does fall down. Piggy now finding a bit more purchase here with his Zarya. Try to build up, continue to generate energy, and get that grab ready online. Right-click globs going through, just looking out pressure. Jinmu.
Look at Farway's Nano.
Oh my, he is surging. Holy hell. 87%
Yeah, he's going to get this really
right now.
quickly. And this could go into either Piggy or Choi. In fact, if you give it to Choi, he can just start walking forward. I think that might be the correct call.
Very well could be. Jinmu as well, though. Quick towards the blade. Monk needing to catch up if they want to have a nano to couple in with it. Nisha going to be taken down because they want to get on top of him, but they do get the punish, and Jinmu cuts down Xerneas as well. 2 huge kills coming in from Jinmu. They also get the third. Jimmy taken out, and there you have it. The turnaround of the fight. As the flip comes in, Guangzhou charge only able to set up 35% for themselves. Chengdu Hunters gain control of the point.
That's a bit of indecision from far away. We actually saw that because Choi dies and he's thinking, okay, who's my next nano target? Probably Piggy. But he doesn't expect that Jinmu just kills everybody. And once the second player from charge dies, you can't play the nano anymore because now you're 3v5. So Guangzhou charge get put between a rock and a hard place. They give up their advantage. Now Monk is caught up. In fact, everybody on Chengdu have basically caught up or overtaken. Leaves actually got an overclock now as well. You can play Nano Blade. If not Nano Blade, probably more consistent. Here we go.
It's going to be the Nano Blade. Farway already dead. Xerneas is trying to stay alive. Jinmu will find Jimmy in the end. Piggy taken down. Collapse back in over towards the rest of the point. Get the cleanup, and yeah, there's nothing to be done there.
There was no Xerneas. There was no Xerneas to speed him. Choi gets nanoed, and he's chasing Hunters, and you can't catch him at all. Xerneas needed to be there to speed him in as well, so charge were obviously caught off by Jinmu's Nano Blade then. This is what I'm saying from an economic standpoint. Charge were ahead, now they got behind.
Okay, Death Blossom does go out. Towards they want, able to find 1. Monk going to be taken down. Nisha still holds on to the sound barrier. Gaga chipped away at, rejoins, drops down into the pit, grabs the Mega Pack. Comes back out, goes over the high ground, so some space conceded here by the Chengdu Hunters. Guangzhou charge looking for the flip. They will find it. 68% here for the Chengdu Hunters. Charge now starting to tick up, about to crest over 40.
So Nisha's saving sound barrier, but he's saving it for the Graviton Surge. So that's the kind of thinking here coming through from the Hunters. They mostly survive against the Death Blossom. When I say that, they lose the point, but they don't lose too many members. How are they going to walk forward now? Piggy needs to look for the grab. Where's the beat? Okay.
Solo grab, the beat is there. Leaves staying alive for a hell of a long time. He actually gets a kill on the way. Takes out Choi Se-Wan. Piggy able to find him at the very end, but it'll be a 2 for 2 here. Jimmy now overclock of his own. Jinmu taken down. Just the supports left alive. Nisha trying to retreat as quickly as he can. Look for the cutoff. Tries to get the slow out with an aid, but will manage to make it out. Guangzhou charge now have control. They have the lead.
Yeah. Great response by Charge there. So even despite the sound barrier coming in through, Charge will get it done. So brilliant damage output by Jimmy in choice of one. 80% as we head towards final fight. This is going to be the Nano coming in through. It does not line up with Jinmu's play, so might have to go into Gaga Drake just to enter the fight. Far away, not that far off from his own Nano.
Down to the back, Gaga going aggressive. Jinmu coupled in with him. Anti does connect and pops the deflect. Xerneas coming to the rescue. Dash not available, has the wall ride, however, or wall climb, I should say, and Jimmy comes around the back and headshots him. Chengdu Hunters, however, they have gained control of this point, but now they're down a man.
Now it's time for Nano. Piggy or Choi should be the answer here. Charge is still, rather, Hunters are down one, but Jimmy's about to come back online. And the Blade to follow through as well. Gaga just needs to live for now. Hunters can't really allow the cap to go flip over.
But they do.
And
They let it go through. Now Monk is going to be taken down. Great headshot there from Jimmy. And it was out on the choice they want. He just forces them all back. Jinmu trying to play up onto the corner, but he's going to fall, and he's got the blade in his pocket. And that should be us going into a third and final round on Garden. The touch is there for just a brief moment. Gaga dives into the back, but now he's got nowhere to go. No one to save him. Piggy will clean up 3 in the fight. And that is going to be the OT bleeding away. So from 100-0 to 187, Guangzhou Charge. They take it to a third and final round. Garden will settle it all.
A good comeback by the Charge there. Really gatekeeping Chengdu out of the point. Jinmu dying is really, I mean, that's the final nail in the coffin for any hope of Hunters coming back on that point. Gaga on, what, 90% I think towards the end there, not quite finding the primal, so just a little bit off in terms of ultimates. Not being able to sync up Monk and Jinmu's Nano plus Blade together was a little bit of an unfortunate case for the Hunters. And ultimately though, Charge, you know, historically we looked at University as a map that really favors brawl-type compositions, of which Zarya Reaper is absolutely brawl-type composition, so a much better chance and position to play the Choice of One Reaper. And the big difference between that and City Center is that, well, you know, there's far tighter space and less flanking corners for Tracer to work its magic.
Okay.
And now we're going to stay on the Reaper as Jinmu brings out the Pharah.
Okay. It worked a treat for him just yesterday. Already gets a little bit of damage in. Is he just going to swap off this? No, okay.
Charge swapping, they are.
Yeah, they have to.
Piggy on the Diva, here we go.
Piggy bring out the Diva. Choice they want back over to the Tracer. Jinmu immediately getting above them, just layering these rockets, and he's trying to tag down far away, set up for a kill. Leave can go in, get the finishing blow. Big onus here on Piggy and his placement with this D-Matrix, but far away out of position. Jinmu manages to strike. Xerneas moves forward, just managed to find Gaga, making that a 1-for-1, but about to lose Piggy, and yeah, he's going to be D-Mech. Choice they want, antied up for a moment, has to pop the recall, and Chengdu Hunters finding enough space to be able to just go ahead and get that initial cap.
You'll also notice in this composition, by the way, there is no Nisha Mercy, so they are trusting Monk to be the soul healer for Jinmu, and for Jinmu to play this one unpocketed and undamage boosted. Jimmy now moving over towards the Ashe. They very much want to hard counter this Jinmu fire as much as possible, committing both a Diva and an Ashe to the play. What this does do, though, is open up Gaga, so Gaga should feel a lot more free to play in this matchup, even if Jinmu has a little on top of him.
Barrage ready. Jinmu building that one up rapidly. I mean, even beating Monk and far away towards those nanos. Gets dove on here for a moment. It's just not in the field. Choice they want ready for him. Down on the floor. Pulse bomb not going to connect. Xerneas still finds leaves. So still going to be a 2-man advantage here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge as they look to take control of the point. And that final kill there onto Monk. They should be able to just go ahead and snatch this one up. Nisha going to be dead here at the very end.
Jimmy swap.
A little bit of an extra stagger, and that will be the cap coming in. So just shy of 50% of the Chengdu Hunters as Guangzhou Charge take control.
I was surprised it took Piggy that long just to fly at Jimmy, because if you were a Diva flying at a Pharah that's unpocketed like that, and you put the Matrix on top of Jinmu, Monk can't even get the heals in there. There's no healing whatsoever for that Pharah because it blocks, the Matrix blocks all of Monk's healing. So, it took Piggy a while to get that done, but he does. And Jinmu doesn't even care about the barrage, just wants to get rid of it, wants to play the solo.
Okay, Nano for Nano. It's actually onto Jimmy here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The Ashe, not typically one of the targets that you do see, but trying to keep him in this fight. Piggy retreats up onto the high ground. Does get topped up. Now it's going to be sound barrier dropped in, but it doesn't find Jimmy. The Gaga does. Gets on top of him. The kill comes through. The Hunters now working with an advantage. Dive further. Goes in. They get the sleep across. Gaga antied out 9 HP. The finish is there. He ends up dying. Faraway trade. Now Xerneas gone. The supports taken out of the equation here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Chengdu Hunters with the advantage. They're losing the lead right now in
Piggy
this
on
moment,
one.
but they should be able to retake
remake.
it. Yeah, Piggy doesn't get the remake. Nisha with a nice little chase finds the kill. Monk taking down with that pulse. Flip will come through all the same to keep things tight-knit.
Yeah, great save by the Hunters there. I'm actually surprised that Gaga didn't pop the Primal. I know he was only alive on 9 HP for like maybe half a second, but if you hold down Q, I think you can get in time. So that ends up not being the case for Chengdu, but they win anyway by preventing Piggy from remaking it. And straight away, because we're onto the traditional Hunters dive comp, it's back onto Reaper, Zarya, for charge, and expect Jimmy to go back on Sojourn after this as well.
And Bob slept, woken up. Gaga just getting chipped away at, but he's at the Primal Rage, so it's not too much of a concern. Piggy's HP bar, however, right now, definitely a big one for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Dynamite going to be thrown in. Leaf eating that anti, but Leaf still manages to find Piggy. Choice A1 gets Goomba stomped to death. Good cleanups here, and the kill on the Nisha is just not nearly enough. Final fight now for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Chengdu Hunters, if they can close it out right here, that'll be the series banked, and that'll be them denying the reverse sweep.
Watch the dive. They want to go, and Gaga might dive now. Okay, they kind of wait for that one, but that's okay. I saw the hack from Jimmu coming on out, so maybe Gaga could have gone in. Nano's available. Guangzhou have the touch. Far away on Nano as well.
There. Nano on to Gaga. He's instantly greeted with a sleep. Nice one there from far away. Nearly has a Nano of his own. He's got it. He's going to send it out in his dying breath. He goes over onto Xerneas, however. It's going to be the Bustio coming through. Choice A1 doing work, however. Picks up 2, takes the supports out from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. And even with the Bustio, they managed to win this one out. We're not done yet. 99% lock in for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Guangzhou Charge currently in control. 2 ults about to be in their back pocket.
Yeah, skip a heartbeat on that one. Charge. Survive. Choice of 1 walks up. Great sleep from far away onto Gaga to deny the Nano onto the Winston from getting any value. Now Xerneas staying alive, finds the sound barrier for the next fight. I mean, this is super winning for the Charge. They have correct ultimates. If Jimmy lands a pulse bomb, could be it. Not a lot of way for Hunters to do much about it. Nisha on 88. Nisha desperately needs a beat.
Choice A1 dead. That's catastrophic. Pulse bomb lobbed in. Jimmy's just not far enough. Can't get that connection onto Monk. Rotates back around, the point being flipped. The Guangzhou Charge conceded, the beat still being held. Yeah, stick is in, and it's a 2 for 1. Leaf gets both the points. It's a forced Ajax. He cannot get the sound barrier across, and Leaf, much like we saw Choice A1 end the map on Circuit Royale, Leaf has done much the same. He picks up 4. He's looking for an ace. And I don't think he's going to be able to get it, but it does not matter because the Chengdu Hunters pull the rug out from beneath Guangzhou Charge, and they take the series in the end. So damn close for the Charge. The reverse sweep nearly pulled off. We go all the way to a 3rd round of Oasis, but they just can't get it done. Leave shuts them out.
And the 2021 MVP sends his regards on top of his former teammates, Xerneas and Farway as well. The backline of the Chengdu Hunters from the 2021 season, blown out by the MVP himself. And like you said, in a similar fashion, almost exactly as what we saw from Choice 1 clutching it out on Circuit Royale with his own pulse bomb. That'll be Hunters dragging it to the final 99%. What a close game. Guangzhou Charge really pushed the Hunters to the brink there. I mean, if nothing else, it's impressive by the Guangzhou Charge. And I mean, looking at some of the play cams, I'm heartbroken for them because they really, really wanted this win, and they got close to that win. This was a dynamite game. I mean, after the 3-0 of the Seoul versus Shanghai game, I'm glad we got this one.
Yeah, no kidding. This was not what I had anticipated whatsoever. I figured, you know, it's a Chengdu Hunters. Sometimes you drop a map or 2. Maybe you drop a series to a team that otherwise they shouldn't necessarily drop one to. But this was Guangzhou Charge really earning this game 5. And honestly, like, it would have been great to see that reverse sweep coming through, but Leaf had other ideas. He had other things. He wants to go, you know, get a late dinner, maybe have a drink, and relax for the rest of the weekend. So he wanted to put an end to it, and he certainly did. What a performance from him! But he is not our player of the match. And some people are probably going to be like, "Well, he got the post bomb and killed 2 people." Well, we have to talk about the whole series across the board, and we'll go ahead and take a look as it's Monk who picks it up.
Also, the play of the match gets decided well before the final play comes through, so you know, this one was talked about over the course of the entire 5 maps, and look at some of these beautiful sleep darts, and just brilliance being shown today. I was already keeping my eyes on Monk yesterday, denying Choi's Blade. I mean, how many ultimates did he just stop on sleeps alone? Most of it came in the first 2 maps, because Chengdu struggled with it in the next 2 after that. Yeah, that combo play on choice F1. This is, I almost look at this as like a combination play of the match from all the good stuff he showed in yesterday's match versus Hangzhou Spark, combining with now today, just kind of, just sending it home for me, just being like, yeah, I mean, this guy's cracked. I mean, you put Monk back on to an Ana in an Ana meta where you had to pocket Gaga and do all of that kind of stuff. The value he brought to the table was immense today. Great bio nades. I mean, one of the best plays that I actually saw on this final Oasis was Jinmu getting the 2-man EMP on Choi and Piggy. I believe it was the Piggy Zarya Choi Reaper, and instantly within a second or half second, you saw the Monk bio nade land on the exact same 2 members. And so an EMP on those guys plus a bio nade, these guys, no hope. They're dead. They're 100% gone. So that level of coordination between a Sombra and an Ana, it was talking about DPS and support here, for Christ's sake. That's special.
Yeah, just impeccable performance, and Monk is continuing to look like one of the best Anas that we have in the entire league. Like you said, from yesterday coming into today, Monk continues to look incredible on this pick. And, you know, again, I know that there's going to be people saying, like, why didn't Jinmu win? Why didn't Leave pick up the things? They do all of the kills. They look incredible. Monk is the one who's backing them up. He's the one who's got the nano boost that allows for Jinmu to go in with that blade and pick up 3-4 frags at a time. Monk is the guy who's setting up with these sleep darts so they can get these executions. He is such a great player in the back line for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and for me, I think it's a very well-deserved player of the match. We were going back and forth between him and Jinmu for the longest time, but it's just, he edged it out in the end. Incredible performance from him and very well-deserved. But oh, that's just Series 2. We have one more match for you guys this evening. We're going to be burning the midnight oil. I'm sure that the players for the next 2 teams have been jumping at the bit, ready to get into the lobby, because coming up next, we have the Fusion going up against the LA Valiant. Fusion, I mean, speaking of reverse sweeps, they have been reverse swept by this team in the past, so we'll see if it happens again today, because Valiant did look very, very scary yesterday versus the Dynasty. Yeah, 3-0, but that didn't really tell the full story. It was a much closer series than that. So we'll see how the Fusion fare. We'll see how they look in this new and current meta when we come back. But, well, first we'll have a game break, and then we'll get into it. But we'll chat about everything, so don't go anywhere is basically what I'm getting at.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time for our game break because I feel like there's a lot to unpack with that series that we just watched. Nearly had the reverse sweep pulled off by the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but they just fell shy of the mark. Now, me walking away from, I mean, we're not even done the second day of our opening week here for the Countdown Cup qualifiers, but for me right now, Avril, I'm not sure what you think, and I want to know your thoughts. I'm enjoying this meta, I think, the most out of the ones so far this year. I think that this could end up being the best one that we've had.
We will all unanimously agree, unless there are some massacres out there, that this is definitely better than some Showdown. Although I think I came to slowly, reluctantly, maybe enjoy a bit of it towards the end. That was a pretty decent 4-2 finals. But yeah, I mean, we have a varied meta, a lot of different things are viable. My favorite thing about this current meta is the fact that we're seeing teams have their own personal identities again. Some of that is forced because of certain hero pools. For example, we can talk about the Gaga versus Piggy matchup, right? If you're the Charge, your options are basically Krong or Krong 2, or if you're so inclined, Piggy and Pigma 2. So you have two plays that essentially are clones of each other in terms of what they play. So you can only play these mostly off-tank hero pools. You're going to be focusing mainly on Zarya compositions. You're going to be great in the Sigma matchups, right? That's the strength of the Charge. Whereas if you're the Hunters, you're going to be mainly relying on Gaga's Winston. Dive comps, we saw a tiny bit of Gaga ball yesterday, but that was specifically in response to Gushui's Rhine. So yeah, teams have their own identities, and we're seeing that a lot of that in NA, where teams like Glads are going to be able to play Rhina on the dive main tanks, but then, you know, teams that don't have that strong main tank, that have an off-tank instead, and okay, we'll find out how Gaga dies. It still looks like he just jumped off, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think
they're mostly playing like Zarya and a bit of Orisa as well. Like Orisa to me is kind of like the off-tank line in a way. So is Zarya, but that's part of the reason. Okay, and then we'll see how Piggy dies.
He's killed himself.
Gaga. So yeah, we're seeing teams develop those kind of identities because of certain hero pools, but you know, the fact that it's all enabled and all feels pretty winnable and even and balanced has been good so far. I like that.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. I love the variety. I love being able to see, you know, players like Jinmu and whatever just be able to play things that we know and love for them, while also showing some new stuff, such as, you know, new stuff in quotations, like the Tracer, where he's actually really excelling on it. But we get to see him on the Genji, we get to see him on the Pharah, we get to see Choi Se-wan. Granted, it didn't work out. Play the Echo, something that in the past he has been incredibly good at. So I'm enjoying this meta a hell of a lot more, especially than the last one, but probably more than, you know, what I've enjoyed so far this entire year throughout. But yeah, what a play from Lee at the very end. But the fact that it's also both supports just really made it completely unwinnable from there on out.
It's both supports and a forced Ajax. You couldn't wish for a better value pulse bomb, unless all the Guangzhou's like, hey, can we all stack as 5 and maybe get, like, I don't know, Overwatch 1 and Orisa halted together into pulse bomb? Like, that would be the only one that would be better. But I agree, man. Like, mid-season Manas was a very great meta and one that's going to be hard to beat. But we're already seeing, you know, situations where teams are having map-specific strategies. We get to talk about legitimate swaps again in terms of, like, what should this player play here? I think Jinmu should maybe go back to Sombra, etc., etc. Those kind of conversations being opened up again is, to me, you know, that's the depth of the true Overwatch experience. So I'm glad to be part of it.
Me too. Well, we're not done yet. That is just the midway point. We've just kind of crested past that. We're 66% of the way through the broadcast here today. We've got one more series for you guys as we approach midnight over here in Korea, and also very much so in Australia for you, Avril. But it's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the LA Valiant. First look at Fusion. We'll see how they fare coming into this one. Valiant looked incredible, again, as I was saying, just yesterday versus the Seoul Dynasty. Let's see if they can replicate that performance and come up with yet another victory, or if the Fusion are going to look impeccable in this meta. We'll find out when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. And we're back. It's time to go into our third and final series of the evening. This is going to be the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the LA Valiant. They have already had one incredible series, I guess, and the first one was a little bit of a disappointment just compared to how that matchup usually goes, but hopefully this one can also deliver.
I think it usually does, because when we look at the history of Fusion and Valiant, they've played 3 times this year. Current record says 2-1 to Fusion. Here's a look at their past 3 results. 3-2 Fusion most recently. Before that, 3-2 Valiant. That was the reverse sweep you were talking about, by the way. And then the first game of the season for them, 3-1 Fusion. And then even in 2021, you know, we've had a bunch of 3-1s. I think those 3-1s, I think Fusion want to forget about, because there was the infamous Nimbani.
The Nimbani,
But you know, this year's Valiant has been looking scary. I mean, especially looking at their past game versus Seoul. Damn, if Valiant bring that kind of firepower again, I'm worried for any team that plays them.
That I am as well, but we'll see if the Fusion are up to the task as we go ahead and take a closer look at their lineup.
Are you ready for the show?
Carpe again! And M3 is going absolutely nuclear! Zest dashes and instantly finds 3 kills.
Leading the charge of his team application matrix as well, but Fury, excellent gravitic flood.
Sport had the numbers, but Bellisria has the space, the mines, the double kill!
Shot through AimGod. He's looking for the elimination. He goes on the offensive, but AimGod shuts him down. Everybody really low inside of the valley. Dixon gets 2 for himself. Okay. And here we are with the starting 5. Nothing too shocking. It's just going to be the normal faces, I suppose. MN3 and Zest here for the damage lineup on the side of the Fusion. So maybe we'll see Carpe a little bit later on, depending on what the map pool looks like.
I enjoyed the 2020 Fury footage in there as well, bit of a throwback. You remember that Fury's been on this team twice. That is going to be the Ballless Rhea starting out. I don't think he's going to be playing ball today, so no signature ball for Ballless Rhea, but we are going to see plenty of Winston, I'm sure. MN3 and Zest coming in for all the standard usual picks. Zest Tracer, I think, is going to be pretty dominant, hoping to see a lot of that. But even Sojourn, I mean, the fact that Jimmy is still playing a lot of Sojourn, I think MN3 can climb back on that.
We'll see what happens. We'll also see what things look like on the side of the Valiant. We saw a couple swap arounds from them in the series just yesterday, as well as had Marvel starting. We'll see if that's going to be the case, and it is.
Marvel playing some more, I would suppose it would be the Winston. He played a tiny bit of Doom as well. Doom can be a little bit tricky to navigate in this meta when there's so much Sombra on the other end, but it will depend on whether the Fusion want to play that or not. I want to focus in and lock in on Becky. I thought he was the most impressive player for me on this team yesterday. His Tracer, I think statistically, I remember saying on map 1 versus Seoul, he had almost the entirety of Prophet and Fitz's damage combined on just Becky alone. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Molly also did a really good job with his Ana. I think that's been his best hero for a long time, and something they can really reliably back into. Generally speaking, that first map, if you remember, Lijiang was double 99s. It was a 0 and 2 set, but it was double 99s. So Fusion have to be a little bit concerned about that.
We'll see what happens, and also take a look at our map set here in just a moment, see where we're going to be heading. I was just thinking, I want to create a super team with Molly, Becky, Jimmy, Jerry, and then I need one other person. Just everybody with, like, first names, simple, and that's going to be my super team. So, if we ever expand the Overwatch League, I'm going to be buying a slot, and then that's going to be it. But here we go. Oasis into Paraiso for our second map. We'll start right now as we get ready to jump in once more to City Center.
Oh, it feels like we just got off of Oasis, but let's jump straight back in. Oh my goodness.
Because we did.
If this Oasis goes anything like our last Oasis between Charge and Chengdu, we are in for a wild ride. Let's examine opening compositions here. I think Valiant have basically locked into what they want to play, minus Becky's Tracer. Easyhunt did show a decent amount of the Sombra yesterday, and it did have some good value versus Seoul Dynasty. Bellisria will be on Winston, don't get baited by the Queen. MN3 actually probably will stick on to his Sombra, so we are going to get double Sombras.
Bellisria. Okay, there's the swap. I was going to say, for a second, I was looking at
don't get baited, Ilios, as I said.
All right.
Swamps it up, Winston v. Winston. Just a little zappy battle up on the high ground there. Belfry and Marvel both going to be walking away with 12% on the ult charge. Jump up over the top. Here's the dive. They look for Molly, and it's perfectly executed. Well done there by MN3. It's the hack across. Looks for another one there on a Marvel. Can't quite make it happen. That's going to be taken out by Lengza, but is quickly traded back as Belfry finds the kill.
Valiant
Get
down
another one
to
too.
just Marvel and Easy Han now. Molly will come back, but really it's just 2 alive, which means a pretty easy cap. Fusion have set up their dives beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, look at MN3 right now. Just doing so much work for the team. 40% on the charge. Easy Han, half of that at the moment. Just has not been able to get into a position because his team has just been getting kind of wrecked at the very beginning. So the first lockdown is there for the side of the Fusion. Currently ticking up above 15%.
Okay, we'll see how they move forward from here. As Belastria will eat a hack, but looks okay. Just gives Easy Han a little bit more ult charge to try and catch up, right? And, you know, previous match as well, we've seen that it was the Annas that were getting the first ultimates. Fixer and AimGod take a bit of damage, and Easy Han finds the kill.
It does. It gets the elimination, but the anti had gone out. Looks like Becky, however, going to be able to play off the back of that. So it's going to be the supports gone for the side of the Fusion. The Valiant look for a very fast flip back into their favor here. The percent still going to be accrued. Belastria trying to stay alive, but just doesn't have the HP to do so. So it does fall. The flip will be there. Not even 50% going to be set up here for the side of the Fusion. They'll stop at 46.
There's a good opening from Easy Han to allow the rest of the Valiant to start swinging in, and Becky has now got the first pulse. Zest will match as they have a bit of a 1v1 that Becky will finally end. And, you know, this is what I'm talking about, right? Becky in the Soul matchup was really scary on this Tracer. Now, he's starting to feel warmed up. He's doing a ton of damage, really cleaned up those Fusion members that got low. And as we head towards other ultimates coming online, we're looking at Primal. AimGod's well ahead of Molly. That is a pretty big differential.
Yeah. Great charge for him so far. Hacks there onto AimGod. They're looking for the dive. Tucks in behind the staircase for just a moment. Langs are going to be taken down, and AimGod manages to stay alive. Good sleep here on the Marvel as well. Has the Primal for when he wakes up, so they don't really have execute onto him. We'll just leave him napping, as MN3 is also going to be doing the same, but Belastria, however, is there for the follow-up, so keeps him protected, finds the kill. Molly now going to be taken down. Marvel still committing to the Primal Rage over here on the point. A bit of backup here for the rest of his team, and now it's going to be hacked, slept, woken up, anti-dead. What a combo. Everything in the kitchen sink just thrown at him. EMP still going to be committed to the fight. Easy Han, however, gets traded up. MN3 just guns him down. That was a 3-man EMP, and they just could not play off the back of it. Ends up being a botch here. The Fusion regained control, and then we'll retake the lead here in just 8%.
And a late kill on the Linkser as well, so Fusion end up getting a lot more than what Valiant wanted to give away. And Valiant, I think, even just gave away too much in terms of Easy Han's EMP. Probably wasn't necessary. I can respect that Marvel put in a Primal just to build extra percentage on the actual cap itself. That's been overtaken now, by the way. MN3 spotted. But he actually gets a kill. He got spotted, he gets a kill. What?
Yep, gets spotted, got the hack. Molly goes down. Just further delaying and allowing for AimGod to try to lap him to catch up towards that next nano boost here.
Fusion's about to be final fight on 4 ultimates. That's way too much for the Valiant to deal with.
Yeah, they do have 3 of their own, but they need to find some good value. MN3 trying to make the play, but he overstays his welcome. Lengza gets a whip shot, gets the finish. MN3 now going to be out of the fight. EMP not doing a damn thing here for the side of the Fusion. Dive into the back. Got at risk, but Marvel turns his sights back over here to Belastria, who's currently threatening 2 members on the side of the Valiant, taking Becky down low. Primal Rage going to be popped. Juggles Marvel into the corner. The anti comes in. The shield bash as well. Marvel still somehow alive. Jumps to the opposite side. They have not killed him off. Zest doesn't manage to find that elimination now. Marvel's going to be back up to full HP. Becky's still holding onto the pulse bomb. Sees a lot of them together here on the point. This could be a juicy one. They need to win out the fight. Comes around the side, spots the supports. The shield, I believe, catches it. No, it's going to be Fixa who eats it. Ends up going down. The supports now out for both teams. It comes down to the tanks and the DPS. Marvel trying to stay alive. Gets hacked out. Nearly has that Primal to buy some more time. A couple more percentage built up for him as Belastria also going to be hacked. Goes out with 17 HP and Becky pursues. Finds that kill. The flip just about to come in. A touch there from Zest for just a brief little moment, or rather from MN3 for just a brief little moment. Extends it. Valiant get the flip in the end.
What a recovery. What a recovery from the LA Valiant. I mean, Marvel didn't die the whole time. He was staying alive on minimal HP, no healers. Bubble being put down. Builds a Primal in that fight. That is incredible. I mean, both teams in a 3 versus 3, but Belastria takes too much, gets cleaned up by Becky, and the LA Valiant versus Molly forfeited. That will give Philly Fusion their 5v4.
Traded. The great dive, but Easy Han in the meantime uses the EMP, finds Belos Ria, gets that kill. 3 down to a sliver, and Easy Han snipes him out. Just pretty easy for him, actually. Just knows that he's going to be trying to rotate over to grab a health pack. Gets the kill. Hack now out on aim, got the dive. Not really set up, just trying to keep him harassed here. Cest extends this into OT. No, actually nearly gets the flip. Pulse bomb stick goes in. Belos Ria assassinated, 12% shy of the Primal Rage. Valiant, they suddenly might just be able to take this map away. MN3 going low, actually goes down. Marvel and manages go ahead and Gooba stop him. Langs it, Nan it up there for a moment, builds up the rally, instantly pops it, and they are zoned off. The Valiant will, in fact, be able to take it. City Center is theirs.
I mean, that's a multi-frag on the Belos Ria. The 2 kills in a row there means he doesn't get Primal. Very different game, and possibly Fusion coming back to win that round. If Belos Ria lives one of those 2 times that he dies. First one was to Easy Han hacking him out in a trade, I believe. Valiant loses Molly, but Easy Han kills his Belos Ria. That's actually that's a much better trade for the Valiant. Easy Han then converts into MN3 for a 2-for-1. And then Belos Ria comes back and just gets pulse bombed by Becky. He just can't live. And that is tragedy because Valiant have so much control with Belos Ria down. And they managed to make a brilliant recovery to stay on end. And now we're looking towards University and a Rhine versus Rhine battle. London Spitfire haven't even played Rhine yet in this meta. And Valiant and Fusion are about to now.
And Aimgod is just dead. He's just dead.
Okay.
Becky just turns the corner, snipes him in the face. And Easy Han is actually stuck with the Symmetra.
Oh, that's actually a great read as well, because if they knew it was going to be a Rhine versus Rhine matchup, it's like we're back in 2021, right? We used to see Sim being the ideal sort of May partner and burning down the Rhine shield.
Get ready to microwave. Point. Getting locked down here. So the wall comes up, Belos Ria completely cut off. They just can't break through it fast enough. He gets melted down, and this is just a beautiful read from the side of the Valiant. They're playing it to a T. Easy Han comes up with 2. Marvel, the 2 fire strikes, a kill apiece, and yeah, something needs to give. Something's got to get swapped around here.
The damage output's not the same. Easy Han's just destroying Belos Ria here. MN3 needs to be on his Sim as well, or... I mean, it's possible to build something. Let's take a look at the replay first of how Becky got that opening kill, by the way.
I mean, he just turned the corner. He just
you need the Sojin to just find some snipes somehow through Marvel's shield.
Shield's broken.
Look at Belos Ria, shield just getting broken.
Yeah, it's just melted down, and now Marvel, he's got a window of opportunity here. Shatter at the righty, but Langs actually gets on top of MN3, takes him out. Can't do anything versus the Sim, can't do anything versus the Lucio, apparently. MN3's just dead.
We got the Sim ult now, we got the Photon Barrier up.
The barrier up, the Blizzard just 8% away. Valiant completely in control. And Aimgod's just dead again. Langza continues to get his hands dirty, finds another kill. Belos Ria goes pin for pin, hits the floor. He's going to stay there. The cleanup is coming through, and the Valiant are just wiping them out.
Yeah. And you're about to see a Blizzard exchange where Linksa has a sound barrier and Fixer does not. Well, it depends on how long this takes, right? Because Fusion might slow the pace down, but if they slow the pace down, they lose more percentage points. We're nearly on Final Fight. Marvel is 21% ahead on Shatter. So
and
when they break
Shatter. He has had this for
Marvel
minutes. Tries to go for a TP play, kind of botches it. Not sure exactly what happened there, but Fixer's still going to get picked off. Now the sound barrier gets layered in from here from the side of the Valiant. The kills continue to be found. Marvel cleans up Belos Ria, but MN3 and Zest start turning the tide. 2 quick kills here for them, but we're at 94%. They still haven't really even set foot on this point. And now
how things are doing
dead. They just cannot get this done. MN3, he manages to force out the overtime, but that's likely just going to be the end of it all. Belos Ria can't get there in time.
Oh, dude.
What an incredible read from the side of the Valiant. They play it to absolute perfection. And the Fusion show an incredible amount of rigidness. No change whatsoever. They do not match with the Symmetra, and Easion just continues to rip them limb from limb.
You will not win this Rhine matchup with MN3 on a Sojin doing air. He cannot break Marvel's shield the way Easy Han is ripping through Belos Ria. Absolutely ripping through Belos Ria. And the last thing we noticed there, I was caught this on the corner of my eye, Linksa got a kill onto, I think it was MN3 in a 1 versus 2. Just trying to, like, chill. He was, like, wall riding. He wins a 1 versus 2. Ow! What on earth is going on?
He killed them in 3, and then he came back and killed Fixa.
That should not be possible. But it did happen. That's what happened.
Utterly incredible.
And Valiant,
honestly, oh,
I don't know, just a one-sided Ryan Brawl matchup because one team had a sim and the other didn't. That's what I'm going to break it down to. And also because Becky just dinks Aim God on the rep. Like, how does that? That was incredible.
I was watching and losing my mind because we just got to see for the play of the game, EasyHan with a quick 3K on the sim, and the tracking that he has, setting up for those charged up right-click kills.
Yeah.
It's just impeccable. So I'm sure that one will make it into the post-game highlights regardless of who wins or loses this series. But for now, it is the Valiant well out in front. They get the first map. Oasis is theirs. We're going to be going to Paraiso for our hybrid map, and we'll see if the Fusion can bring it back or if the Valiant have got more of that for us, because I'm all on board if they continue to play like this. What a series this already is from the Valiant. We'll see if the Fusion can hold a candle to it when we come back from map number 2. And we are back. What a way to start the series off. The Valiant, where they weren't able to pick up a map versus the Dynasty yesterday. They played it damn close. This time, they come out swinging. They steal the first round away. City Center, 199% for them. Then they just swipe the floor with the Philadelphia Fusion, bringing out the Symmetra. Easyhan plays it to a T. We will carry on. Marvel stays in the roster as we get ready to go into Paraiso.
No hill, no problem for the LA Valiant. That was looking pretty damn good. And even the comeback on... Yep, I had the birding in there. Comeback on the initial round as well on City Center was just a treat. I mean, Marvel has just been phenomenal. I think, we've said this already, but since Marvel were added to this team, LA Valiant to me have just gone from strength to strength. And maybe they kind of faltered in Summer Showdown. They started strong on the Dia Queen. Didn't end up working out for them. Multiple map 5s. That's been kind of their identity. But, you know, we move into the series, we got a very, very quick taster of them versus Seoul Dynasty. And despite that being an 0-3, we're like, damn, I'm worried for the next team that has to play the LA Valley. And that next team happens to be the Philadelphia Fusion. 3-1-0 down, but not out. Let's see if they can bounce back now as we head into Paraiso, and looking like a somber dive comp so far for the Fusion. This did actually work out pretty reasonably for them on City Center. So all Rhine stuff aside, I don't think we're going to get into another Rhine versus Rhine matchup for the rest of the series. So at least for Fusion, the silver lining is we can sort of just brush that away and forget about it.
Yeah. Doesn't seem likely. Back in we go. See Belstria still with a smile on his face. It seems like the spirits are still remaining high. Bit of a forward check here.
Close
trying
hold.
to see what they're going to have coming out the gate. Yeah. Very, very close.
Oh, I see what they're doing. They were trying to set
up
up a dive with M3 at the beach. Yeah, M3 was coming out from the water. Like Daniel Craig in the first James Bond, like Casino Royale.
God, that was so long ago now. Well, Ilios dead. Good opening kill. Cess just continuing his skirmish. Becky as well, seeing what he can get done. And right now it does lead a decent little margin here towards that pulse bomb. Could be crucial in opening up this attack here. But Marvel taken down as he tries to contest the high ground. Yeah, everybody's kind of hiding in the side room. Marvel goes to check it out. Well, he pays the iron price.
Casino Royale is my favorite of the Bond movies, by the way. I think the new one was pretty decent, but it's something about Casino Royale is classic to me.
I still haven't seen No Time to Die.
Okay, yeah, so it's I didn't mind it. First half was stronger than the second half. So let's see how the rest of this first half goes. It's Valiant now on their second attempt. Marvel first target, hacked out again. I mean, he's been low a few times, but not quite dead. Pulse is available.
Been able to finish that kill. The pulse bomb goes out. It's going to go wide. Becky now has one of his own. Lobs it in. Aim God can't get away from it. Ends up falling. Will be traded though. Easyhan killed off. Pick there from MN3. Zest as well. Getting involved. Finds Langza. Now Molly's going to be taken out. Yep, that's going to be the supports out of the fight. The loss of Fix-Up not going to be too terribly costly, one would expect. Marvel does find Belstria, but he himself down quite low as far as the HP is considered. Becky's still trying to push this. Wants to get that kill, but it's actually going to be Easyhan who managed to find Zest. Becky dead. Anti on the 2. Easyhan now occupying the point. The shots flying his way, and he's got to translocate out.
Yeah, that will prevent the first hit coming on through. I think M3 would have gone for the touch anyway, but LA Valley should have the better trades here. The respawn is far closer. They should be able to get in here. M3 being very annoying. He will get the EMP far earlier than Easyhan, given that he's been so successful on the Sombra so far.
Hacks there. Dive comes in. Aimgod's actually going to be the first one that falls. Marvel able to find that, but it will be at the cost of Langza. Now the EMP going to be invested. MN3 cleans up Becky. Tries to get the hack here onto Marvel. He won't be sent sailing up the center of the map. Marvel using the primal just to try to get that pick, but with Molly gone as well, the cleanup will just come through. Rally's rolling from Fix just to keep everybody else healthy.
What a defense so far. I mean, they recover so cleanly. Fusion, despite being down on members after the initial trade a fight ago. And now with the full reset, Fusion come out on top with 3 ultimates up, burning only Rally and EMP, with which caught 3. Easyhan's only getting his first EMP now, about 3 minutes deep into the attack. And LA Valiant are running out of time. They might get full health here. They need a lot more to work through. Molly's about to die.
Yep. Dying breath. Nano out onto Langza. Doesn't have that rally up. He's trying to make his way over here towards the point. Shield bashes back. Just create some extra distance here between himself and the Fusion members. Put some damage down to the bell.
They can't even walk up with the rally.
Yeah, they're just retreating. They just are running away.
He walks in with the rally. He's like, it's a little too hot in here, and has to back out. So their entire rally now burned for no distance gained. It has to be off the Easyhan EMP. It's got to be that.
Good spy check there from Langza to spot him. The dive still comes through, however, they're still trying to find Molly. Sleep Dart connects, Bellsria hitting the floor for a moment, does get woken up, but hacked in the very moment that he can leap away, manages to do so. 81 HP
Marvel
remaining
jumped
on
too high.
him. M3 dead. Bellsria still getting chipped away at. Aim God now under pressure. Seems like the Fusion, the defense is starting to crumble. Valiant finally occupy the point. At least 2 ticks going to be grabbed up, but this is likely just going to be the cap.
Yeah, this will definitely be the cap for sure. Now Fusion don't have Bellassari alive. It's too hard to retake without your tank. So well done for the Valiant to eventually get their EMP underway and all of that. Becky waves hello to his opposition as we will get underway. 2:30 on the clock, and they sleep on the MN3. Molly, how did you catch that? That would have been an incredible sleep. Would have had just a slight detection and then boom.
Damn, what movement from Becky though, even though he doesn't get the stick, just dash off the side, goes through the window. Tries to get that pulse down. Would have been a massive play if he'd been able to get the eliminations there. Instead, just going to be pushing up the hill now, trying to get this contest going, trying to create some more space here for the side of the Valiant and get that cart moving. Pulse from Zest as well, not connecting.
And the whole time while Valiant are kind of skirmishing around this top left side, right, the payload has actually been moving along ever so slowly, so we're getting some distance now as Marvel looks towards Primal. Nano online as well. Valiant are quicker to most of the ultimates, but once more M3 will get this first EMP. He's been ahead the entire game so far. And God also about to hit that nano timing just as the payload is getting around that bend of the green roof. And that is this is the important corner for the Fusion to hold.
Just look at the throughput though from Becky. Another pulse bomb nearly online. Just racking these up rapidly. It's going to be 4 ults in the pocket here, but nearly 5 for the side of the Fusion if Zest can catch up.
If Valiant wait too long, M3 is going to have the opening. And once that happens, Fusion will win that fight.
Rally rolling, Langsa going to be antied out. Can't get the finish, so the nano boost comes through from Molly just to make sure that Langsa stays alive and they can continue to get value from this green HP. Juggle's coming through, however, Bellsria gets him in the corner, but the damage is just not going to be enough. Him God now in the meantime going to be taken out. Just didn't have that protection from the Winston, who is now dead.
Big.
Yeah, it's a huge one. EMP does come across, man. Just to find 4. Easy Han the first to fall. Rally rolling, pulse bombs in though. Becky shuts it down. Fixa not going to be getting too much from that rally, but the card as well not going to be moving forward. 35 seconds remaining. The Valiant need to be able to break through, but the fights are just too damn scrappy.
And then the other thing is, Fusion held on to support ultimates. You notice that Valiant actually burned double support ultimate straight away. Very hard to defend against M3 when he does get that eventual EMP, and now the stick.
Yep, there it is. Langsa taking down the EMP in response. M3 down low on HP, but they cannot find a kill.
No time now.
Everything now to be invested here in this moment. The nano still available for the side of the Fusion. Marvel with the Primal. We get the cart moving. OT can be forced
and a kill.
He cannot
He's
exit.
hacked.
Yep, he ends up going down. Huge turn there from M3. They get the punish. This card is not in a great position here for the side of the Valiant, who are currently being zoned back down through the alleyway. Primal rolling from Marvel. It's chunked out. That's going to expire. Some healing. It's back up to full HP now. Trying to apply some pressure into the back lines. Bellsria making his exit, giving up a little bit of space. Goes right back in. They're looking for Molly, and they should be able to get him. He's so damn low. Healing from Langsa helps keep him alive, but now he's going to be antied out. The rest of the team, however, continues to inch this cart forward, closer and closer to point B. It's about 15 meters away from getting this across the line.
Rally's coming.
Going to end up going down. The EMP comes across, however, catches on to 3. Easy Han instantly dead. Becky to follow before he can get the pulse bomb up. Now it's just the supports of the rally rolling, trying to fight back, trying to persevere. It seems like there's just no hope. Langsa with a whip shot will be able to finish off Fixa. Langsa now going to be antied out. Manages to stay alive for a little bit longer, but with the pulse bomb stick there on to Molly, that should be it. Langsa will die. The OT will plummet. And just in front of point B is where the cart will rest.
M3 dealt 50% more damage on the Sombra than Easy Han over the course of that first half. And that allows you to just have one extra EMP ahead of Easy Han, and we can see the difference there right towards the end. That's the EMP I love and remember from 2021. It's a fight winner, it is. Lands on the majority of the LA Valiant, and you'll get the 3 kills off that one. Langsa was only... No, he actually had he had the rally, but he couldn't use it because he was hacked out by the EMP. So that's the difference maker, right? And Langsa couldn't pre-rally the fight either because he only just managed to get the rally on time and instantly hacked up with the EMP. Just not even a window there for him to pop it. And the LA Valiant have a decent amount of distance as we see the box of victory just under the bridge, a little bit ahead of it. It's a defensible position, I gotta say, for Valiant to still make something of this, but I think we knew.
Sure.
When you saw the A-point attack took until OT, all 4 minutes, I think we knew they weren't going to finish the map.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a miracle and basically for the Fusion to kind of step away from the keyboards for a while. So now it comes down to this attack. Valiant basically just going to be trying to get a full hold. Granted, that Streets phase, it can be pretty difficult to break through. So as long as they don't give over a massive time bank on A, there's still definitely a hope for them to be able to get the defense off. Cess will be looking for the opening shot. Moves out into the grenade. Goes for the pop-up. And as well, it's greeted by Winston. And Langston there with the shield race.
Genji. So here's the thing about Genji on this map. I think there's some good value here to have an additional nano target. If we're trying to break any sort of stalemates, Nano Blade is the perfect kind of sledgehammer to get through. Does mean that you can't sort of play any Tracer flanking on this initial A point, although I think MN3 will just take over that role. You can actually see MN3 silhouette now on the very back end. He's trying to set up a dive already. They want Molly. They can. Hack on Becky,
been used.
Not a kill.
Yeah, Bellisria having to kind of exit there. Marvel very much going to be needing to do the same, but aim caught. Finds Becky. Snipes him out. Zest making his exit as he gets antied. Goes right back to contesting this high ground as he get a hack here onto Marvel.
Oh, sleep on Bellisria?
Yep, taking a quick little nap, but can they get a punish? Get the ante down. He leaps up. Has the bubble. And Zest in the meantime comes around the backside. Gets on top of Molly. That's going to be the support's gone. That should be point A broken open. Easy Han with a party gift, but Zest scoops 3. He's looking for a 4th. The recall going to be used. Quickly tracks Becky's whereabouts. Looking for a follow-up kill. Won't find it, but that's going to be them ticking up.
Yeah, I see Marvel jumping away as well. That's the waving of the white flag confirmed. And a ton of time about to be on board for the Philly Fusion as we move forward. This will be about 5-ish minutes, just under 5. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Okay,
do it anyway.
Becky. Oh, the insta-hack from him in 3. And Becky just falls over. They're still going to try to play this one out, though. At least
Molly slept.
Maybe get some of these ults out from the side of the Fusion. Yeah, like you say, Molly going to be slept the dash in. Greeted by an ante, but the cap comes through all the same. 4 minutes, 38 seconds, and that's exactly what we're saying. Needs to not happen for the Valiant. Came over a fairly huge time bank here to the side of the Fusion.
This is a worst case scenario situation now for the Valiant because you've gone for a super late retake where if you're going to go for the retake, I think the timing is very important that you can't be forced into rushing through it because you're running out of time. They lose it. Becky dies instantly, and they get snowballed here as well, where Fusion win a secondary fight onto B, spending nothing. They're now sitting on 5 ultimates, also free pushing. Also, LA Valiant don't get to set up this green roof hold, and that just completely ruins their defense. They're all the way back on bridge now, and MN3 spotted them. This is just going to be an EMP. Becky will slow it down, but I think Fusion go for it anyway.
It's at least harassing him, just trying to draw some attention here from Molly. Keep his eyes trained on the back rather than the front. But you know, with the kill coming through, not much to be done here for the Fusion. Just wait it out.
Well, Becky kind of saves them then, because otherwise Valiant were about to get snowballed. So if it wasn't for that pulse, you know, that could have been a different story. Still 330 to defend though, so I mean, we're still battling uphill for the Valiant. They need to be the ones to pull EMP trigger early now. If they get EMP'd, I think they lose. So for Valiant to continue this, they have to pull EMP first.
So that's going to be down low, gets hacked. Manages to escape though. 7-3 goes on the hunt. EMP, first out from Easy Han. They find Fixa off the rip now. The support's out. Fairly nicely done. The cleanup continues. Some extra picks, and Bellisria tries to make his way out. Seems like he's going to be just resetting off the side of the map.
So, 2 things here. One, payload distance dictates that if Fusion win a single fight with 5 ultimates, especially, okay, a little bit of a stag here in MN3. That actually might be a mistake. MN3 should be setting up invisible anyway, so actually he has no reason to reset. Not too sure why he died. But yeah, you know, payload distance is so far up that Fusion win 1 fight, they probably cap. Secondarily now, Valiant need to find this pulse again because they need to find more ways to get cheap fight wins as this looming sort of Damocles 5 ultimate push from Fusion ever draws near. And Fusion don't need to... 230 is fine. As long as they get 1 good fight win in 230 and get the push going, they have this on the lock.
Another hack. Spot up, but there's the EMP, and instantly the DPS fall over. Easy on and Becky just didn't see it coming. They both end up falling. Primal going to be popped here by Marvel. He's trying to pressure out Zest, but the healing comes through. Now he's going to be hacked himself, and he's going to just have to try to exit. Rally rolling. Langsa trying to keep everybody alive. The Nano invested in the Marvel as well as the blade gets pulled. Hack comes in, but he can still go ahead and slash away. That's going to do the supports now taken down. The cart just got 0.75 meters left to go. With Marvel falling, that should be it. Becky booped away. The cart advances, and that will be the closeout on the map. Philly Fusion answering back in kind after that catastrophic first map. They managed to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and I think for Valiant as well, the only hope of them kind of bringing that map back was to have a much better defense on A, but when you just see it shattered via Zest, who, by the way, will begin the offense by capping A and then also end the map by dismantling people with Blade on B. Philly Fusion playing some of their best obs right now, because I was maybe a little concerned that Zest would be stuck on Tracer duty the entire way through this meta, but no, he'll bring back the Genji, and that's what we want to see, because he is one of the better Genjis that we have in this region, one of the better Genjis we have in the world, in the entire Overwatch League, and the Philly Fusion would be able to pilot that Genji to great success. When you see Linksa miss the whip shot, Molly missed the sleep dart, Zest has it locked down, Zest has the cap.
Yeah, very nicely done here from the side of the Fusion. More of that is what they need if they want to be able to take this series away with relative ease. Otherwise, the Valiant still going to be looking to put up a hell of a fight. We'll see what happens, though, as we get ready to go into our third map, see who will be able to take the lead. It's going to be Escort. We'll head to Junkertown, see who's going to be moving up to match point after that one. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few. And we are back. It's time to carry on with this series. We're currently tied up 1-1 with the Fusion being able to pick up a win on Paraiso. Now we'll be moving forward into our next map here as we go into Esports. It's going to be Junkertown to see who moves up 2-1.
That was much more comfortable for the Fusion. I think there was definitely left a bit to be desired in the gameplay on Oasis, and a comfortable comeback now for the Fusion on both attack and defense. A sub in for Fury as well as we move over towards Escort. Very common to move into a position where it's going to be a Sigma matchup, so should be Sashin coming in as... Actually, no, Marvel plays Sigma, doesn't he? So, yeah, wouldn't be the craziest thing to leave Marvel in there, as historically he's kind of bridged the gap between both Dia for Easyhan. Oh, that means we're sniping? I mean, Easyhan can snipe as well, but Dia specifically is like a Widow specialist, so I'm glad that Dia gets a shot in this meta as well. Good to see him. Back on a
it's good. I was wondering if we were going to see him yesterday, but we didn't get blessed by his presence, so he will be coming through. And yes, of course, with Marvel still playing on the lineup here, that means that it's not going to be the Junker Queen for Junkertown, so we will just be getting to see Dia, in all likelihood, like you say, run some snipes.
To even sort of continue the meta discussion we were having at the game break, there is still a very small niche for Junker Queen. We saw Punk from Boston Uprising actually play it and win it versus Houston. And I think I've seen it at least once in Contender's career as well, who's also on the same Countdown Cup patch. So there's a very slight amount of room for even Junker Queen to still exist, which means, like, yeah, she's been pushed out of meta in terms of being the 100% pick, but still has something to do in here. We're just seeing so much more variety, which is great. And some substitutions as well that really leans into more of the specialist hero pools. And another test, I mean, it's another test for a team to be like, okay, well, you know, you can win on these other game modes, but now we have to play Sigma. Can you win on that as well?
Time will tell as we get ready to go in here. Get the gates unlocked and see who is going to be able to come out on top.
That's a T800 right there. It's that arm. So it's been sent back in time.
Just charred, burning away. Well, Fusion, like you said before the break, looking a lot more comfortable, shifting away from control. Definitely going to have to revisit their ideas and strategies when it comes down to running Rhine comps, or maybe that's just the end of it. Maybe we'll just never see the Rhine comp again.
I don't know. They haven't really won too much. I'm trying to remember. They played it versus Smurf as well, but I can't remember if they beat. Pretty sure they lost a soul in that. It was a Midtown Rhine matchup. I actually have I can't remember who won anymore, but
I mean,
Midtown. Move into I think that actually was one of the Fusion Incident maps. We're far away from that now. They've actually gotten much better at that map in any case, as it's MN3 versus Dia. And Dia has talked about this specific matchup before. Okay, that was Molly would have felt the bullet whiz past his face. That actually could have been first blood right there. That was a clean opening shot onto Molly. But unfortunately, it will go wide.
Only first turning his eyes on Dia. Let's get rid of that Widowmaker. And speaking of Molly, okay, well, first blood. It's at his hands rather than at his cost. Finds Zest. Becky going to be traded up rather quickly, however. The cart might just still be able to advance forward here. Over the faster respawns, but okay, Dia gets a better of MN3. Nice little pop shot from him. Gets him in the head. Molly finds yet another one. Now Aim got taken down.
2 in a row there for Molly. And this is where your Zen player can really kick it into high gear and add to the damage. As Fusion will typically, okay, every attacking team is going to be able to get the payload into this position, but getting out of the kill box is the difficult part. Part of the relieving of the pressure has to come through from the Tracer. In this case, will be Zest. A lot of teams choose to play Tracer in the attack for purely the reason of having that sort of backline pressure, maybe get on top of Dia as well. The way that Choi got on top of Leave on Circuit might be required, and Dia's looking for it. He knows.
Oh, knows that he's around the back. Catches him in the chest, though. Not going to be the headshot that he was looking for. And MN3, he was going back and forth with Becky for a while. Does eventually manage to weave one shot through, so finds that elimination. So a bit of an opening here as we play some Ring Around the Rosie, and the Valiant go positioning back over towards the attacker spawn.
That's the problem, is that they've left the cart. Now the cart's moved way forward. So Valiant to come back. Okay, that's a good kill to deal with.
What a shot. Right underneath the water tower, finds the kill. There's the Flux, a quick and easy one there set up for Dia. He's trying to get Aim God as well. It's going to be Lengza who manages to claim it. And what a retake here from the side of the Valiant. We're saying the cart's getting away from them, but they managed to retake it perfectly.
Someone has to sit on the payload now almost permanently because Zest can back cap at any point. So, Valiant, they do win it, they do recap, they do retake it. Dia does find the opening headshot into MN3, which is beautiful to see. The payload positioning sneaking away as far as this is not a positive point for the Valiant. With 130 left, I mean, Fusion win one fight, they cap. That's another dangerous position. You have to look at Fusion ultimates. They are very far ahead right now because Valiant have already spent. Fusion have not. That would have been a really good kill for Dia, but instead Aim God gets the kill to Becky.
Charge up, right click. Gets the kill there. MN3 finds
Dia.
The pressure alleviated. The DPS now going to be gone. Becky just now respawning, but Langsa dies as soon as he pops the window. And yeah, nothing to do there for Molly. So one quick little volley back. Some nice shots being hit here from MN3. And that is going to be the cap. So 333, make a wish as they get ready to push.
And that's the nightmare scenario I'm talking about, right? Because the payload was already shoved up. Fusion just need one good push. They actually have to burn 2 ultimates. So the silver lining is that for Valiant, they pop one window and they swap that for a window and a flux on the opposite end. So at least Valiant can walk away economically sound, at least in terms of that trade. The rest of the ultimates, we're still only looking at Blade Trance versus Trance Pulse Infrasight, and Infrasight is going to be important here for the Widow duel and also just for scouting out Becky on flanks and whatnot. So MN3 can pop that at his leisure at basically any point now.
Yeah, hasn't felt the need to go ahead and use it yet. Still just holds on to it. We've got poking and prodding. Transcendent's going to be held by both of these Zenyatas. Pulse bomb in.
Okay.
Zest finds Becky now. Dia is well stuck in the corner. Zest, quick little blink in the melee hit. That's going to be 2 gone. Again, it's the DPS duo that gets broken down first and foremost. MN3 now just right out in the open. Knows that he doesn't have to worry about any kind of Widowmaker crossfire. So just looking for a target. We'll go ahead and reposition up on the high ground. The payload is moving in. They're going to have to contest this here sooner rather than later. The drop down comes through. 1.43 meters left to go. Becky arriving, pulls the blade of Transcendence in response. Aim God is there. Molly as well has his pop just to try to keep Becky alive. And he does so, but they don't find any kills. MN3 knows that the Widowmaker is just around the corner. It's actually Fixa who goes in for the chase, trying to find that elimination. It's Fury. There's a good amount of pressure applied to him, but it's still being kept alive.
Fixa nearly made a mistake there. He keeps himself alive, and Fury's on low HP now. The lamp has already been burned, and that means both of them will die as Langsa pops in the window, and the LA Valley will hold strong. That was looking tricky for some time. Fixa went on to chase down Dia. Does not go well for him. Fusion nearly capped. I think Valiant touched within about 1.4 meters was the last I saw there. Nearly did not get the touch as Fusion shoved that payload right into the end of B. Valiant can afford a little bit of forward space here. Marvel will take it, but you can't get too far forward. Zest, again, at any point can back cap, and you can't risk that. So Valiant have to most likely give up this forward space, especially now.
Yeah, Becky gone. There's the stick again. Okay, the immortality field is there. I was going to say it's Dia dead again off the ramp alongside Becky, but does manage to survive for a little bit longer. But now Zest opened up here on the back lines, tries to move forward, and no, I thought it was going to be the Zenyatta orbs that caught him, but it's actually Dia with a nice little headshot. Pressure still being applied, but he turns to the right side, finds him in 3, and now he's unleashed. He's looking for Fixa. It's quite a bit of damage. It's going to make him think twice about that peak. Goes back out for it once more, so the Fusion start making their way forward towards the card again. It's being brought up.
The cat moving on forward.
Yep, the Infrasight.
They have to move forward. They have to move up.
Gone. They need to, but Langsa had died already, so they're still completely split squad with the supports. They don't have them, but Dia still continues to do some solid work. Flicks over to the side. He's trying to get in behind them. Can he stop this cap from coming through? Blade going to be pulled. Becky trying to stave them off. A final slash would finish off Fury. He gets him. Blade going to be resheathed. Dashes through. Finds Fixa, who jumps up onto the high ground. Zest dead. Dia, he finds another headshot. Fixa trying to win out the fight. The deflect is up, and he manages to take him down. And the card is going to be held. Aim God's going to fall. And then with 8 seconds remaining, they saved it. Dia, he just saved the whole thing.
And Becky as well. Becky stayed on the payload. Becky did not allow the C9 to occur. He'll get the kill to MN3. It's a combination of Dia on the big boy flank, the Pine flank you'll remember from the moments in 2018. Backed by Becky, maintaining pressure on the payload despite Marvel not being there. And the combination of the 2 DPSs keeps it alive. I mean, that was brilliant.
When we use the word clutch, that's what we're talking about.
We're talking about vehicles and manual transmissions.
Yeah, talking about manual transmissions. None of that automatic nonsense. No, I can't drive clutch for the hell of me. But, I mean, yeah, cool. Zest, he goes in, he gets this kill. Dia can't get away from the or actually.
Becky jumped into it.
Becky dove onto it. Now I see why. Okay.
Get
All
down,
right.
Mr. President. He jumps on top of the. He jumps on top of the live frag, like Captain America
That's like,
in the first movie, but except that was a dummy and this one was real.
There's a great. I don't know if you've ever watched 5-second films, but they're an old school YouTube channel that used to run when I was in high school, and they have a great all of their videos are like 5-second long. And they have one where it's a guy jumps on top of a grenade. He's like, get down! And he jumps on top of it. And then he blows up and dies. And they zoom out. And he was the only person near the grenade. Everyone else is like 50 feet back. And they're like, who did he save? And they're like, no one. They didn't save anybody. That was Becky in that moment. But he made up for it. He had a blunder. And then he had an incredible play to hold the cart in place. Nice opening shot here from MN3.
Thankfully, Molly's respawn is right there, so you're okay with that for now if you're Valiant. Somehow, by the way, you're not okay with that. Fury dying there is unacceptable. That's actually kind of wild.
Catastrophic, but
MN3 at least trades.
Yeah. The cart, however, still advances. And Fury, it's got a long, floaty run back.
Assist on one.
Moves up into the death position. Nice dink. Just find Marvel for a shot, but it's not enough to pressure him out, so the cart will go ahead and move out into the open. This is where things can get a little bit more dicey for the side of the Fusion trying to hold this. With the kill on the Becky though.
Went a little far.
That's the Valiant. Okay, they're willing to pull back.
Becky was going towards the Fusion spawn. He was a little bit too far up on that one. Can't spawn camp a Sigma. And I guess the only sort of thing to look at here is the fact that Lynxa is significantly far ahead of Fixer, which will allow them to break the deadlock via the Matrix, as both Sigmas will hold out their hand in front of each other.
Yep, finds him in 3, but Molly going to be taken down off screen as we have the Tracer battle happening here, and Becky ends up falling. Zest nicely handled. Those kills as Fury continues to hold the cart in place.
This is like
the jump shot attempt.
one step forward.
Not going to find anything.
One step forward, 2 steps back for Valiant in a way, right? Because Dia gets these kills, but then his teammates start dying around them. So they can't quite build a player advantage, and now Dia's getting fragged as well, so Valiant are being shoved back in spawn quite aggressively.
And this is much needed stability here from the side of the Fusion. Gave up so much space early with that death from Fury, but now they've completely retaken it. The cart rolling back now.
Which is a shame, because the payload moving out of the kill box is super important for attacking teams. Valiant, this is why Valiant are also spending a lot of time not playing main. They're trying to play, both the left and right side flanks. Another kill to Fury.
No one can hide.
And Fury was on 99% as well.
That he was. Big window of opportunity here now for the side of the Valiant. A lot of space being given up because of the infra side. Dia's been nailing his shot, so you have to give that respect.
And they know how far away Fury is. Based on the infra side, they know the distance required, so if it's going to be a retake, they got to go now. Zest has gone in.
He tries to go for the touch, but that's just going to be it. The cap comes through. MN3 taken down in the flank. And yeah, Zest taking that much damage forces him in the recall. That means they cannot go for that. So it's going to be a very long hold if the Fusion want to be walking away with match point under their belts.
I have a sneaking suspicion it was a Dia headshot onto Fury, with then Marvel cleaning it up with just his regular left clicks, right? Because I otherwise do not see how Fury just dies like that on his initial death or his secondary death. Yeah. That allows, I mean, look at Fusion's ult. They didn't get to play any of those ultimates on A. They otherwise would have had a great A-point defense, and now, staring a potential loss on this map in front of their face with 3 minutes remaining, Valiant just have to get to the end of B. Valiant themselves still have plenty of ultimates to play through.
It's 4-3 as far as the ults are concerned, with Fusion in that lead, but Valiant has been giving up a lot of distance here. Or been given, rather, a lot of distance. So the Fusion just have not been playing the cart. Got stopped now, just
Valiant back
underneath
out.
the bridge.
They window, but they back out.
Yeah. Puzzling. The window usage today has been head-scratching, to say
And it's
the
not,
least.
and Fixer didn't even counter window on the other side. I don't know, it was just like, I don't know, multi-flank pressure. Now here comes the Flux.
Yep, there's the Flux, there's the Trance. Dia gets him in 3. An opening. And that's 2 of those ults gone. Game God, however, finding Becky. Just trying to harass him out, trying to maybe force the Transcendence here ahead of Marvel's own Flux, but to no avail.
Yeah, they're just getting small gains here. Oh my goodness, Dia is still popping off.
Yep.
I've not been keeping score so far at Ilios, but I have to gather that Dia's killed him in 3 a lot more than the other way around.
I would say that is a very safe bet. Becky this time just get the better of Zest. Finishes him with a melee hit. Becky now just 5% away from having that pulse ready to go, and Becky's still applying pressure here. The pulse bomb goes in. MN3 down low on HP. A little bit of healing going his way, but Marvel eventually manages to help finish the job. 2 kills, the Transcendence just to get the touch, just to rejoin in here with Fury to try to keep him alive. Chest shot goes across. Zest forced to recall again. The pulse bomb from him, 4% away. Desperately needs this to try to open up this defense, try to create some more space, but now Fury is going to be gone. 1.67 meters is all that is left. Zest finds Marvel, but the cleanup is there. The cap comes through, and the Valiant now move up 2-1. Match point is theirs.
And I don't think it's any surprise, but Dia was the kill leader for that entire lobby, for that entire map. 11 final blows. Next afterwards was Becky on 9, then Zest on 8. Unfortunately, I don't know how this was happening, but MN3 was getting fragged out by Dia. And just the addition of having Dia's damage output, the kill pressure, you'll notice that he kills MN3 and then somebody else afterwards. Even if he's not getting the final blow, he's chunking Fury down to minimal HP, which I believe was how Valiant even got the A cap in the first place, which was kind of backbreaking for the Fusion, considering they had 4 ultimates that they couldn't even use. LA Valiant, off the back of some fine sniping led by Dia, just get them across the board and now give them a, 2-1 match point. Yep.
Very nicely done here from the Valiant, who just look completely reinvigorated in this meta. Fusion, onus on them now to try to answer back. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. And they have to play, just go all in the next map. It's going to be Colosseo, the potential decider here to see if the Valiant can rack up a 5th win, or if the Fusion will be able to fight back and to give us yet another Map 5 series. We're going to find out in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys. Push comes up in just a few. And we are back. We are going into what could very well be the last map of this series. The Valiant currently in the lead 2-1 after their win on Junkertown and after a heroic Widowmaker performance from Dia. Absolutely impeccable from him and the rest of the squad. Now we move into Colosseo to see whether or not the Fusion can deliver us into yet another 5-map series.
I gotta say as well, this is an important game. This entire stage is important for the Philadelphia Fusion because they are neck and neck tied with the Hangzhou Spark at 12 points. Now, Spark just lost their opening match versus Chengdu, which I'm sure Fusion had a lot to celebrate about. But that means nothing if they then lose to Valiant themselves, and both teams remain tied by losing their opening matches. Only one of these two teams can make that third place position and get a basically not free entry because they had to work for it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, they get entry directly into playoffs and don't have to play through the play-ins. The loser of that tiebreaker is going to have to go through play-ins, which is a lot more difficult. So, yeah, I mean, Fusion need any sort of points, any sort of wins they can get to get ahead of the Hangzhou Spark. And this matchup is currently not looking amazing. However, Colosseo now on board. Bit of a change-up in the lineup for the LA Valiant. Easyhan in. Sashin comes in as well. I have to suspect we're going to be playing a decent amount of Zarya. I mean, Fury is still here. Can't be Sigma, so Zarya seems like the most obvious call for me. Yeah. And Easyhan could play either Sombra, he could play some Sojin here. We could see some Reaper come through as well. Questions to be answered. I have some faith that Fusion can take us to a 5. I mean, what did I say again? The last 2 matches in a row between these two teams have gone to 5. Yeah, make it 3 in a row. Why not?
Yeah, why the hell not? We'll find out, though. See what they're going to be playing with, but I think the Zarya is definitely a good shout from there. I suspect we'll probably have some Sombra action coming through as well, perhaps. Granted, well, you don't have a dive, so maybe not. I think for the Fusion, though, probably wishing that they had gotten, drafted New Queen Street in this series, just given their proficiency on that one compared to Colosseo. But let's see what happens.
Well, you got to get good at Colosseo at some point. And
tell that to the Chengdu Hunters.
5, 4, 3.
Do they usually win or lose Colosseo? I can't remember.
Lose.
Didn't they win a recent Colosseo? Am I crazy?
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Chengdu
Hunters, they lose New Queen Street. They're good. They're great at Colosseo. Never mind.
Right.
It's getting late.
I was gonna say, dude, like they demolished Hangzhou Spark on that. Okay, well,
yeah, they're the kings of Colosseo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
This kind of matchup. I actually think Zest now discovering that it is the matchup in terms of the Zaryas, which you should know because it's Session. You would actually maybe prefer the Tracer here, just for a bit of backline pressure. The Sojins make a lot of sense. I think Sojin has a great sort of matchup into the Zaryas. So let's see how this goes.
Well, opening skirmishes, Session getting out pressured as soon as that Reaper shows up, wants to back away. Zest getting pushed forward. He's got the Wraith walked out, takes him up to safety as MN3 takes a nasty shot from Easyhan. Currently does have the lead, and I mean, look at Becky. He has been feasting. He's 86%, will die. Picks up finally able to put an end to the onslaught, but it's not without cost. Zest does end up going down, but they will find Sasha. So that's going to be a good breakthrough here for the 7th Fusion to get this bot pushing.
It really cursed Becky there, didn't he? He's just straightly like,
yeah.
Light of sight of Zest. I saw Sashin get low, though. I think that was the problem with Sashin getting quite low. And eventually Valiant getting run over there. But with Becky on the trade back instantly, I mean, you just see the value of a Tracer, especially unmatched. Right, there's no Brig on Philly Fusion. No other Tracer to match the angles and, prevent the flanks rather. And we already know how good Becky's Tracer has been over the course of just this series, but also yesterday versus Soul. Sashin slept, but he's okay. Nano's online for Aim God now.
And it is Fury. Gets topped back up. Recalls right in front of Fury's face, actually, but it's going to be Aim God.
Now the Nano's offline.
Easyhan. Yeah, nice little rail shot. Gets him in the head. Bubble going to be popping Fury in the corner.
What?
And yeah, he's just going to end up going down. It is indeed a Busio, and Lengza, well, he puts it to good use. He does fine to kill, but now Sachin's going to be dead. Lengza dies as soon as the Nano Boost is over, and the Pulse Bomb goes wide.
What is going on?
So while the fight started looking really great, Easyhan has the opening pick. It all comes tumbling down. Fusion, they win it out.
The Valiant they gift that one to Fusion. They just wrap it up and tie a bow and just, here you go, Fusion, here's a fight. What? Did Link's jump in the LOS of Molly and Molly kind of he was going for somebody else and Link's just happened to get in the way?
Surely.
Because your
That had
Sash,
to have
your
been
Sash
what
and
occurred.
Easyhan, you're left wanting there like, hello, I would have loved to have that Nano, and that just does not go well for them.
Okay, grab around the corner, catches Sash, and try to keep him alive. Bubbles off that ante, and actually does manage to stay alive. He's in the fight now. He's got to grab of his own. Lets it loose. TP to the side. Zest goes up onto the high ground, trying to chase down Easyhan. Gets pushed away. Nice there from Langza, just keeping him at arm's length. But now the Death Blossom gets unleashed, and it's 2 quick kills picked up. Raid's Walk not available, so he cannot get out of there safely. Langza will be able to get the punish in the end. Pod, in the meantime, has gained a little bit of extra distance here for the side of the Fusion, now up at nearly 38 meters.
Well, Valiant will eat that Death Blossom. Zest has finally died again, and no change. He definitely wants to stay on the Reaper, so stick to the game plan. So I think if you're Becky, you're fine with this one. You probably prefer that. There's no Tracer challenging you. Good news for Valiant is they still have a couple of ultimates on board, and they haven't allowed the Fusion to get too much distance. 37 is good, but it's not going to be round-defining, map-defining just yet.
No, certainly not. Sound barrier out from Langza. Start things off. Pulse bomb into the back. Finds him in 3. Good kill there from the side of the Valiant. Zest as well. Going to be going low. Manages to get top back up. Nano still held here from Valiant. So they struggle to get out of this neutral position. Zest. Becky just somehow kind of whiffing on his tracking there for a moment, but as he gets the reset, goes back through, manages to finish the job, finds the kill. Fury nanoed up, try to keep him alive. High energy here from him. Sasha as well going to be nanoed, pops a bubble, keeps himself safe for a moment. As you can see, I mean, just wild aiming coming through. Fury just desperately trying to track a target, but just can't quite nail one down. Ends up crumbling under the pressure. Fixa now gone, and that is going to be a nice push here from the side of the Valiant. This is their moment to take the lead.
And a flip as well. Extra pulse into play, probably unrequired there, but Valiant just want to continue the snowball. They will continue that one quite aggressively now in towards the spawn. Grav will only get the 1 kill as Sasha gets slept, and Fury want to have a Grav online himself. So in terms of Valiant finding this cap, look, they can still get there. About 10 meters off now, Fusion desperately awaiting respawns. They can sort of beat Grav, engage this one, and they're probably going to have to if they want to stop the cap.
I don't think they're going to be able to. It's still just free pushing, so I think they're just going to give out. Yep, there it is.
It's gone.
Cap does come through. Forward spawns now established here for the side of the Valiant. Fusion now make their move, and the Valiant say, okay, we're more than happy with that. They've nearly doubled the distance.
That's all they need. That's all they need. Just to get the cap, reset back into neutral. Fighting around the cap is a very poor position for Valiant, right? That's not a good place to fight at all. So they achieve their goal, get the cap. Fusion do not get to contest. Now they play the grab.
Solo grab. M3 finishes it with a rail shot. Becky going down. Fusion continuing to break this open a little bit more. Fury will find 2. TP forward, Zest trying to get into a cheeky position. Does nearly have that next Death Blossom ready to go. Slept but woke it up. Easyhan sliding away, does manage to stay alive. Bot now going to be pushing again here for the side of the Fusion, but they have to make it all the way to the checkpoint just to be able to get the tie.
Then Nano Zest, he's going to go in. Death Blossom.
He's going for
Thinking about it.
Gets Sasha, actually no, he's just running to dry. Doesn't even need the Death Blossom, he just holds on to it for a future fight. Says, okay, single ult invest, and just guns down 3 people in the streets.
Just runs at them, no speed boost, nothing. Plus 4 gaming right there. Yeah, looking like it. Valiants are not currently there to contest, even if they were. Fusion are very far up on the bridge, so well done. Fusion win a couple of fights in a row. That's got to be enough.
He gets his ult cancelled. And here comes Zest. He was hiding in the back. Finds 1. Not going to be the flashiest Death Blossom in the world, but
Halo
gets the job
contested.
done. And now allows them to start moving forward even further. Now Sasha taking down Langza. I mean, just getting bled dry right now. Becky was the one keeping it contested, but now the bot will just go ahead and move in. Checkpoint obtained.
Wow.
They are not disengaging from this position.
Okay, well, Fusion about to take the lead now. And there you go, they got the lead. So Fusion feeling much more comfortable now on this map than they were just a couple minutes ago.
Ooh. Second overclock cancel, and there it is. Becky manages to chase in. Shuts him down just like it happened to Easyhan before. Becky finds a follow-up kill and got eliminated. Easyhan headshot onto Fury. So they lose the lead. Fusion holding on by a thread here, just 9 meters up. The Valiant will be able to wrest the bot away from them.
11 meters, okay. Just under 3 minutes for 11 meters.
Yes, 11.
Valiant
I did math
win.
poorly.
You need to see Valiant win about, I would say, 2 fights here for sure. This is number 1, then another number 2 later. So Grav can be enough, so that it will be a Grav exchange. I think both will probably burn it.
Okay, grabs out, pulse bomb in. Becky finds him in 3. Sasha, however, going to be taken out. It's going to be the front line broken down now. Zizi-Han receives an Nana boost just to be able to stay alive. Zest as well, as you say, receiving it. The sleep connects. They get on top of Zizi-Han. They try to push him away, but it's not going to be enough. Fury finishes the job. Zest goes chasing forward once more, looking for some extra kills. Doesn't want to overstep, though. Sasha is back. Those bubbles chew up a lot of the damage that Zest offers. But the bot for now is staying on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's all the way back to where it was at the beginning. And Valiant have to win this fight, plus another fight in the mid, probably. This is just increasing the amount of fights that Valiant have to get through. The grab exchange goes so much better for Fusion. Sash is just deleted.
Yeah, beat gets dropped in. Lang's dead as well. Cleanup continues.
More distance Fusion.
Does fall. Okay, but they're going to have the forward spawns back here in just a moment as Zizi-Han dies. So, Zest will be able to join in. Actually, he might have just missed. No, I think they got it.
We're looking at 90 meters now.
Too far split.
And the split aside, I mean, look at Fusion's position. They can just back out behind them at any point they want. They don't have to take this fight. Indeed, they are going to back out. But they sneak 89-42, so not quite 90, but it might as well be. And so the Fusion, they understand the game plan here. It's, you sneak some meters, you reset back to the mid. And Valiant have to win a bunch of fights now with far less time. We talked about it being 3 minutes before, now we're just down to 1. This will definitely go into the OT with Valiant. They're going to have to make a miracle push.
I mean, ults are going to be good from both teams here. In just a moment, Langs and Neely with the sound barrier. It's going to be critical for them to try to survive the oncoming Graviton surge that Fury is about to have.
Oh, good bubble.
Fury does end up falling. Zizi-Han finding one, but then gets beamed down. Fury's just been looking immaculate on this Zarya so far. There's a rush forward, and Zest saying, nope, it's not the moment. Holds onto the Death Blossom even further. Pulse bomb
he steals the payload even as a Reaper.
He does find it, though. Becky gets rid of Fix-Up. Imgod just now respawning, so they are without supports right now in this position, so they're going to have to pull away.
Yeah, but Zest stole the payload. He does this all the time as a Tracer. Doesn't change the game plan as a Reaper. And Valiant, for all of that effort, back to square one. Back to the same neutral in mid. And it's not quite a grab on life assassin. Lanxa will have the sound barrier online.
They can beat the grab to survive. Oh, maybe it doesn't even matter. Death Blossom goes through the sound barriers in response to that. Now the grab's still held by Fury. Catches Sashin. Overclock popped as well by MN3.
That'll be the map.
And it seems like this is going to be taking us into map 5. Yep, the headshot goes across MN3. Just cutting down 2 here to get the finisher. The OT will bleed away. Fusion. It might not be New Queen Street, but Colosseo still looking quite good for him. They pick up the win. That ties it up at 2-2. That's one last round of control to settle it all.
Man, I feel like I called it there. I had this kind of inkling, this gut feeling that we were going to go to 5. Valiant can't help themselves.
It's Valiant, so.
The map 5 team, we got to get there. And the craziest thing about this map is I'm just noticing one very cool kind of stat line here is the Fusion actually did less overall damage than LA Valiant as far as full team damage goes. 30,013 versus 30,343. So only about 330 damage difference there. But they have a full, how many is it? 14 final blows ahead of the Valiant, despite doing 330 damage less overall. So kill confirmations from the Fusion, really pristine on that map.
Well, they take it all the way. We go the distance, but now we go back to control the map that really set the stage for this series in the Valiant's favor. It's a bit more neutral this time around, but we'll see what happens. Something tells me that we're not going to be seeing the Rhine comps coming through as we do get ready to go into Nepal, but we'll have to just wait and see. Village is always a decent shout for that to come in, so we'll see if they can get the read once more here for the side of the Valiant and what the Fusion want to do. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, guys. Back-to-back Game 5s. We'll see who walks away victorious at the end of it all when we return from the break. And we are back, and we're once more going into a map number 5. 2 series in a row, and who would have thought that, coming into today, the Charge playing, the Valiant playing, that the El Clasico series at the beginning of it all would have been the most disappointing one because it was a 3-0 blowout. Here we are.
Well,
we've got 2 incredible series off the back end of that.
About Seoul and Shanghai, aside from the Grand Finals, which was legitimately a pretty damn good game, the other 3 most recent, so of their 4 most recent games, of which one was a Grand Final, aside from the Grand Finals, the other 3 have all been 3-0s. So I don't know what it is between these 2 teams. And it's not even like, oh, Shanghai always dominate. No, Shanghai, Seoul have won some of them too. So it's hard to tell between those guys sometimes. But now we move into map 5 here, our second map 5. 5 map Saturday, that's how it goes, right, isn't it?
Sure.
Balestria back in for Fury as we head into a control map in Nepal. That is also going to signal Marvel coming in for Sashin. And before anybody celebrates for Fusion just yet, just remember, Oasis did go the way of Valiant.
Yep.
Marvel has been pretty reasonable for the Valiant for dive compositions, and generally speaking, dive has been pretty damn good for the Valiant as well. Even though, by the way, I mean, I can't discount the fact that Junkertown was there and Dia kind of carried. We don't have Dia in here at the moment for the Widowmaker, but that's aside the point. I am interested in seeing how these teams navigate Nepal now. Like, what is MN3 going to play? Is he back over towards the Sombra? Is he come back over towards the Sombra? That actually might be a positive thing for Fusion because I think MN3 Sombra has been maybe slightly ahead of Easy Han, and that was specifically the case on, I'm trying to remember the map, Paraiso. MN3 Sombra was way ahead of Easy Han, so if we get into like a Sombra matchup again, that's probably a good thing for the Fusion.
We'll see if that happens as we get ready to begin. Let's see what these comps are going to look like as we jump into the ball. Everything to play for now. Again, with a map 5, we saw, in the previous series, the Charge trying to pull off that reverse sweep. It did go all the way to a 3rd and final round. That was Oasis that closed it out. Let's see if that happens here with Nepal to finish, as we are on Shrine first and foremost.
5,
Alrighty, well,
3, 2,
real comps coming on through, looking like a double Sombras, Balestria. Nah, of course not.
Yep. Just keeps
Traces,
trolling.
okay. Complete mirror. Alright, no, well, I think does he go for like an early shift out of spawn then back to Winston? I'm not too sure. So there's that interaction where you can like commanding shout out of spawn. I don't know if that's what he's doing though. Take a look at the opening hacks.
Either way. Hack's starting to fly. Becky receiving one and instantly gets melted down. Balestria finding the first blood. And for the follow-up hack, but it's actually going to be Easy Han finding MN3. Easy Han takes a hell of a lot of damage in reply, though. MN3 just going to translocate hit out of there. Marvel now going to be antied out. They push forward. They're looking for the eliminations.
Oh my god, he lived.
Just a moment. They do not get the kill. Yeah. Marvel stays alive somehow, some way. Zest kind of getting bogged down there on the pillar for just a brief moment. Does manage to make his way out to safety. Becky gets hacked himself. Seems like he's going to be able to stay alive, though. HP bar is low. Fusion with the initial lockdown, 15% ticking up.
That's the thing, right? Fusion have the initial cap, and Valiant, despite staying alive and all the good stuff that they're doing, they need to get the flip. They have a 5v4 now, legitimately. Double supports down.
They have no supports now. Zest, pulse bomb held, but he's just making his exit. MN3 getting spy checked at point blank.
Okay.
And Becky oversteps just a little bit too much. With Balestria going down, however, the flip will be there. 33% locked in for the side of the Fusion. Valiant now in control.
EMP online first for MN3, so again, it's this very slight damage differential that's allowing MN3 to get ahead. I say slight, it's 20%, but it's only about 200 damage. Pulse from Zesto, what is that?
Yeah, a huge one that stops Langza, who was about to have the rally available. And got hacked and under a little bit of fire in the back lines, and actually Easy Han's going to be able to solo him down. Maybe not quite so solo. Marvel was over in that way. The flip nearly there, but again, it's going to be the supports taken out of the equation. Tank on, however, Balestria holds on to the primal range. EMP invested, they find Easy Han. They make sure that he can't reply with one of his own. They get that kill. Becky's still going to be hacked here. Rally now rolling though as Langza has rejoined. The Valiant maintain control at this point for now. Becky dashing around, looking for a target spot. Sits there for a brief moment. The Nano Boost actually going to be invested onto him. They want to be able to win this fight. He turns his sights now back over onto the supports who have just re-arrived, and Vixa will be able to shut him down with a whip shot, and that's enough for the flip to happen.
Now we wait for Lijiang to put the EMP into play. All the support ultimates burn from the LA Valiant. Primal to try and keep the point alive as well. Riley about to be online for Vixa. Lijiang spotted. That's actually really big from the fusion. That will prevent the EMP or delay it for now.
Much better.
And Lijiang has to wait for the invisible before he can go back in. So time wastage does count.
I mean, that stops him from striking while Belzria was still out of the fight. Comes around the corner, finds both of the supports, and they instantly die. I mean, it's the third time now that the Fusion have lost both supports off the rip. Zest able to find one with a pulse bomb, but that's not going to be good enough. He's still looking to hold this one out. Marvel jumping onto the high ground, does end up falling. MN3 finds the elimination, but now the flip is going to be coming through as Fusion get the 70%.
Well, there it is. 20% ahead is the Fusion. Counting down, obviously. Becky Pulse does find Vixa. That will delay things further for the Fusion. And that will guarantee, by the way, the 70% equalization on the cap itself. But now Valiant are fully out of ults, and Vixa will come back with Rally on board. And Fusion winning one more fight will force the 99% OT. So Valiant need another frag. They need another opening pick. They need more pressure on the Fusion. And they are trying to kind of camping this opening choke. Here we go.
Becky hiding out around the corner. They're calling for the dive here onto Molly. They're trying to take him down. Still going to be hacked out. They haven't been able to finish him off yet. Marvel as well. Sliver of HP finally falls. Hack there onto the Mega Pack. Fusion need to make their way onto the point. They start doing so now. Langsa under pressure ends up dying. It's just going to be Aim God dead so far for the side of the Fusion as they look for the flip. They went out the quote-unquote final fight here. As Valiant hit 99%. Fusion get ready to gain control.
Look at this though. MN3 didn't pop the EMP. That's really important because now we can save it for what was going to be the final fight. Had Valiant been able to pressure out the EMP, this would be a different landscape entirely. Becky narrowly dodging out the hack, but now the recall has been popped as well. MN3 revealed his positioning. The EMP still is going to be the key tool.
Fix his head.
And has to come through.
Okay, EMP does connect. Finds 3. It's going to be both supports, but the damage not there enough right now. Becky finds Aim God as well, but both supports gone now for the 4th time in this map. We have to try to fight through. Antied out, Belzria pops the Primal Rage, manages to stay alive. Becky still holds on to the pulse bomb. They could just go ahead and finish the job. 99% forced out. MN3 playing forward here on the point, just keep making sure that they cannot get this flip across. EMP goes out. Really finding too much, but Zest does end up dying with the shield bash. Becky now once more going to be nanoed up. Just looking to rip apart Belzria, and it is working a treat. He and Marvel together manage to take down the enemy Winston. The OT will bleed down, and it's 100 to 99%.
Wow. How on earth was Becky able to get so much damage and kills done when MN3 pops EMP? And MN3's EMP catches Marvel, links Molly, the whole backline plus tank. And while that's happening, Fusion are down 2 members. Now granted, one of them actually died before the EMP came on through. It's a 4v5 for the Philadelphia Fusion, but they still got to make the play happen because we're into the final fight. And really, the EMP should have turned it around. The EMP should have at minimum traded, but it did not. That is so crazy to me. And the fight continues. Valiant eventually just have superior numbers. Point control, nano onto Becky to get the damage done. And Philly Fusion reeling from that loss. And, you know, MN3 did the best he could. MN3 actually has 0 deaths, by the way. He hasn't died on that entire shrine, but that's not going to be good enough to win you the round, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, again, mirrored as we move into Sanctum. The jump forward, going to apply some pressure. Marvel's doing very much the same. Sleep Dart does come across before the bubble goes up, but Aim God still ends up getting taken down. Molly with a huge anti previously as well, as Becky just continues to feast. 2 more kills picked up for him. MN3 dashing out, making sure that he stays alive for a little bit longer at the very least, but it's going to be Lijiang with a massive lead towards that EMP.
3-man Molly Bionade, though. I think that's the key point of all of this. And Molly's done a great job of surviving. We saw multiple dives from Fusion on that shrine map as well, where Molly just lived for way too long. Now he confirms a massive play that will give Valley and Becky a bunch of kills. Pulse is online nearly for both of these traces about to be coming up. Colosseo could be dead.
He just can't stay in these fights. He can't build up towards the EMP. It's just taking him so damn long.
Lijiang so far ahead.
Yeah. 30% up right now. Pulse bomb down. Zest almost dead. Gets the recall off just in time. Stays alive, but Valiant Already about a third of the way there. The jump forward, Marvel taking quite a bit of damage.
Marvel?
The ante is huge. They need to finish the job. They haven't been able to confirm these kills, and somehow he makes it out. He grabs the Mega Pack. He will eventually die, but still a cause for concern. Lijiang staying alive, receiving that health pack there from Langza. EMP nearly online, but Belsria goes in, finishes the job, gets that kill. Now the flip is there. 43%, however, set up to the side of the Valiant as MN3 takes his first death.
I mean, look, Marvel finally dying is a positive change for the Philadelphia Fusion. He's been getting away with murder multiple times on multiple maps where he just is unable to be killed on a sliver of HP for shades of Oasis City Center. Fusion, though, trying to climb back in. Big ultimates on both sides. Zest far ahead of Becky. The MN3 EMP is what they need. It's still 6% away. Pre-rally this fight is Linksa. Getting ready for it.
Okay, EMP goes out from Lijiang. Belsria hits the floor. The jump in, Marvel, now Primal online. By a hell of a lot of time and a hell of a lot of space. They know that they can't surrender this one. They haven't even equalized the percentage gain here on the point yet. Marvel will make his exit. A hack comes down. Zest with quite a bit of damage. Does manage to stay alive, however. Dashes to the back, 22 HP, pops the recall, still in a precarious spot. EMP up over the top. It's only going to catch Becky, but it's good enough for the kill. Anti goes out, however. Managing to find two. Vix and Zest somehow stay alive, though. And Marvel gets slept as he jumps into the back. They know they can't deal with him, but they can make him reroute. Leaps over towards the Mega, stays alive. And the Fusion, they barely scrape by with a lead. Another big anti-nade.
Marvel has still
got and MN3 continue to get clipped by these.
Has to run away again. Could be a stick, not quite. Molly lives. Philadelphia leading though. Could be final fight pretty soon. We're nearly on to 80%. Valiant are coming up towards ultimates. And Lijiang, no, dead. Can't get away.
Yep, just a bit too shy with that translocator out, but Belsria will get traded to Marvel. Going to be coming back through. Does have that Primal Rage to go ahead and extend the fight. Langza under pressure. Aim God actually going to be the one who finds the kill.
90%.
So now down to support. Pulse bomb out from Becky. Not going to be able to find a damn thing. 93%. The Primal Rage pops. Marvel trying to juggle around the Tracer, trying to juggle around anybody. He's trying to knock somebody into the pit, but instead he's bogged himself down next to the stairwell. Makes his jump out over to safety, managing to stay alive. The OT is bleeding down. The touch is there. Becky forces the reset. Lijiang nearly to the EMP. 2% left to go. He's going to have to let this rip. And they're going to have to find the follow-up damage, but Marvel is going to fall first. The EMP strikes, it hits everybody, and suddenly the kills start flying through for the side of the Valiant. This map is not done yet. This round is not done yet. They chase in, they look for Belsria. Becky takes a recall out. It looks like Belsria will be able to survive, but the Valiant, they get the flip.
Yeah, Marvel dies, but the EMP saves the day for the Valiant. You see how many of those molly nades as well coming in specifically to keep Marvel alive. At this point, he's not even going for offensive nades. He's just popping them on top of Marvel. And Marvel staying on the point, keeping it going, trading positions with Becky. They ping-pong that point for as long as possible, and they keep it up, buying time for he's going to find an EMP. That was gorgeous from the Valiant. But can they win more fights? Because here comes EMP onto the back line. Molly lives.
Lynx is dead. Yeah, Molly still staying alive, but that's going to be the rally taken out of the equation. So if they can get the flip right now, it's still going to be a good look. And yeah, Valiant not contesting it. Nano goes out for Molly, goes on to Lijiang. It doesn't go to Marvel, and Marvel gets melted down. Vix is still going to be taken out of the fight, however. Lijiang makes use of it by finding him in 3. The flip back, nearly there for the side of the Valiant, and they need it to happen. Becky currently occupying the point by himself. Zest barely manages to re-arrive. Keeps this one contested, keeps it at 99%. They trade places. He leaves the post bomb behind, and Langza is dead. Belsria now tagged in. Onto the point, Primal pop. Zest comes up with a second kill. He's looking for a little bit more. The EMP strikes from Lijiang. He manages to find 3, but it's not going to be good enough. The point has been cleared, and we are going the distance. Village, again, will now decide it all. It's a 3rd round in the 5th map.
Wow.
All 4 teams playing in the last 2 series of the evening, not going down without a fight.
It's both teams tugging at the heartstrings of their fan bases, but Zest dagger through the heart of the LA Valiant there with the pulse bomb. So good. 2 kills, final engagement. And it'll get Fusion across the line. Great effort by Valiant to try and recover, but Fusion had such an insane lead, and we're going back over towards the Rhine. Fusion are not going to bite, though. We'll see. No, they're not going to do it. Sombra, Winston, Tracer. Will they go back? They spot it. Okay, look at this now. Fusion are going back. What are they going to pick? What are they going to pick? Pharah, maybe? Are they going to do the Chengdu thing? Are they going to go far, or are they going to match the Rhine? That's the question.
We saw just yesterday
No, they're not swapping. They're not swapping.
They're not making any swaps. They actually just retreat. They want to reroute. They don't want to meet this face on, but they're going to have to eventually.
Okay, if they play into this, Zest is actually... Not Zest. Easyhan's actually on the wrong hero here.
Langs is slapped.
He needs to swap over towards a Cassie or something.
Okay, Langs is staying alive. The Mortality Field very much helps. First lockdown to the point, going to be there. The Valiant now ticking up. Zest drops down, starts spamming out the right clicks as best as possible.
Wall.
The wall goes up. Belisria locked in for a moment, but they actually take the TP away. So they don't get the punish here. Immediately onto the Winston. Easy Hunt under a hell of a lot of pressure, and Zest eventually gets the better of him. Marvel able to find one in response. Becky gets aim god. That's the support's gone once more. Just unable to stay alive. Zest poking and prodding eventually will die, and I don't know if this is going to cut it as far as the comp is concerned.
Becky did so much damage, 72%. The Blizzard is really key here because Fusion cannot dive on the point. They cannot dive into Valiant when the Blizzard is active. Such an important ult. Easyhan's also, by the way, opted to stay on the Symmetra. I don't know if that's the right call to make, but Easyhan trusts it. Valiant trusts it. He is going to be the target. Fusion should get on top of Easyhan every single fight as a primary kill that they have to get. With Easyhan down, most of the damage is gone.
Blade nearly up. Zest actually now starting to get ahead of Becky. It's an aggressive TP forward. They're just rushing in. Yeah, they're looking for him. Put quite a bit of damage down onto him. The Nano's actually going to be used on a fix it. Just try to keep one of the supports in the fight. They both will manage to stay alive, however. Fire strike down, point blank. Now the Blade's going to be pulled out. Immortality Field already cleared. He's trying to get on top of Becky. The final swipe. Not quite going to find it. MN3 steals it away, but that's going to be the Fusion stealing away the point. They now have the cap. The cleanup is there. Valiant now need to re-aggress.
They cannot split the fight like that. They need to stack as 5 for this Ryan Brawl come to work. And they're all over the place, right? You have Marvel kind of on the point. You have other players playing on the outside. Becky's the only one that actually swaps here. And now they got rid of the Mei, and the Blizzard does nothing for them, because the Blizzard otherwise would have been great if you just force Fusion to come onto you on the point, and you are stacking as 5. How do you retake this one? Should be a Shadow play, but Belisria can block it. Okay, get rid of the bubble and just solo Shadow Belisria. That's got to be the call.
Okay, they're going to TP down to the low ground, get themselves into the point, and then likely use the Shadow to try to win on the fight from there. But there's the EMP and Marvel just cannot stay on his 2 feet. Langzo cannot use that sound barrier fast enough to try to save the tank. Now the shielding going to be gone. Molly under heavy fire. The Primal Rage in the back there from Belisria finishes the job. Langzo tries to stay alive, but to no avail. He ends up falling. Greatly.
Marvel has to...
just great execute fight there from Fusion.
Marvel's got a call to make here, because if there's a time to swap off the Rhine, it's now. If you don't swap off the Rhine now, you're committed for the rest. That means they're staying. And I suggested that Easyhan should be on the Cassidy first and foremost anyway, but now they don't have the Mei. Maybe the Tracer is better for them. I mean, Becky has been pounding on the Tracer, but the Shadow needs to come through this fight.
Shadow going to be dropped in, Fix it going to be taken down. Becky able to find one with a pulse in the end. Nano used here on a Belisria to keep him a little bit more staying power, but MN3 off screen going to fall. Langza managing to find him. Belisria just doesn't stand a chance. The Fire Strike will finish him off. The Valiant should be able to go ahead and retake this one, and we're getting into the final fight territory for both of these teams. The flip is going to be coming through. It's going to be just shy of 90% here. Enough to get it here for the side of Fusion.
Aim God, by the way, used Nano on Belisria, so there's no Nano blade. I think that could be really tricky for Fusion to navigate now. They really wanted Belisria alive, but the Nano blade is how you get past this Valiant hold of this Rhine. I mean, now it's going to be so hard.
Zest needs to go huge. MN3 scouting, giving them all the information they need. They see Becky off on that right side. Hack goes in. They get easy hunt, but he just turns and he just absolutely domes MN3. The Electric Cowboy, and Zest gets the play canceled. It's all over. The Valiant, no way! Easy hunt comes up with kill after kill, running the Cassidy. They get the touch for the OT, but Belisria just does not stand a chance. He gets melted down, and that is going to be the finish. A heartbreak here for the side of the Fusion. They take it all the way into 5. And then it comes tumbling down with 3 quick taps of the head. Easyhan ends their hopes and dreams. The blade shut down. The kill on to MN3. It's fantastic stuff from him in the end. And for the Fusion, it is nothing but heartbreak. Someone check on Bad Pat Chimari.
I was going to ask what he was going to pred for this one, but maybe it's better if we don't. This is such an important win for the Valley because they themselves are trying to escape the dredges of coming 7th place, which would eliminate you from play-in's contention. You'd be out, you'd be gone, your season will be done. Paris had already been eliminated today. Their season's over. They saw regular season games here, but they cannot make the play-ins. And for the APAC side of things, given how poor the LA Valiant's Summer Showdown was, these wins are required. Because Guangzhou Charge are sneaking ahead. And speaking of sneaking ahead, this could have been Fusion sneaking ahead of the Hangzhou Spark to reach playoffs. Top 3 in APAC gets you an auto qualification. But now both the Hangzhou Spark and the Philly Fusion will be left wanting 0-1 to start their opening week. And not a single point earned. You can see the disappointment on the Fusion faces. They know how important it is to get these wins in the race against Hangzhou Spark.
And it's just a brutal way to lose. I mean, from the outset, Valiant, they very much set the pace, but Fusion were able to reply blow for blow, picking up, alternating maps. But as it gets all the way here to 5, they deal with the Rhine. They manage to make that work. They have a clear lead on this last round of Village. But then it all comes tumbling down. What a performance in the end from Easyhan to really just put them 6 feet under. Just fantastic shots from him.
Yeah, I mean...
Well,
without it,
we've already...
To no one's surprise, right? Like,
yeah,
play of the match.
Let's just go
Ilios.
Easyhan.
Easyhan. Take it home.
I mean, he started things off incredibly well with the symmetric. I mean, some of the plays in this, just a highlight reel of sim play, which is something that we haven't really gotten to see at all throughout this. This was the clip that made me lose my mind. The play of the game from the first map, just absolutely incredibly proficient play on sim, which is not something that we see very much of in general, especially so in this season. But the whole way throughout, Easyhan was just impeccable. Becky, Marvel, they all had their moments. Mali, especially with some of the nades that he was connecting with on Nepal. They all get a good shout, but Easyhan was consistent pretty much the whole way throughout. Every single map that he played in, he was pounding.
And even the Sojin as well. I mean, they lost Colosseo, but he was still landing some decent shots. And I feel like this has been a long time coming for both the Valiant and also Easyhan. We're now getting the clips of the final Electric Cowboy. This is really what the player of the match is really about. Just deleting Zest. M3 Angar, Zest, all 3 down. The blade is gone. And part of me looks at that, I'm thinking, man, this is where that extra nano onto Zest would have been so important. And look at the stats across the board. He played a lot of different heroes, so obviously when we look at total 5 map stats, Sombra was only part of the equation compared to every single thing he played. But I also look at this as a strong mental win from the LA Valiant, given how many map 5s they go to. I mean, they lost so many map 5s in the Summer Showdown and in other tournaments as well. And for them to finally get to another map 5 and win it is an important milestone. And I mean, it's not the first time because they beat Chengdu in a map 5 as well, but you have to be winning more of these than losing it if you are the LA Valiant, because otherwise you're just being crushed by the weight of the pressure on a map 5. And I kind of felt like this was on board in terms of win coming up, because you look at the Seoul game that we casted yesterday, 0-3, a ridiculously close game versus Seoul, who are no slouches, just beat Dragons today 3-0. And then for the Valiant can play Seoul that tight, not in scoreline, but in terms of the feel for the match and how close the actual results in the particular maps are, that Valiant are a dangerous team. So it was about time that they beat somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, what a well-deserved victory from them. And honestly, I think the saddest thing about this whole series is that I don't think that Tezande was here to witness it live. So he's going to have to catch the VOD or catch the reprise of the series later on ahead of the NA matches. But man, what a match here from the Valiant to be able to scoop their 5th series victory across the whole season. But this is the thing that, in addition to loving this meta, the continued development of all the teams here in APAC, it's now showing that there are no easy wins. Every single team. Guangzhou Charge nearly getting that reverse sweep earlier. Sure, there was the easy win, I guess, for the Dynasty over the Dragons. That was about it. But everything else is looking so tight-knit between all the teams, and that's what we love to see, is a very competitive region. There is no, right now in this meta, unless something happens, unless a team falls off, and this is all just really hot starts from everybody, there is no Vancouver, there is no Paris here in the APAC region. Everybody can play against everybody. They can put up really tough showings, so I love to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing even more of this as the teams just continue to develop and experiment with even more compositions, because we're seeing an immense amount of variety right now in what people are being willing to run, I should say. But that does it from us. It has been a hell of an evening. It is now 10 minutes past midnight for me. It's 10 minutes past 1 a.m. for Avril, so we're going to take some much needed rest. The games tomorrow will be brought to you by Vicky, Kitty, and Trid, so make sure you guys tune in to those for some more glorious APAC action.